Hao's eyes carried tears. It's been so many years since he felt this emotional. He felt extremely lonely. He was clearly at the greatest heights of his life, yet he felt a bit of sorrow. Today, he personally buried many of his loved ones under divine source. He returned to the higher realm, leaving the 8 regions. The desolate region that made him feel grief and joy, made him feel worry, was where he was born. There were too many memories from that place, but now he didn't really want to go back. Hao returned to imperial court, starting to cultivate bitterly, wishing to increase his own strength, wishing to break through more and more urgently. Several years later, in the depths of the stars, within a dusky land, on a ruined star no one paid attention to, someone opened their eyes. It was as if cold lightning cut through the void. It was precisely Hao. He came to the depths of the cosmos alone to comprehend the Tao. In front of him was a rock that flowed with brilliant colors, releasing waves of rumbling sounds. If a cultivator from the celestial clan was here, they would definitely recognize that this was their ancestral artifact, Immortal Ascension Stone. This stone was precisely what Hao removed from the City of Heaven. Back then, the karma he shared with this clan wasn't small. In the end, he seized the stone, settling the grudge. Hong! Suddenly, Hao's figure disappeared, entering a metal stele. Immortal radiance erupted in the void, the fluctuations intense, erupting with astonishing aura. One could see 2 creatures fighting a great battle on that stele. It was extremely intense, a struggle of life and death, the 2 sides clearly risking their lives. The void immortal gold stele had an extraordinary background. Back then, when Hao entered Immortal Domain with Sanzang and Shenming, this void immortal gold stele was something Sanzang discovered in Immortal Domain, in the end exchanging it with Hao. According to his suspicions, this was an object from the age of Emperor Collapse. The void immortal gold stele had unrivaled scriptures recorded on it, but this piece didn't have any scriptures carved on it yet. Otherwise, it would be an unmatched supreme treasure. Back then, when Hao obtained the Immortal Ascension Stone, the stele had previously showed a reaction, releasing a mysterious Tao sound. However, after that experience, even though the Immortal Ascension Stone and the Void Immortal Gold stele were placed together, there were no more resonation events. Only several hundred years later did Hao truly fully unearth the secrets of this Void Immortal Gold stele. It indeed didn't record any scriptures, but what was recorded was even more terrifying than scriptures, many times more precious. If Sanzang knew, he definitely wouldn't have exchanged it. Once, Hao held the Immortal Ascension Stone, entering the deepest state of Tao comprehension, seizing the Tao sound released by the Void Immortal Gold stele. This was a piece of ancient incantation that could be used to activate the stele. When cultivators faced it, it would be like facing a mirror, able to see another self. The most terrifying thing was that this replicated self seemed real, having blood and flesh, so it could be fought against. Fighting a life and death struggle against another copy of oneself, this could examine one's true limit. This was basically defying the heavens. One was fighting against themselves, not ending until one side perished. No one understood one better than themselves. This type of battle was too astonishing, the two both understanding the other side, able to seize the slightest openings in the other side's movements, attack those areas ferociously. In the recent hundreds of years, if not for his parents, Yun Shi and others entering their late years, Hao would have long used this void immortal gold stele to go all out. He would have definitely frantically cultivated, fight against himself. Only when those people passed their prime, they might grow old and pass away at any time. He couldn't enter seclusion, risk disappearing for hundreds of years. He wanted to remain with them a bit more. Pooh! Divine blood splashed in all directions. Inside the void immortal gold stele, after experiencing several months of a great battle, a figure staggered backwards. It was precisely Hao. After a life and death great battle ended, he withdrew in utter exhaustion. It was because he fought against himself, not other creatures. This was the greatest opponent. This battle continued for several months, just too long. That type of scene unimaginable. Many times, when he was about to display a killing blow, the other self already knew. The two individuals' Tao skills were the same, combat strength comparable, Fighting spirits also similar. Neither of them would be weaker than the other. 100 years hurriedly passed. During this period of time, every few months or a few years, Xianxia would enter the void immortal gold steel, experience the threat of death, bathe in his own true blood. This was an incomparable type of great battle, a struggle against himself. Xianxia went crazy, cultivating like he was mad just like that. These weren't just words. Every time he went into the void immortal gold steel, he experienced the test of life and death. A single bit of carelessness and he would die. According to his deductions, if he died in the void immortal gold steel, then his real body would completely disappear as well, as if killed by his other self. It could actually threaten his real body. Xianxia wanted to break through the final bottleneck, achieve immortality in the world of mortals. That was why he went all out, continuously fighting life and death battles, competing against himself, trying to understand his own weaknesses through this type of strange battle, perfecting his own techniques. After 1,000 years, Xianxia, in the eyes of the people of this world, was already 13,000 years old. In the past 1,000 years, no one saw him, all of them wondering where he was. They didn't know where he was, just how strong he became. Master! That day, the Crimson Dragon suddenly appeared, transmitting sound from the distance. With a Hong sound, Xianxia emerged from seclusion, his entire body covered in blood, withdrawing from the void immortal gold steel. After fighting for 1,000 years, he continued to remain standing without falling, not dying. This could be considered a miracle. Xianxia had previously ordered that unless there was a major event, they shouldn't disturb him. Now, he sensed how worried the Crimson Dragon was, so he immediately came out, seeing it. Master, that divine wolf has appeared again, the Crimson Dragon said. Xianxia had previously left special instructions that once they noticed it, that they shouldn't scare off that giant wolf, instead immediately contact him. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia's figure carried endless brilliance, wrapping around the Crimson Dragon, leaving the depths of the cosmos, heading straight for desolate borders uninhabited region. When he got close, he retracted all of his aura, silently approaching. Sure enough, the other side's creatures came, attacking that passage again. The ghost immortals and 2 heroic spirits were guarding that area, subduing the creatures who crossed over. Among them was a giant black wolf, even more massive than a mountain. When it walked out from that passage, it was extremely cautious, hiding there, watching everyone break through the pass. Xianxia couldn't hold himself back anymore. This time, he suddenly descended, arriving outside that passage. Then, he quickly reached out a large hand, wishing to subdue that giant wolf. Oh! The giant black wolf suddenly raised its head. A black flame wrapped around it, burning the void, the temperature terrifyingly high, extremely horrifying. Even Xianxia was given a fright. After thousands of years passed, this demonic wolf's cultivation erupted to this level? Something's not right. Xianxia sensed that there was another creature in the passage, that this was the one who was activating the darkness flame, protecting the giant wolf. This was a darkness flame that left even true immortals in apprehension. Xianxia withdrew his hand, not touching it directly, instead taking a few steps back. His expression was rigid, breathing a bit rushed, heart rising and falling intensely. Footsteps sounded, extremely light and graceful, carrying a sense of rhythm. The great Tao trembled, the void also resonating in response. This was a black-clothed woman. There were fine and detailed demonic patterns on her spotlessly white forehead. Her eyes were deep like stars, beautiful and stunning. This was especially the case with the demonic patterns on her forehead, even more so adding a bit of bewitching beauty traits. This woman was extremely beautiful, but what was most captivating was her temperament. As if she was high up above, looking down on all life. She carried an expression of indifference as she walked out of the passage, as if she was waiting for all life to bow down. Many creatures from the other side backed off, opening up a path for her, extremely respectful. That giant black wolf's figure shrank, only stopping when it reached a zhang in size. Then it bowed down, waiting for that woman to sit on it. This vicious demonic wolf was now docile like a little cat, just too obedient. Only when the woman sat on it did it get up, carry her, looking down on all sides. How could it be like this? Hao muttered to himself. He stared at that woman, and then cried out loudly, "It's you! It really is you!" He was too familiar with this woman, her past voice and smiles as if fresh in his memories. The past joys and sorrows were still reflected in his heart. The past promises were still echoing about. However, in the end, the fire mulberry flowers blossomed. Yet he couldn't go back, stuck in desolate borders war. Only when the fire mulberry blossoms all fell did he return. But nothing was there anymore. Hao would never forget that day when a large hand reached over desolate border, smashing through imperial pass walls, crossing over who knew how many provinces before seizing Xin province. That scene would forever be engraved in his mind. That day, he vaguely saw a young lady stand at the fire mulberry forest's side, waiting alone in despair, following the entire province to the other side of desolate border. From then on, she never appeared. They were forever unable to meet again. Hao felt sentimental, unable to help but cry out, his voice carrying a bit of sorrow. They actually met again under this type of circumstances. On the other side, in that woman's surroundings, there was a raging flame aura that burned ferociously, black flames burning the heavens. Meanwhile, in its surroundings, there were true phoenixes and vermilion birds that cried, formed from a black blaze. A clear fragrance wafted over from the skies, flower petals fluttering about, sparkling like a rain of light. These were fire mulberry blossoms. Hualinger. After 10,000 years passed, they met under this type of situation. Time didn't leave any traces on her body. She was still beautiful, to the extent where she became even more cold and elegant. Was this still the Hualinger he knew? Her temperament was completely different. In the past, in the fire mulberry tree forest, she was graceful and quiet, her eyes clear like water, each day returning after picking mulberry leaves. Multicolored radiance scattered about. This place was cut off from the rest of the world, almost a life withdrawn from worldly affairs. Now, there was a black demonic imprint on her sparkling white forehead, displaying a type of sinister appearance. Her gaze was piercing, extremely cold and arrogant, carrying a type of world overlooking domineering aura. She rode on the divine wolf's back, as if a heavenly goddess descended into this world. Yet there was a type of demonic nature. She looked down on the world, cold, arrogant and imposing, her presence making many people feel like they were suffocating. "You? Are you still you?" Hao's voice was hoarse. Hualinger's pupils were deep, her entire figure carrying a wave of intimidating aura, having a type of female warrior feeling. She looked over with a cold and deep expression. The area around her was terrifying. Bird cries sounded one after another there, accompanied by raging black flames. There were true phoenixes that spread their wings and vermilion birds who moved about, all of these flame Tao symbols. Black radiance swirled about, the scene moving. "I am myself," Hualinger replied, her slender figure tall and straight, fine features powerful. Her snow-white face swirled with sparkling color, just that it carried a bit of viciousness. She wore a long black dress that fluttered with the wind. She was upright and unafraid, as if she was the powerful queen of a clan, looking down on all under the sky. She really was completely different from before. This type of temperament, this type of bearing, it was as different could be. In the surroundings, those creatures from the other side were originally wild and untamed. But now, they lowered their heads before her, extremely respectful. Hao's heart turned sore. It really wasn't her anymore. After being separated by 10,000 years, it was unknown just how many generations replaced each other in the secular world. Even for cultivators, 13,000 years was a long amount of time. At the very least, in the 9 heavens 10 earths, there weren't many who could live past 10,000 years. With the descent of the cultivationless age, there weren't many creatures left from Hao's generation. "It was me who let you down." Hao's voice was hoarse. He forcefully controlled his emotions, not letting himself erupt. The past separation in Xin province was actually eternal. fire mulberry tree forest, that was a place that carried a piece of his heart, a piece of a beautiful memory. However, when he turned around again, it instead stabbed him deeply. In the past, he left thinking that he could redeem himself gloriously. Who would have thought that this was an eternal separation, forever unable to meet again? At this time, flower petals fluttered about above, a clear fragrance scattering down. It was as brilliant as sunset radiance. When the fire mulberry flowers blossomed, he really saw her again, but it was only her body. Who did the soul belong to? They previously promised that he would pick her up from the fire mulberry forest, that they would reunite again, yet in the end, all of this became nothing. He only saw her figure, not her soul. Xianxia raised his head, releasing a great roar. Crazy winds immediately erupted here, symbols interweaving densely, forming a terrifying domain. Piu. Up ahead by the passage, many creatures from the other side exploded. Right now, when this roar of grief sounded, blasts of bloody mist exploded one after another. In the back, Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and others were all shaken. After Xianxia achieved the Tao, he rarely lost himself like his, yet now he went mad. Huolinger waved her hand, black flames covering the skies. The demonic imprint between her brows even more so flickered, restraining the voice, protecting some foreign creatures within. Do you really not recognize me? Xianxia walked forward, his voice sunken. He long made mental preparations, but when things really did turn out like this, he still found it a bit hard to accept. More than 10,000 years passed. Why did that beautiful girl no longer exist? Where did he have to look to find her? Needless to say, ever since Xianxia saw that giant wolf, he already had his suspicions. It had already been corroded by darkness matter, completely falling into depravity. When he saw Huolinger just now, his heart felt a wave of pain. He sensed the darkness aura, realizing that she was an ultra-evolved darkness being. The other side had undying matter just like immortal domain. If Huolinger was still alive, there was no need to worry about her lifespan. However, this wasn't what Xianxia was most scared of. Now, he saw that her body didn't die. At the very least, her body was the same, but was it still the same person? It wasn't. The worst thing happened. She was corroded by darkness matter, completely becoming another person. Xianxia already knew a long time ago that the other side and the darkness world had a close relationship. Even that unmatched expert Shuchuo was an ultra-evolved darkness being, a powerful existence who rose up after crossing the darkness. Now, Huolinger actually also stepped on this path. She was, without a doubt, an ultra-evolved darkness being. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to have such astonishing cultivation within such a short amount of time, becoming comparable to undying beings. In the past, when the 3,000 provinces first erupted into an age of darkness and chaos, Xianxia personally saw many creatures evolve into darkness supreme beings in just a few decades of time. Just how shocking was this speed? It was simply impossible to measure with normal reasoning. Now, after 10,000 years passed, for Huolinger to have undying level strength after undergoing darkness evolution, this wasn't something too strange. Do you even know who you are? Xianxia shouted. I am the flame phoenix of darkness. You are Huang, I presume. Huolinger was incredibly cold, as if this was the first time she met Huang, carefully sizing him up right now. Xianxia confirmed that she was completely corrupted by darkness matter, already not her original self. He felt resentment and grief. The past kind girl, Fire Clan's princess, actually fell to this extent. He couldn't accept this. He wanted to change everything. Do you have any impressions? Do you still remember me? Xianxia continued to ask. You truly are laughable. What human clan heaven's pride? Nothing more than this. This is the first time I've stepped foot in this world. Just the first time we met. Yet you ask so many strange things for no reason. Black flames jumped around Huolinger's surroundings, wrapping around her. However, it is rather peculiar. You do seem somewhat familiar, she said quietly, as if thinking to herself, an expression of confusion appearing on her face. These words, even though they were quiet, when they landed in Xianxia's ears, it was like lightning, leaving him shocked. Was there still hope? He clenched his fists. He definitely couldn't give up. No matter what, he had to do everything he could to make Hualinger recover. He was going to reverse the darkness corrosion. Even though he had never heard of anyone succeeding, he firmly believed that there was definitely a way. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Hao took action. In order to help Hualinger, he had to first capture her, make her stay at his side, and only then would there be a chance of rescuing her. Hong. Hualinger released a cold shout, not holding back at all. Black flames burned the heavens. Strong darkness matter was surging frantically, corroding Hao. Become my subordinate. Follow me at my side. Hualinger spoke in the darkness, her gaze deep and cold. Once one was corroded by darkness matter, then there really was a chance of turning into a darkness creature, becoming her vassal, her servant. Hong. However, even if these flames were special, even if the current Hualinger was extremely powerful, becoming an undying being, there was still no way she was Hao's match. Hao formed a fist imprint, blasting aside the fiery light, turning into a streak of divine rainbow, quickly closing in. He reached out a large hand, about to grab forward. Oh! The giant black wolf released a great roar, bringing Hualinger back, entering that passage. Hao couldn't hold himself back anymore. He closed in with extreme speed, rushing into that passage. Master! The Crimson Dragon shouted. Mu Qing and Zhu Lin were also worried. This was too dangerous. Hao was going to slaughter his way into the other side? Hao truly was panicking. He wanted to intercept Hualinger, keep her at his side, find a way to reverse her darkness body and make her recover her mind. Even though hope was fleeting, it was still better than just watching her continue on like this. Kill! There were many foreign cultivators inside this passage, but it was difficult for them to stop his fist. Following this fist, flesh exploded in all directions, blood splashing everywhere. Along the way, Hao killed experts from all clans, unstoppable, even killing an undying being. The front and back were connected. They were already about to reach the other side's entrance. Hong! Right at this time, a terrifying great claw reached out, striking towards Hao. It was cold and ruthless, wishing to end him here. Pooh! The void collapsed, space fading from existence. This passage broke apart inch by inch, directly collapsing. This type of power was too terrifying, the passage unable to support that existence's true body. This was, without a doubt, a half-undying king, his strength horrifying. Hao's eyes were cold and deep, inwardly feeling bitter. He quickly withdrew. Appearing behind him were Kuan Peng wings, divine phoenix wings and lightning, speed exceeding the limit. This was prepared specially to deal with me. He released a light sigh. If not for his speed exceeding imagination, he would have most likely suffered a disaster. There was an unmatched being waiting for him in the passage, ready to deliver him a killing blow. Even though Hao was shaken up, he didn't lose his calm mindset. The more it reached this type of critical juncture, the more he was able to control himself. After chasing into the passage, even though the distance between Hualinger and himself was shortened, he still didn't catch up to her. This wasn't normal. One had to understand that he had the most extreme speed under the heavens. Normal undying beings couldn't escape his pursuit. This was clearly strange, signifying that there were other dangers. That was why Hao was always on guard. His divine senses were powerful to an inconceivable degree, sensing that a disaster was descending. He immediately reacted, quickly withdrawing backwards. When Hao rushed out, the passage behind him collapsed, breaking apart. Then the great earth sunk, rubble rushing into the heavens, completely destroyed. They would have to pay a tremendous price if this passage was to be used again. That great hand couldn't cross over, stopped in the passage. After coming back, Hao remained silent for an extremely long time. He was inwardly anxious but also furious. It was clear that this was done purposely by the other side. They knew the relationship between Hualinger and himself. This was to deceive him into crossing over, and then take his life. Hao was wondering if the reason why Hualinger became an ultra-evolved darkness being was related to him. The other party purposely chose her to have her quickly evolve. Unforgivable! He released a low roar. After this battle ended, even the ghost immortals felt fear towards him, because they sensed heaven overflowing killing intent from his body, always remaining a respectful distance away. Hao returned, starting to cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to break through, to become even stronger, to slaughter his way into the other side. When he saw Hualinger in that state, he felt as if a knife was twisted in his heart. He couldn't forgive this. In the past, for the sake of waiting for him, because of that promise, Hualinger remained alone in the fire mulberry forest, always waiting for his return. However, in the end she encountered disaster. Hao entered a mad state, attacking at an even higher cultivation level. He entered the depths of the cosmos alone, vowing that he won't come back out until he achieved immortality. This area of the cosmos was extremely quiet and also extremely barren. There were only ruined star remains around him, lacking brilliant great stars. It was dark and ice-cold, many years since signs of life have appeared. "Master, are you still there?" That day, a shout sounded from the distance. This was a crimson dragon, its length several hundred zhang, winding about here, revealing an expression of worry. Hong! On a ruined great star emerged a metal steel. Then, it began to drip out blood, a person walking out from within, his body covered in wounds. Blood dripped out continuously. This was naturally Hao. Ever since he came back, he risked life and limb, cultivating here bitterly, using the void immortal gold steel to fight against himself. After several years passed, the soul lamp Hao left behind in Imperial Court became dim dozens of times, many times even completely going out. This truly frightened Imperial Court's people badly. This was especially true this time. His soul lamp really did go out, clearly completely going out. The Crimson Dragon immediately hurried over to find out what happened. "You really had us scared." The heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, and the others were also startled out of their seclusion, having me come over to check. "We really were scared that you passed on in cultivation." The Crimson Dragon released a breath of relief. "I'm fine." Hao shook his head. He dragged his ruined body out, sitting in the cosmos, devouring the essence energy all around him. Stellar brilliance became dim, surging over from the distance, entering his body. The Crimson Dragon released a cry. "You were still saying you're fine? You almost lost your life dozens of times. Master, you shouldn't put yourself at risk like this." During these past few years, there were signs of Hao almost dying dozens of times. It was obvious just how intense his cultivation was. There was the danger of passing away at any time. This was indeed the case. During these years, Hao remained in the void immortal gold steel, fighting dozens of battles against himself, both sides suffering each time, even he himself almost dying. It was to the extent where several times he entered a dead state. In the end, he used the True Phoenix Precious Technique and Willow Deity's method to revive and become reborn. Only then did he make it through. "Master, don't do this anymore. If something really happens to you, you shouldn't think that Imperial Court is flourishing. It will definitely immediately collapse," the Crimson Dragon advised. At the same time, he pointed out that if the Ghost Immortals weren't suppressed by Hao, there would be a huge disaster in the future. Meanwhile, without him being there, the seven-colored Immortal Gold Man would also definitely leave. Perhaps only those heroic spirits would remain. However, they didn't have physical bodies in the end, like duckweed without roots. "I know. Nothing will happen. I won't allow myself to die," Hao said. Even though he said this in the following hundreds of years, he continued to fight against his true self, comprehending the Tao. The void immortal gold steel was scarlet red like blood in these hundreds of years, essence blood flowing out from time to time. During the most severe instance, Hao's soul lamp completely went out. Even the restricted region lord was startled, personally coming to find Hao. In the end, they found him floating in the cosmos alone, his body cold. Mu Qing helped him drink 3 containers of immortal blood great medicine, and only then did Hao revive. "I was careless." He was apologetic. He looked towards everyone. This time, he truly worried them. Do you even know how serious this situation is? The restricted region lord was extremely stern, berating loudly. This time, it really was dangerous. If they didn't find sure how, he might truly have entered eternal rest, dying in the cosmos depths. You used up a life, died once. In the future, using this immortal blood great medicine already cannot preserve your life, the restricted region lord said seriously. This was extremely serious. Sure how already ingested undying immortal medicine, previously extending a life in the age of emperor collapse. Now, immortal blood great medicine was also useless. I know. This time, I want to achieve immortality. I won't consider these things anymore. Sure how said. When he thought about it closely, it really was extremely terrifying. He fought against himself in the void immortal gold steel, their strength the same. However, as long as he died, he really will fall. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? The void immortal gold steel was a strange treasure, truly rarely seen in the world. However, it was also dangerous. Cultivating inside by fighting oneself had the danger of sending oneself to the afterlife. During these years, Sure how always walked on a tightrope. A single moment of carelessness and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. As long as he entered the void immortal gold steel, encountered that self, there was no possibility of compromise. The two could only fight a bloody battle. It was precisely because of this that the insights gained through life and death, the comprehension through bloody battles, all of this was accumulating, slowly changing him. He wanted to achieve immortality through this type of cruel grinding. For the sake of breaking through, he basically lost a life, dying once. This life was rather short. I only lived 13,000 years. Sure how said quietly. Strictly speaking, if the age of Emperor Collapse experience was included, Sure how now lived 9 lives. Time was ruthless. Another 800 years passed. During this period, Sure how experienced endless battles without dying. He was always fighting many great battles each year, each time almost dying. This was the cruelest way of cultivation, everything for the sake of rushing into the heavens. He wanted to achieve immortality, wanted to cross the insurmountable heavenly moat through hell-like torment. He approached death over 10,000 times, basically dying. Who could endure this type of experience? Every single year like this, every month like this, gain enlightenment through the most terrifying confrontations, fight crazily against oneself. Hong! Heaven overflowing light erupted in the depths of the cosmos, making even the great star domain grow dim. What? That is. Many people were stunned, even the sleeping existences within great restricted regions becoming alarmed. All of them opened their eyes, looking towards the starry sky, into the depths of the cosmos. Immortal ascension light, illuminating past and present. How is this possible? In this cultivationless age, how can anyone achieve immortality? Forget about other cultivators, even the restricted regions released cries of alarm, finding this a bit hard to believe. However, this was reality. Immortal ascension light illuminated the universe. In that instant, a rain of light scattered down, directly sweeping towards the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was because this was the cultivationless age. Once one achieved immortality, it would be unimaginable, directly affecting the entire cosmos. All clans and sects would know. This left everyone deeply shocked. Right now, the heavens produced sweet dew, divine springs surging from the earth, countless golden lotuses appearing in the void. All types of irregular scenes that were difficult to describe appearing, this entire world becoming a sacred land. The clans were all shocked. Heaven and earth were splitting. In this cultivationless age, someone achieved immortality, defying normal reasoning. Just how difficult was this? Achieving immortality in the world of mortals, rising up in the cultivationless age, this type of difficulty was comparable to climbing the heavens, basically impossible. Even if one cultivated for an endless amount of time, it was pretty much impossible to achieve immortality in this type of age. It was too difficult. Cultivationless age, even becoming a supreme being was extremely difficult. How could one possibly achieve immortality? The entire world was shocked, erupting into commotion. Honglong. World-shocking thunder radiance descended, making the cultivators of all clans quickly close their mouths, immediately becoming quiet. It was because that lightning radiance was too terrifying. Even though they were extremely far away, it still left them inwardly shaken. This was primal chaos thunder radiance, immortal Tao lightning. There was too much of it, densely packed, drowning that starry sky. Gotcha! In that instant, the star domain was completely destroyed, no longer existing. In the immortal radiance, in the primal chaos, Xianxia moved with extreme speed, rushing towards the realm grave. He made his way through the ancient world formed from ruined worlds, achieving immortality here. Otherwise, he was scared that this universe would be directly blasted through and destroyed. That lightning radiance was too terrifying. According to the information he learned from the bone books, his immortal ascension tribulation would be even more fierce than what true immortals normally faced, even more terrifying. Kill! Xianxia released a great shout, doing everything he could to resist this immortal tribulation. At the same time, he was on guard, checking if any darkness or inauspiciousness would appear. In the past, Great Elder failed within sight of success, ultimately ending up being corroded by darkness and inauspiciousness. Thunder radiance surged endlessly. In the end, the immortal killing guillotine appeared again. Xianxia spent several days crossing this great tribulation. The scene as terrifying could be, incomparably horrifying. This was immortal ascension tribulation, destroying many ruined worlds in realm grave. Wherever the lightning passed, many ruined ancient realms would turn to nothing, completely blasted to pieces. In the end, the sea of reincarnation within Xianxia's abdomen shone, the Tao palaces within his inner viscera releasing scripture sounds. His 4 limbs corresponding to 4 extremes operated divine force, a great dragon rushing out from his back, entering the heavens, releasing a draconic cry, shaking the 9 heavens. In the end, his skull became extremely brilliant, an endless rain of light appearing, the immortal platform within rumbling with noise. Xianxia used the body as a seed, creating his own method. Right now, the 5 great secret realms, Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palaces, for extremes, Dragon Transformation and Immortal Platform, all of them resonated, releasing dazzling immortal light. He successfully crossed tribulation, becoming an immortal Tao domain expert. Achieving immortality in the world of mortals made him far greater than similar ranked individuals in immortal domain. He could sweep through all enemies in the world, possessing immeasurable divine might. I've waited too long for this day, Xianxia spoke. His mortal core was cleansed, the surface of his body swirling with brilliance, immortal radiance hazy. He possessed immeasurable fighting strength. Now, Xianxia's flesh was perfect, his primordial spirit imperishable, magical force surging without end. He achieved immortal Tao within the cultivationless age. He finally achieved immortality. Xianxia had waited just way too long for this day. The years of cultivation were ruthless, his loved ones, his friends, his lovers. He had missed out on just too much on this path. For cultivation, he endured the torment of loneliness, each seclusion lasting hundreds to over 1,000 years. It was to the extent where, in the age of emperor collapse, more than 10,000 years easily passed. For normal people, how could this be endured? Fortunately, the hundreds of thousands of years were lost during the age of emperor collapse, or else if it was carried out in the present world, it would be even more cruel. Those who achieved immortality rarely reached perfection in the mortal world. A single instance of seclusion and the blue sea would have turned to mulberry fields. At that time, what loved ones, what wife and children, most of them were already parted eternally by death. Even if it was Xianxia, what could he do? He achieved immortality, but what about his parents, his Tao companion, his child? They were all buried in Stone Village. He couldn't see them again. Just the thought alone left him with sadness. The emotions and desires of mortals, the 100 faces of the secular world, these are essential things to life. Meanwhile, I've lost so much, Xianxia said to himself. The moment he achieved immortality, he didn't feel any emotional fluctuations. No happiness. Instead, disappointment and frustration. He continued all this way, Only on the day he achieved immortality did he understand what he missed out on, what he lost, what he regretted. Immortal ascension, sigh. Xianxia felt a bit pained. Back then, he entered the 9 heavens precisely to reach the peak of cultivation, leaving Xin Province's fire mulberry fields, parting with Hualinger. Now, how could he not feel any regret? Hualinger already became like that. Her flesh was still there. But what about her soul? Where exactly was she? Xianxia knew that in the following period, perhaps he might lose even more. There would be times when even true immortals were powerless, when he had to watch as the people at his side died one after another, passing away under the passage of time. Even if he achieved immortality, there was no avoiding the loneliness of the world, the solitude of being alone. Wang! The void trembled lightly. In the darkness, crack after crack appeared. A demonic mist that was entirely pitch black like ink appeared, constructing a passage. This was a move from the side of darkness. Kill! Xianxia released a great roar. A fist smashed out, immortal light surging, accompanied by endless auspicious brilliance, smashing that place apart with a loud noise. He hated the darkness corrosion bitterly. If it wasn't for the cultivationless age completely descending, making the creatures of darkness feel restraining fear, preventing them from easily invading, he might have experienced great issues during his immortal ascension. Back then, this was how Great Elder died, falling to darkness. Xianxia achieved immortality in the secular world. This time, not even darkness, matter, and inauspiciousness could stop his advance. How many years has it been? This is an immortal born in the world of mortals, truly achieving immortal Tao status in an age where immortal ascension is impossible. Just how strong is his strength? It is definitely greater than other true immortals. Within a restricted region, a creature released a light sigh. Imperial court erupted into commotion. He achieved immortality. Xianxia was now a true immortal, able to look down on all experts in this world. He really rose up. From now on, he didn't have to worry about the corrosion of time, able to coexist with the world. For Imperial Court, the significance of this was too great. If Xianxia possessed long life, existed with the world, then that meant that Imperial Court's inheritance could continue eternally without perishing. The Ghost Immortals, the 2 true immortal-level heroic spirits, and the 7-colored immortal gold man all immediately rushed into the depths of the cosmos, witnessing Xianxia's miracle. The heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, Emperor Butterfly, and others all moved as well, rushing here. However, shortly afterwards they stopped again because they noticed abnormalities. The immortal light there was dazzling, auspicious multicolored light shining in endless streaks, completely surrounding this place. It was just too dazzling. What is that? Many people were startled. Even the Ghost Immortals and 7-colored Immortal Gold Man's pupils contracted, really wishing to dive over. That type of radiance was extremely dazzling and also extremely peaceful, as if a treasure was appearing in this world. In the depths of the cosmos, Xianxia sat there, saying to himself, "Turns out it was like this." After achieving immortality, he sensed something. When he operated the true primordial record, it reacted with Supreme Hall's Snow White case, which was also the mountain treasure that appeared near Stone Village. Then, this case actually merged together with Stone Village's white cauldron, becoming sparkling and translucent. It was just too sudden. This was the small white cauldron gifted to Xianxia by the 5-colored sparrow, previously used to seal his own child. However, now, that little fellow was sealed in divine origin liquid, sealed up in Stone Village. This cauldron was kept by Xianxia at his side. Now, after he achieved immortality, it underwent such a huge transformation. When I operated the true primordial record, it also startled the mountain treasure and the little white cauldron, the 2 merging after they made contact. Could it be? Xianxia was moved. He was extremely shocked, and also extremely hopeful. Time flowed on. In the end, the precious case merged with the small cauldron, immediately becoming perfect. The bottom and cauldron walls no longer had caved in areas, instead becoming smooth, completely filled. This was a cauldron, completely the same as the bone material of the true primordial record, snow white like jade. The mountain treasure disappeared. The surface of the small cauldron was covered in diagram symbols. Symbols were everywhere. There was an ancient method recorded on it, still extremely ancient, extremely simple. Transcendence piece. Shurehao's eyes erupted with divine brilliance, revealing an expression of shock. This really was searching everywhere. But then what he looked for suddenly appeared when he turned his head. There was a period when Shuhao searched everywhere, looking for this piece of secret technique, but in the end didn't find anything. Who would have thought that it was right by his side? The true primordial record was divided into 3 pieces, the upper piece divine guidance, the middle piece transcendence, and the last piece which was unknown. Shuhao stared at this small cauldron, examining it carefully, engraving all of the ancient symbols in his heart. Then he closed his eyes, starting to study them. After who knew how much time passed, he opened his eyes. The transcendence piece was extraordinary after all. It still used the most simple, fundamental symbols of the world to construct great Tao profound mysteries. The so-called transcendence was to cross over through the bitter sea of the world of mortals, and then ultimately become everlasting and imperishable, forever living in this world. There was no concrete method, only simple and ancient Tao, using the world's most basic symbols to construct this world's various secrets, expound on the great Tao's characteristics. I've achieved immortality already, it doesn't have much meaning for me. However, the two-sided verification still granted me much enlightenment. The transcendence piece was extremely mysterious and also extremely powerful. It was a true unmatched great method. The ghost immortals and 7-colored immortal gold man stared from afar, looking at the white cauldron in front of Shuhao's body, their eyes brilliant, inwardly swallowing. However, they still endured it. This was Huang's belonging. They truly didn't dare fight over it. Years passed one after another. In a flash, another millennia passed. Shuhao not only strengthened his own cultivation, he was also comprehending great methods. Hong Long Long. Heaven and earth made great movements, primal chaos surging. In this place, an indistinct figure was seated, accompanied by endless radiance. He slowly opened his eyes. I've settled a worry, left behind my path, my inheritance. This way, even if something unexpected happens, it doesn't matter anymore. There will be a successor to take my place. Shuhao said to himself, actually speaking these words. Immediately afterwards, endless thunder radiance poured down, actually even more terrifying than the one emerging after crossing immortal tribulation. Shuhao's voice resounded through this heaven and earth, shaking up the 9 heavens 10 earths, echoing through the world. Sure enough, it was even more terrifying than when he achieved immortality. Human body secret realm, sea of reincarnation. When he released a great roar, the entire world trembled. Everyone saw a sea rise and fall in the depths of the cosmos, a sea of life accompanied by death energy. Human body secret realm, Tao palaces. When this roar sounded, scripture noises shook the world. In that instant, it suppressed all of the scriptures the cultivators were currently cultivating, as if there was a type of great Tao ringing through the mortal world. That day, the creatures who cultivated in seclusion were all startled, all of them making some breakthroughs. This really was terrifying. How could it be like this? Human body secret realm, 4 extremes. After a great roar sounded, the worlds for extremes shook greatly, as if endless power descended, becoming primal chaos, rushing into the heavens and moving the earth. Even in the restricted region, there were ancient creatures who were shocked, saying, "This is the creation of a method, completely walking his own path. Now that he created this method, it is interfering with the trajectory of the great Tao, affecting the cultivation progress of others when studying scriptures." Some of the creatures in the restricted regions were truly startled. This was simply inconceivable. Someone was creating a method, but it was different from the past. This person stepped on an entirely different path. During the initial part of this method's creation, it was simply like commanding the world. This type of irregular scene would appear whenever a type of system first started, making even the world feel fear. Dragon transformation. When these words sounded, a draconic cry sounded between heaven and earth, the entire world trembling. Everyone continuously shook, a great dragon rising up into the sky from behind them. Immortal platform. Following these two words, the world resonated and the great Tao rumbled. Not only did the radiance in this world become resplendent, even the dark cosmos became bright. The various places were all like this because the heads of creatures from all clans were shining, as if there was a type of Tao flame that was ignited, a seed buried within. Too powerful. This type of method is extremely frightening. Even before it has been inherited, all clans are already resonating with it. It is the same as planting a Tao seed in everyone's hearts. Only when this type of technique first appears will there be this type of terrifying irregular scene. The restricted regions couldn't remain calm anymore. Even the ancient experts who were slumbering were roused awake, unable to help but wake up, returning to this world. Xianxia obtained the transcendence piece, allowing him to finally perfect his own method. Even without the body as a seed, those of later generations could still cultivate. He completed this path. An unprecedented path was created, one that started from the sea of reincarnation. Once this type of method was completed, the effects would be too great. That was why the heavenly tribulation that descended was even more terrifying than that of immortal ascension. Back then, when he created the method, there was already devastating lightning tribulation that descended, almost destroying his body and spirit, let alone this time. However, the current Xianxia was already on a whole different level than before. He achieved immortality. Compared to before, it was unknown just how many times more powerful he became. In the following decades, Xianxia remained under lightning radiance. He was blasted until his entire body was scorched black several times, even his immortal body cracking, blood splashing over the world. However, he made it through each time. The amount of times he became injured was fewer and fewer, his body gradually shining, becoming incredibly sturdy. Of course, later on, this heavenly tribulation also changed, becoming stronger. One time he was seriously injured, but he recovered once again. After endless tempering, a whole century of time passed just like that. Xianxia spent this entire time under heavenly tribulation. Just how terrifying of a matter was this? Such a thing had never been heard of before. When had there ever been a heavenly tribulation that continued for 100 years? It was all because the effects this time were too great, disturbing the balance of the world. A different type of path, a completely different system appeared just like that, shaking up the great world. This was heaven-defying. After being bathed in flames of thunder for 100 years, scorched for a century, lingering between life and death, after finally making it through, Xianxia's Tao skills surged. This was the same as undergoing a complete transformation and sublimation, stabilizing his secular immortality foundation, moreover strengthening him further. These 100 years of time were comparable to cultivating for tens of thousands of years. It was because this time was spent under heavenly tribulation. This path, for the creator of this type of cultivation system, after successfully making it through, the benefits obtained would be unimaginable. Even the people in restricted regions were sighing, a bit envious. They recalled that, in the age of Emperor Collapse, there was someone who established an ancient method. In the end, it was rumored that his achievement almost took him directly into the immortal king realm, able to overlook all. It is time for me to head out. Xianxia opened his eyes, his gaze like two immortal swords, tearing through the void. He erased all of the heavenly tribulation lightning, his body imperishable, sturdy and unbreakable. He decided that it was time to head to the other side. Xianxia took a step out. Primal chaos scattered. He directly returned from the depths of the cosmos to Imperial Court. Stars swirled and stellar streams shook, the power astonishing. Master! The Crimson Dragon greeted him. The Ghost Immortals, 2 heroic spirits and the 7-colored immortal gold man all returned from the cosmos, inwardly incredibly shocked. 100 years of tribulation, what kind of scene was this? It was something that had never happened before. The creator of a method shoulders the great fate of heaven and earth, destined to shine brilliantly. His future accomplishments are limitless. There were immediately restricted region creatures who congratulated him, bringing over great gifts, including divine medicines in medicine containers, as well as all types of divine pills and other things. This was something completely unprecedented. The restricted regions actually sent over people to congratulate him, acting with such formality. That day, Hao politely refused all those who paid him a visit. He summoned Mu Qing, Heavenly Horned Ant and others into the central giant palace. He now officially passed on the doctrines. A finger pointed out, an immortal Tao engraving appearing, engraved in their heads so they would never forget. Master, we have already cultivated the present world methods and immortal ancient methods, long becoming familiar with them. If we are to change our paths now, would it still be suitable? The Crimson Dragon asked. The lightning spirit hesitated. If it changed their paths, what exactly would happen? The system I am passing down is something you all only need to remember. You can use it as reference. If it is not suitable, you can pass it down onto your successors. Hao said. I will learn it. Mu Qing said. He had powerful faith in this system, believing in Hao's incredible ability. It was because not long ago, when Hao roared out the names of the 5 secret realms, the irregular scenes that happened between heaven and earth were too terrifying. When the final 2 words immortal platform sounded, the heads of all creatures shone, as if there was a Tao seed buried within. How could this type of inheritance be ordinary? It was definitely a heaven-defying path. I will also learn it. The Crimson Dragon no longer hesitated, making his decision. Hao didn't say anything more. After passing on the method, he was going to head into the other side, settle some of his most cherished desires. He couldn't allow Hualinger to completely fall into darkness. He had to bring her over. At the same time, there was great Elder Meng Tianjing. If he was still in the other side, then he had to rescue him. It was clear that desolate borders, uninhabited regions path couldn't be taken. As long as he charged through, it would be the same as telling the entire other side that he was slaughtering his way over. It would be too obvious. He prepared to head to Great Scarlet Sky Border. Search for a path there. Are you really insisting on going? The restricted region lord came. He released a light sigh, full of worry. Hao created a method. This was a great event. Something that could be sensed even from the borders of the cosmos, the effects just too great. This entire world produced irregular scenes for him, releasing holy splendor. It was impossible for others to not know about what happened. I don't wish for anything unexpected to happen to you. I want you to continue living, and then come back safely, the restricted region lord said. Hao nodded, telling him not to worry. He wouldn't die in the other side no matter what. He still had things to do. Even he himself sensed that after the method creation was complete, his great Tao path became increasingly vast. A brilliant level road was right before his eyes. Secretly enter from Yu Heaven. In the end, the restricted region lord pointed out a path. That path was in Yu Heaven, not something that belonged to the most recent 2 great eras, instead an ancient path that had been left behind endless years ago. It had long been sealed for an endless amount of time. Apart from an old monster like the restricted region lord, no one in the present world knew about it. Hao bowed respectfully. Apart from this, what more could he even say? Before leaving, he called over Mu Qing and the others, secretly telling them that he was heading to the other side, having them be more careful during this period of time. Then, he even more so began to lecture them, explaining his own method and Tao in even more detail than last time. This path couldn't be broken. He wished for this system to be passed down. He planned to head into the other side, but he didn't want to alarm them, making them notice his arrival. He declared that he was entering seclusion cultivation to the outside world. In reality, the first place he went to was fallen Immortal Ridge, arriving outside this place again. He transmitted sound again, saying that he wished to enter and examine the imperishable scripture. That day, fallen Immortal Ridge's reply was different. This place remained quiet for a long time. In the end, someone came out inviting Hao in. The restricted regions all sent people to congratulate Hao, just too shocked at his creation of a different cultivation system. This time, after he arrived at fallen Immortal Ridge again, the treatment he received was entirely different as expected. This time, no one stopped him, no one challenged or provoked him. The method is recorded on that stone wall. Please do as you please. Fallen immortal ridges people were cold. They allowed Xianxia to observe it, but their attitudes weren't all that great, feeling like the clan attached too much importance to this later generation youngster. Xianxia cupped his hands, not acting ostentatiously. He originally thought that the other party would allow him to observe it. If they didn't, he didn't plan to push further either. Worthy of being the imperishable scripture, Xianxia closed his eyes for a long time. When he finally opened them, with a schwa noise, radiance shocked the heavens, tearing apart the sky. This was an unmatched great method. It could refine the flesh, temper the bones, make one sturdy and imperishable, eternally inextinguishable. There were recordings stating that even if one were to die one day, their body still wouldn't break, able to continue living. Even after millions of years passed, their flesh could still recreate their primordial spirit. This was just too sinister. Even after he died, his primordial spirit scattered. His flesh could still recreate a true self. One had to understand that this was a true self and not another primordial spirit being produced. Still him. Xianxia stood here for 10 days. His eyes closed, harmonizing the imperishable scripture with his own method and Tao, obtaining completely new insights, his benefits not small. Finally, he disappeared. Many people thought that he went into seclusion. In reality, he went to Yu heaven. Just like great scarlet sky and immeasurable heaven, it was one of the 9 heavens. He found historical remains that had countless ruined bones buried here, a bit of immortal Tao mist still being released. One could see just how terrifying that battle was. In the end, he found a formation in the underground ruins. He undid the seal, following a black crack, making his way through. 2 months later, Xianxia's body was covered in blood, dragging out a weary body. He entered the other side from that difficult and dangerous ancient path. When he entered the other side again, he sighed with endless emotion. In the past, he had been sold by Jin Taijun, viewed as an abandoned child, sent to the other side, enduring great humiliation. He almost died in this world. Now he came again. However, this time he took the initiative to slaughter his way over. What kind of place is this? Xianxia moved slowly. He was trying to find his current location, ascertain where he was. This region had flourishing plant life and majestic mountains. There was actually undying energy lingering about, comparable to the immortal energy of immortal domain, extremely rich. At the same time, he sensed an extraordinary aura that carried a bit of fragrance. This was the distinct smell of divine medicines or immortal medicines, currently fluttering about this place. Just what kind of place did he arrive at exactly? Xianxia was confused. He directly headed inside. This region was not simple, protected by formations. Otherwise, with his cultivation, a single thought and he would travel who knew how much distance, everything appearing in his mind. Xianxia approached. He was now a great formation master. This type of ancient formation wasn't an issue for him. Sure enough, there was a volcano in the depths of the mountain range that was extremely important. There were many spiritual medicines in its surroundings. Divine light flickered. This place was a sacred ancient land. That volcano was even more extraordinary. Inside the magma was a stalk of grass that looked like a stick, straight and upright, releasing dazzling radiance. It was entirely golden-colored, even more brilliant than a sun. A true stalk of yang return grass? Xianxia was stunned, a bit confused. He actually managed to find this type of thing? It was like a golden sun, releasing extremely brilliant radiance, rarely seen in the world. This stalk of grass was incredibly holy, just too dazzling. In the end, Xianxia was still doubtful. This really might be yang return grass. It wasn't a stalk of immortal medicine, yet was better than immortal medicine, able to save one's life, bring them back from reincarnation. The value of this medicine was too astonishing. Just the name alone explained its effects. Xianxia studied it for a long time. After being certain of the formation situation here, he carefully approached this stalk of grass. Clearly had a spirit wishing to scream out. In the end, it was sealed by him and then directly dug out, tossed into a spatial artifact. The value of this medicine was too great. Just this grass alone meant that this trip of his was not done in vain. When Xianxia walked out of this mountain range, leaving the formation, he revealed a strange expression. There was an ancient cave on the other side that released undying energy. There was someone seated there, cultivating. How did you walk out? Who are you? You dare enter the pure land where Scarlet King raised great medicine? Brazen, the creature in the cave shouted. This was an undying being. He was seated here precisely to guard this pure land. To be more precise, it was precisely to guard the young return grass. Scarlet King. Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. There were just too many legends pertaining to Scarlet King. Some said that he used the Scarlet King furnace to refine the 9 Heavenside's immortal king, but he himself was also seriously injured, always in seclusion, never appearing in this entire great era. Could it be that something great really did happen to Scarlet King, causing him to always remain in seclusion? Xiao said to himself. Then he sneered. If this was the case, he definitely couldn't leave the stalk of yang return grass for him, because it would be extremely useful. Hong! The two took action at almost the same time. That undying being was enraged. A mysterious person entered their pure land, leaving him resentful. What kind of place was this? It was Scarlet King's great medicinal land. How could outsiders dare approach? Pooh! This undying being was shocked. Under Xiao's strike, that arm turned into a blast of bloody mist. He just released a furious shout. Yet in the end, he discovered that the great hand already wrapped around him, seizing him within. He was horrified. Why was this youngster this strong? With a raise of his hand, he was already captured. It was too terrifying. Speak. What kind of place is this? Xiao asked. He knew that this type of interrogation was useless. He was just trying to divert the other party's attention while he secretly already took action, refining his primordial spirit, wishing to know everything. Pooh! This undying being's forehead exploded, his primordial spirit shattering, directly losing his life. This wasn't done by Xiao, but was rather an effort by this person to take him down with him when the primordial spirit exploded. However, Xiao still learned where this place was from the primordial spirit fragments. This was an ancestral land of the Scarlet King bloodline. Scarlet King indeed encountered a great issue, ending up in a half-living, half-dead state even after all these years, sleeping in the ancestral land, always waiting for a chance to revive. Scarlet King, it really was your old nest? Cold light flashed past Xiao's eyes. Scarlet King used the Scarlet King furnace to refine an immortal king, refine his essence blood, his methods ruthless. Now, Xiao actually entered his place of seclusion. Xiao didn't leave, directly continuing forward to Scarlet King's place of residence. He withdrew his aura, moving forward like a specter. It was because he wanted to kill Scarlet King. You are half alive yet still not dead. You better not let me find you, or else I'll just send you on your way, Xiao said coldly. Scarlet King was an undying king known for his viciousness. Regardless of whether it was in the foreign realm or the 9 heavens, he could be considered an unrivaled expert. There was no need to doubt his strength. Daring to refine an immortal king during a decisive battle, using him to help himself, there was only a single person capable of this. It was rumored that he was waiting for a chance to devour all of the Tao fruits of that immortal king he refined in the Scarlet King furnace. His plans not as simple as just seizing his vitality. This was a terrifying existence who was incredibly bold. He wanted to break through the immortal king realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sunk into his current predicament. It was because the reason why he was half living, half dying was because he was waiting for a chance to be reborn, gain new life. He wanted to break through his past shackles, establish a brand new glorious age. He wanted to break through the level of king and rise up above. The Scarlet King clan occupied an extremely vast amount of space. Along the way, Xiao saw more than a single giant city. They were all extremely vigorous, some even larger than Imperial Pass, built from star remains. There were some cities made of metal that floated in the skies above. They were surrounded in chaotic energy, suppressing this ancient land, preventing undying energy from leaking out. at the same time gathering the heaven and earth essence from all directions. Xianxia continued forward, arriving at this clan's ancestral land. This place was too peaceful. There was no giant city, no unmatched cave dwelling, only a small city built against a mountain. If not for the rich undying energy here, it would be hard to imagine this to be Scarlet King's place of seclusion. A great era even already passed. Yet there was still no sign of him, no activity. Even this clan themselves wondered if Scarlet King could still appear in this world. If it was a normal person, they definitely wouldn't be able to reach this place. However, Xianxia was too strong, passing through many dangerous places, also avoiding the areas where undying beings patrolled, slowly approaching Scarlet King's place of seclusion. There was an even greater reason for his successful advance. After a great era passed, there was still no one who saw Scarlet King appear, not even a bit of activity, so even this clan themselves became numb. This place had never changed for such a long time, the same year in and year out. It was like this for an entire great era, so everyone became a bit complacent, long becoming lazy in their patrolling. However, this small earthen city was still a restricted area. Normally speaking, not even the clan's direct descendants were allowed to step foot in here. They weren't allowed to disturb Scarlet King's cultivation. In this place, there were only a few followers that were in charge of this place's maintenance. There were a few figures scattered about at the city gate entrance, in charge of guarding this place. Those people weren't all that vigilant, extremely lazy. It was because guarding this place was just dry and dull. They faced this restricted region all day, yet they didn't dare make any loud noises, only able to doze off, sit here and pass their time. Xianxia entered the city, sneaking inside, heading towards the most ancient and grand manor. Inside a low stone mountain, there was a tall courtyard wall surrounding that place, endless undying energy swirling around it. It was rumored that Scarlet King was cultivating in seclusion precisely by the earth cave that Stone Mountain suppressed. After he came here, Xianxia became careful. After all, the other party was an undying king. Even though he was in a feigned dead state, he was most likely still extremely dangerous. However, he really didn't want to let this chance go. If he could kill Scarlet King, then that would really be a great achievement, a great event that would shock endless time. Undying kings were just too difficult to kill. Any one of them able to move heaven and earth, destroy realms, their power unmatched, truly unrivaled in this world, their vicious might unequaled. A single undying king was enough to wipe out all the creatures in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Their destructive force was just too great. In front of the manor, a creature was currently lazily basking under the sun, as lazy could be. It rested there, not even wanting to move. It already saw Xianxia, a look of shock appearing on its face. It opened its mouth, wishing to ask him something, but in the end, it didn't move at all, only staring at him with a strange expression. Xianxia didn't reveal his true body. His body was indistinct. He walked here, releasing supreme being aura, hiding his true cultivation. Since he appeared, he naturally wanted to capture this creature, find out this place's secrets. During this process, he already produced several formation banners, sealing up this region. Time Beast? Xianxia's mind jumped. This was the original body of the Scarlet King bloodline, this clan's direct descendant. However, he didn't sense any undying aura from the other party's body. He believed that just a single move was enough to destroy the other party. Xianxia pressed forward, staring at this Time Beast. It was entirely scarlet red. It had the head of a flood dragon and the body of a lion, yet its body wasn't covered in fur or scales, but rather scarlet bone spurs. They were tough, flickering with ice-cold brilliance. This was one of history's most terrifying clans. Time Beast. They grasped time, completely unstoppable. From the past until now, there weren't many special methods of dealing with them. They were regarded as an undefeated clan. Being looked down at by an unfamiliar cultivator made the Time Beast's expression go cold. A faint pressure was released from its body. It coldly asked, "Who are you?" "A solo cultivator. I heard Scarlet King was cultivating in seclusion here, so I came in search of treasure." Xianxia's eyes flickered with radiance. Unbridled. How can this be a place you can approach? The time beast's face sunk. Just an abandoned land. Scarlet King most likely died countless years ago. Your time beast clan already falling off the divine altar. It's not as if my clan doesn't have an undying king. So how can my visit today be considered anything major? Sure, how wasn't in a rush at all. Speaking nonsense in a deadly earnest manner. Scarlet King's place of seclusion, is it really a place you dare randomly enter? Even if you have an unmatched being behind you, he still has to come with his head lowered, admit his crimes, unable to protect you. Just follow me back to the clan to accept death. I'll give you a chance to die a bit easier. The time beast said coldly. Its cultivation didn't seem to be that great, but it had a type of arrogance, making one feel as if they were far superior, looking at How with an attitude of looking down on a mortal. If Scarlet King came here and said these things, then it is still acceptable. However, even you dare point fingers and pass judgment on everything? Order the world. How said in mockery. Then he moved forward, reaching out a large hand. It was faint golden in color, directly seizing that scarlet ancient beast. Chi! The time beast was too shocked. Time fragments fluttered about. Even though its cultivation still wasn't that profound, it avoided How's attack. This left him shocked. What cultivation level was he currently at? He already achieved immortality in the mortal world. A creature whose cultivation realm was even lower than his own could actually evade this strike. This really wasn't a simple matter. The most shocking thing was that this time beast broke through all the shackles of the formations he applied, directly rushing towards the stone mountain in the manor. How was alarmed, thinking that this was bad. He was careless by not using immortal force. If this time beast escaped the region this formation sealed down, then everything would be exposed. Chi! He didn't feel any restraining fear, opening his mouth and spitting out a streak of sword light. A resplendent stellar stream shone resplendently, immortal energy surging, drawing out a world-shocking trajectory, tearing apart the void, hacking forward. Pooh! Blood radiance splashed out. How used his own great magical force, spurring on his innate origin essence, creating an unmatched immortal sword, hacking off half of the time beast's body. Ayo! The time beast was furious, releasing a low roar, its body distorted, time swirling about, time itself turning into tangible matter, wrapping around it. It leapt out of the formation, entering the stone mountain. It then disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was extremely strange. The time beast's cultivation still wasn't sufficient, not entering the undying domain, yet it could escape. This even made How reveal an expression of shock. Shwa! He picked up that half of the body from the ground, storing it away to research time natural laws later. Of course, in the end, he would definitely roast and eat it. It wasn't the first time he did this type of thing. In the past, he had killed Scarlet King's descendant Chimenghong. Hong! That stone mountain trembled, releasing hazy chaotic energy. It was just too rich, undying energy was surging crazily, that place shaking intensely. How's expression changed. He really wanted to slaughter his way over, but he knew that he had already alarmed this place. Even if Scarlet King was half alive and half dead, once he was startled, he likely couldn't kill him anymore. This was the time beast's ancestral land. All types of formations were laid here. There was a sea of experts from this clan outside. Once they all acted out, there would definitely be powerful individuals from other clans that would come in assistance. How frowned. He left, moving quickly. Sure enough, a terrifying aura surged behind him. A fiery red, undying furnace appearing in the skies, rising and falling there. That was the Scarlet King furnace, shaking past and present. It was precisely this artifact that had suppressed and killed an immortal king. Moreover, later on sealed him inside and refined him. Right now, with a light shake, a few great stars fell down, smashing into the mountains and rivers. Then, two gray-clad individuals appeared, their bodies shriveled, standing in the skies. With just a single breath from them, many stars were swallowed, refined into essence energy, entering their bodies. These were two old servants of Scarlet King, cultivating in seclusion with him. After endless years, they had always remained asleep, but now, they were alarmed, appearing in this world. With a single step from how the sun and moon swirled about. He crossed an endless amount of distance, transferring immortal Tao power, leaving the Time Beast clan's ancient land. If not because he already achieved immortality, there was no way for him to immediately leave this place. He would be suppressed by the great furnace behind him, even more so discovered by the two old servants. I have to move quickly. Bring back Hualinger to the 3,000 provinces first. Hao frowned. Otherwise, there would likely be unforeseen changes that might make it hard for him to leave. He inwardly rejoiced that he acted a bit more carefully, saying he was from another undying family. Otherwise, he would have directly exposed himself. Despite this being the case, not long afterwards, there might still be some traces revealed. It was because that Time Beast really was too extraordinary, actually startling the reborn Scarlet King, making him activate the Scarlet King furnace. This was extremely shocking. If it wasn't because its cultivation was insufficient, I really would have thought that it was Scarlet King himself, Hao said to himself. He quickly left into the distance, entering the vast foreign great land, continuously going deeper. He wanted to investigate where the past Xin province was now. If he wanted to find Hualinger, he naturally had to head to Xin province. When he thought back to the past, Hao began to sigh with emotion. In the past, he came as a prisoner, his life and death decided by a thought from the other party. Now, he took the initiative to slaughter his way over. Not long afterwards, Hao learned exactly where Xin province was. This wasn't some secret. Back then, Undying King Anlin went crazy. When the two realms ultimately became isolated, he paid a great price to reach out a sky-covering great hand, crushing imperial pass walls, entering the 3,000 provinces and seizing Xin province. Now, Xin province was in the central region. This region was extremely terrifying, having several Undying Kings overseeing it. Included among them were Undying King Anlin, Undying King Shichuo, as well as the terrifyingly old Undying King Wushuang. They had already experienced many great eras. Hao was always wondering just what there was beneath Xin province, what the other side was looking for, if they got what they wanted. When he approached Xin province, the entire other side produced shocking changes, raising heaven overflowing great waves that far exceeded his imagination. Scarlet King's bloodline went crazy. A countless great army was surging, wishing to challenge all clans. The Emperor clans all received warnings and summons, demanding the examination of their clans' outstanding geniuses and experts, wishing to give Scarlet King's bloodline an explanation. What explanation? The clans were all a bit stunned. For the Time Beast clan to be this angry, crazily threatening all clans, not hesitating to start a war, there was definitely something huge that happened. What was it that could make an Emperor clan become like this? Nobody could figure it out. Could it be that the Scarlet King furnace was lost? This was impossible. Which experts have left their clans during this period, not in their clans? Which geniuses are normally reckless? Hurry and report all of this. Scarlet King bloodline's undying beings were furious, threatening all clans, demanding they immediately tell them this information. Only 2 days later did Hao find out such a huge event took place in this foreign realm. Such a huge thing happened. While the instigator of all of this was him. Didn't I just chop up a Time Beast? There is no reason for Scarlet King's bloodline to be this furious, this crazy, right? They actually threatened all the great clans. Ready to even go to war. Hao was confused. He began to suspect if that Time Beast was Scarlet King's own child. This type of thing might make sense if I cut up Scarlet King, but that's not realistic at all. Scarlet King isn't that weak. I really failed due to a lack of a final effort. Hao said with a sigh. He was regretful that he couldn't charge straight in, letting that damn Time Beast ruin everything. It really is regretful. I really wanted to kill that Scarlet King. This storm exceeded the imaginations of all clans. After 2 days, all of Scarlet King bloodline's undying beings came out, even Scarlet King's son emerging, frantically seizing suspicious people from all clans. All of those who couldn't clearly state what they did in the past few days were targeted. Those people were all baffled. The Emperor clans obviously refused to be pushed around, some exceptional experts appearing, asking about this matter, demanding an explanation from Scarlet King bloodline. However, Scarlet King bloodline's attitude was extremely unyielding, insisting that if it was a battle they wanted, then so be it. This made all of the clans realize the severity of the issue, all of them sending out ambassadors, heading to the Time Beast's important places, trying to find out just what exactly happened. This clan's people wanted to start a clan war, not hesitating to exhaust hundreds of thousands to millions of the clan's accumulation. What did this signify? Many people shivered inwardly, all of them frightened. It had been 2 days since Xianxia entered Xin province. It was a ghastly sight. This entire province was corroded by darkness. Moreover, after 10,000 years passed, they had their own history. They were loyal to the other side, full of murderous intent and fierceness, already transformed into a core. If the other side was going to launch a large-scale invasion of the 9 heavens 10 earths again, they would be at the vanguard. How vicious! The expression in Xianxia's eyes was cold. Xin province was finished. They were previously treated as descendants with sinners' blood flowing through them. Even with desolate borders 7 kings taking the lead, they still all died, basically completely slaughtered. When darkness matter was used to corrode them, even though their flesh still existed, still living, were these still the same people? It was already unknown who they were. Xin province was more vast than the lower realm's 8 regions. There were so many creatures, yet not a single one of them was able to narrowly and luckily escape, all of them falling to such a miserable state. The day will come when I will end you all, Xianxia vowed, looking towards the ancestral land where some undying kings resided. Xin province didn't have Hualinger. Xianxia left this place. During these 2 days he learned a lot of information, knowing where she headed. Dao Comprehension Mountain. This truly is a coincidence. Xianxia laughed, only it was a bit cold. Back then, he had also headed to that place. There was a Dao Comprehension tea tree growing there. Every so often, it would produce leaves, able to assist in one's cultivation, drawing countless heroes over. This time it was different. Because chaotic times were starting, this foreign realm was accumulating power, preparing to go out for war at any time. A group of powerful and extremist individuals were surging with hot blood, gathering at Dao Comprehension Mountain. These individuals' power ranged from self-release realm cultivators all the way up to undying beings, having individuals of all levels. It was because Dao Comprehension Mountain's tea leaves had matured, so they chose to gather here, drink immortal tea and discuss greater matters, preparing to set out at a suitable time. This time, we definitely have to slaughter our way into immortal domain. The darkness turmoil is about to start. What immortal kings? In the end, they are going to be dealt with. Not a single one left behind. Everyone, please remain clear-headed. Before slaughtering our way into immortal domain, we have to first destroy the 9 heavens 10 earths. A group of creatures were discussing among themselves, all of them experts. Xianxia came. He looked towards that mountain, his eyes swirling with brilliance. He sensed that strand of aura, precisely an ancient tree that released a great Dao aura, located on that mountain. Dao Comprehension tea tree in the earliest years, it was enough to rank in the top 3 ancestral roots, one of the most well-known immortal medicines. Even when undying kings drank the tea from this tree, they would gain some enlightenment, the value impossible to measure. Unfortunately, it suffered a disaster. This ancestral root was cut up by someone, the roots divided in half, planted in different places, reducing the medicinal effects. The foreign realm stalk was precisely on Dao Comprehension Mountain. Even though Xianxia was previously taken as prisoner, he fought a great battle here, obtaining quite a bit of the Dao Comprehension tea leaves. Today, he could be considered heading down memory lane, taking the initiative to climb this mountain. Immortal tea ancient tree, ever since it was cut up, undying level existences rarely came here. Most of the experts here were mortal Dao level cultivators who came here to seize opportunities. However, today it was different. The mountain had a few undying beings, and they were all celebrated, well-known individuals. Not only were there newly ascended undying beings who ruled an area and exceptional geniuses among them, there were even older generation experts who oversaw a region as well, incredibly terrifying, thick chaotic mist spreading from their bodies. This was equivalent to seizing the opportunities of mortal Tao-level cultivators. With them here, how could others still seize Tao comprehension tea leaves? In reality, this was precisely the case. In front of every undying being were jade cups that released wisps of fragrance. These were full of Tao comprehension tea water. They didn't need to fight over it. There were already people who picked leaves, helping them soak in hot water. These people had one common point, which was that they were all extremists, currently discussing the arrangements for the future expedition. The 9 heavens 10 earths should have been wiped out a long time ago, a ruined place actually sticking around all the way until now. When those immortal kings died that year, that world should have already declined. That place is currently in a cultivationless age. If we slaughter our way over, it will be unfavorable for us. There were many cultivators seated at the foot of the mountain as well, their figures densely packed. They were all heroic figures, especially mortal Tao domain cultivators, all of them well-known figures from various clans. They originally came for the Tao comprehension tea. Now, the undying beings that came here were even more so extraordinary. So this tea ceremony's meaning became different. I heard that in recent years our realm tried to enter the 9 heavens 10 earths, but in the end, some troops were lost. All of this is related to Huang? When Huang's name appeared again, many people's expressions changed. Some people were furious, others gritting their teeth. This was especially the case with the emperor clans. Their expressions were extremely ugly. In the past, Sure Hao had previously unleashed great might here, overturning all competition, seizing large amounts of Tao comprehension tea leaves. Later on, he actually fled and then continuously fought with this side. It was rumored that he was the one leading the 9 heavens 10 earths now, stopping the creatures of this side from heading over. I truly never expected the past mortal Tao cultivator can now even face undying beings. Someone said with a sigh, feeling that this was incomprehensible. In some people's eyes, Huang was simply comparable to an ultra-evolved darkness being. Huang is nothing more than a human. What is so great about him? What can the 9 heavens 10 earths amount to? It is nothing more than ruined earth. Back then, my ancestors previously slaughtered their way over, personally killing more than one true immortal, bringing them back as slaves. Even now, they are still raised as servants in my clan. Haha. My clan has these types of servants as well, their primordial spirits suppressed, shackles placed on their bodies. They really have become the most loyal slaves. Another person roared with laughter. These were some youngsters, wild and untamed, all of them extremely arrogant, looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. They couldn't accept that the 9 heavens had someone stronger than them. However, what they said weren't entirely empty words. In reality, in some great foreign clans, there were these types of servants seized from the 9 heavens 10 earths. There were some that had been refined into puppets and some whose primordial spirits were restricted, only loyal to them like pack animals. Woo! Some of that side's creatures really are tasty. I like humans, like flood dragons, like luans, their meat really is tender. There was a green-haired creature who was licking its lips, exposing its snow-white teeth, extremely fierce-looking. Alright, that day isn't too distant. The things you all are talking about are all the achievements of our ancestors, the embodiment of their glory. Now, this world is going to become chaotic again. Turbulent times are starting. It is once again time to establish merit. It will depend on you all to see if we can recreate our ancestors' brilliance. An undying being spoke, his attitude calm. We will naturally recreate our ancestors' glory. In the past, we slaughtered them until they suffered a great defeat, so of course we can completely wipe them out now. Even if it is a mortal domain, there is no need to fear them. Our reinforcements have arrived. Someone said. When everyone heard this, they all became excited. When these words were spoken, some people carried unruliness, their eyes shining brilliantly, bodies surging with blood, really wishing they could immediately slaughter their way over. The only issue was that during these past few days, Scarlet King's descendants went crazy. Several time beasts came here. Scarlet King's son actually also came here, bringing away several suspicious undying beings. However, this didn't affect much. The gathering still continued. Right at this time, Hao got on the mountain. He remained far away from the foot of the mountain, but already heard these people's conversations, the expression on his face becoming incredibly ashen. As an immortal Dao domain expert, when he got angry, even the world's colors would change. Sure enough, there were rising winds and scudding clouds, Dao Comprehension Mountain even cracking, the entire ancient land trembling. Who is it? Someone shouted. Hao ascended this place. He immediately saw Huolinger and the giant black wolf. These were his targets. He would immediately bring them away after subduing them. Of course, there was no way he could leave just like this. Since he came all the way here, he naturally had to leave these extremists with a bloody lesson. They were all outstanding individuals, all powerful beings. If he killed all of them, it would definitely stir up this world. This foreign realm previously forced the 9 heavens 10 earths to suffer a great era gap, made it a world without true immortals, without immortal kings. Today, I will also suppress and kill, bring a great gap to the other side's heroic talents, several generations of your elites. Hao prepared to unleash a great slaughter. The so-called Dao Comprehension Tea ceremony possessed a different significance, as it was something only the best of the various clans could attend. Hong. When he came, he didn't say anything. A palm striking over. Several piu noises sounded. On the mountain peak, there were several thousand cultivators who exploded, their bodies and spirits erased, turned into a bloody mist. Miserable screams rose and fell, this place directly entering chaos. There were people who didn't die, protected by undying beings. Who are you? The undying beings were alarmed. It was because just now, there was an undying being who was covered by that large palm, directly slapped into a bloody paste. That was a frontal exchange, yet the undying being wasn't a match. Hao didn't say anything. He reached out a large hand. With a Hong noise, the Dao Comprehension tea tree was pulled up by the roots. There were still more than 2,000 leaves on it. Even if an undying being came here to this meeting, they still could only use 100 or so leaves. The rest still remained on the immortal tea tree. You dare! Everyone was alarmed. Who was this person? He really was too crude, actually even daring to directly seize the immortal tea tree. In the past, even the Emperor clan's experts didn't dare do this out of fear of raising public anger. Hao directly seized this tree, preparing to grow it in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Chi! Immediately afterwards, his large hand moved across the sky again, covering the stunned Huolinger, restraining that giant black wolf, suppressing them, and then they were taken into spatial magical artifacts. The Dao Comprehension tea tree and Huolinger were both here before, leaving him a bit restricted. However, now that was no longer the case. Since he already took action, Hao decided there was no point in leaving anyone alive, preventing these people from heading out and making any reports. Hong. His left palm descended. Everything within 1,000,000 li caved in. As for the cultivators seated at the foot of the mountain, they all lost their lives, their bodies and souls completely erased. A hand covered the sky, ending the lives of these elites. It's you. It was definitely you who acted wantonly in Scarlet King's place of seclusion. Who exactly are you? There was a sharp, undying being who guessed that Hao might be that terrifying person. Pong! Even though this undying being was resisting, he was still directly blasted apart by Hao's fist imprint. Run! This isn't someone from our realm, someone shouted. However, where could they go? He had just ripped apart the void, escaping into the heavens, but there was already a faint golden hand that covered him. That hand shattered the void, reaching over, grabbing him and crushing him. With a pu sound, this person was directly squeezed into a pool of blood. A half-undying king? Everyone was alarmed. This wasn't someone they could face at all. Even if they were a group of extremists, their natures callous and unyielding, they still panicked at this time. If they truly faced this person, that was just throwing their lives away. Piu, they were running. However, in the end, They were all directly blasted apart by Sure Hao, dying here, undying blood dyeing the skies red. Hong. Then Sure Hao released another palm. With Dao Comprehension Mountain at the center, a great collapse happened. All cultivators at the mortal Dao domain, even though they were the best of their clans, they all died, turning into bloody paste. Sure Hao's strike shocked heaven and earth. Those with cultivation levels lower than his couldn't stop it at all. Even undying beings couldn't escape disaster. There were 5 of them in total, some just recently reaching this level and some who cultivated for an endless amount of time, lived for a long time, extremely powerful. However, in the end, they were all killed by Sure Hao. This was a heaven-shocking bloody event. The creatures from the foreign realm who attended this Dao Comprehension Tea ceremony were completely wiped out, dying here. He swept through this place, completely massacring everyone here. Then, he turned around to leave, not remaining here for a second longer. This was a heaven-shocking great affair. Sure Hao massacred Dao Comprehension Mountain, completely wiping out a group of extremists. One had to understand that this was a group of the hardline faction, declaring that they were going to trample down the 9 heavens 10 earths, wipe out that realm, yet in the end they were all destroyed instead. A group of experts was buried. The lives of the elites of several generations ended just like that. Sure Hao's single hand covered the heavens, sweeping through them, not letting a single person escape, incredibly iron-blooded. His methods were fierce, wiping out all of the elites who gathered on Dao Comprehension Mountain. In the surroundings, formation banners rose one after another, turning into streaks of light, following Sure Hao out. This was a formation he arranged beforehand out of fear that people would escape, but also because he wanted to lock this place down out of fear that experts from other places would be alarmed, doing this to lock down heaven's response. However, he knew that there was no way it could be hidden. The moment he powerfully killed the elites, there were undying beings who called out Anlin and Shuchuo's true names. These were names that were extremely long and extremely complicated, several hundred characters long. Even though the undying beings didn't completely speak out their names, Sure Hao still suspected that several undying kings were alarmed. Do you know where Great Elder Meng Tianjing is? Along the way, Sure Hao was extremely rushed, clutching the giant black wolf while loudly shouting. It was because there wasn't much time left. The undying kings would appear in the end. The giant black wolf was confused, not knowing what Sure Hao was talking about. At the same time, even now, it was still stunned. How did Huang appear here? He actually ended up running into this side. This was just too crazy, taking the initiative to slaughter his way over. What did you do to those people at Dao Comprehension Mountain? Couldn't help but ask. I killed them all. If you don't want to die, then hurry and answer me. Sure Hao directly searched its soul, wishing to completely examine it. What you? The giant black wolf was alarmed, its expression becoming sluggish. Huang did such a terrible thing, daring to massacre Dao Comprehension Mountain, wiping out all of the elites. There was nothing crazier than this. Pong! Sure Hao directly knocked it unconscious. He didn't obtain what he wanted to know from its head. In the end, he directly seized Hualinger, not acting overly polite at all, searching her sea of consciousness, suffering intense resistance. However, he still didn't obtain any information relating to Great Elder Meng Tianjing. In reality, during these 2 days, he had gone to Xin Province, seizing and interrogating foreign creatures along the way, but none of them knew anything about Meng Tianjing. This left him feeling rather anxious. It seems like I won't be able to find Great Elder this time, Sure Hao said with a sigh. It wasn't easy for him to arrive in this foreign realm at all, but there were actually no clues about Meng Tianjing. This left him shocked and confused. Sure Hao quickly left, leaving behind a string of afterimages, disappearing in the limits of the horizon, heading into the distance just like that. As time went on, great stars rumbled. Sure Hao entered outer space, leaving the surface. He used a formation to hide himself, conceal his aura, and then quickly continued on his way. Stellar streams seemed to flow in reverse. He went from one foreign realm land to another, and then crossed who knew how many star domains. This was because this place was just too vast. Hong! Suddenly, An indistinct figure appeared in the distant skies, overlooking the endless world. It possessed an overbearing heaven and earth aura, vaguely appearing in the depths of the star domain. Sure Hao cried out inwardly, thinking that things were bad. Sure enough, there were undying kings who were alarmed, now about to appear in this world. This was baleful energy that rose from the ground, condensing into a giant that towered in the cosmos. Just how terrifying was this magical projection? It was just a few strands of energy, yet it could already do this. Chi! Sure Hao cut apart heaven and earth, vanishing from this place. He landed on the foreign realm's great earth again, now moving along the mountains and rivers, restraining all of his aura as he fled. Those who chanted my true name, everlasting, will be revealed in reincarnation. This was a grand voice that resounded across the boundless heaven and earth. Terrifying blood energy rumbled, simply about to burst the stellar sea in the world beyond, crushing the cosmos. These were irregular scenes, not true blood energy that leaked out. Otherwise, even if only a bit was leaked out, the sky dome would collapse and the great earth would cave in. The blood energy of all living things would even explode. This was precisely an undying king. If he woke up from his slumber, the entire boundless world would start to tremble, making all living things cry out. Right now, countless creatures knelt down, bowing in that direction. All those who kowtowed and those who were sincere, chanting out his true name, were relieved from their fear. Peace returned to them. Hong! Another figure appeared, blurry and indistinct, but this figure was already towering above the world. This figure was formed from a strand of energy, standing in the cosmos right now, overlooking endless generations. Anlin. Everyone saw that Anlin woke up. His aura spread out, forming an unmatched projection on its own. His true body was going to move soon as well. Then, another wave of terrifying aura swept out. A streak of undying radiance tore apart a sea of cosmos. An unmatched creature opened its eyes. Shuchuo. The ancient ancestor Shuchuo also revived. This type of activity was too great. Whenever one of them revived, the entire foreign realm would be alarmed. Yet today, several respected undying kings revived. Even without thinking about it in detail, everyone knew that something huge happened. In that instant, a large black hand covered the heavens, reaching towards Dao Comprehension Mountain. This place already turned to ruins. All life was extinguished. All that was left behind were ashes, because even the ruined blood was refined away by Sure Hao, burned to ashes, doing this in order to stall for time, prevent the undying kings from investigating closely. After this hand appeared, the voice of an undying king began to echo about. This was Dao sound, but it was more like an unmatched decree that commanded the world. None dared to disobey. Following that low voice, all of the deceased creatures revived from ashes, turning into blood, turning into bones, about to recombine together, reappear in this world once again. Just what kind of heaven-shocking power was this? Ashes transformed, with just a single line, creatures whose bodies and spirits were erased reappeared. This was a heaven-defying process. Of course, this was only a method that traced upstream. It wasn't true revival. It touched upon the realm of time-space, as well as even more profound natural luck mysteries. Sure Hao severed all auras, not leaving behind any traces, but undying kings could investigate through this type of unmatched method. Trackless formation, activate. In the endless distance, Sure Hao released a low shout. He didn't foresee the scene behind him, but he was extremely cautious, always on guard. When he figured that it was about time, he activated this formation. Hong! Heaven and earth rumbled, becoming incredibly brilliant. A streak of light cut across the other side, illuminating the cosmos' endless nothingness. Half an incense stick was lit, moving across the star domain. It was carried by a formation, quickly moving into the distance. However, it shone brighter and brighter, the brilliance terrifying. In the end, the entire foreign realm was ignited, the heavens becoming blinding, as if there was an endless great flame burning, raging flames illuminating everything. The foreign realm became transparent, realm sea appearing, revealing the scene there. With each wave, a ruined world appeared, just too terrifying. In the world behind the dam, there were creatures who crossed the sea. Meanwhile, there were creatures confronting each other on the shore. This type of scene and that type of imposing might horrified the world. These were unmatched forbidden existences, never seen through endless times. Realm eradication, this stick of incense was lit by sure how, moreover carried by a formation, quickly moving through the foreign realm. Crossed endless space, its precise location difficult to track down. The reason sure how came here wasn't because he let his emotions affect his decisions. It wasn't only for the sake of saving a girl important to him and rescuing great elder Meng Tianjing. He also wanted to seriously damage this realm. He went for broke. He always wanted to ignite this stick of incense. Now that the chance was here, he went all out. You all slaughtered my people, my ancestors. Today, you will have to pay back the interest, pay the price. Sure how said with a low voice. His eyes shone brilliantly, completely throwing caution to the wind. Honglong. When this stick of incense appeared, the undying kings who appeared before all revealed serious expressions. Not only did their projections appear, their true bodies also opened their eyes. Several streaks of eyesight pierced through the world like divine spears, covering the sky dome, looking for that stick of incense. At the same time, all of the creatures in Tao Comprehension Mountain exploded again, turning back into dust. It was because realm eradication appeared, already lit, powerfully interfering with the great Tao fluctuations of this world. It was like a lighthouse that shone to the world beyond. Right now, in the realm sea, there were ancient figures that opened their eyes in the darkness. Their gaze was terrifying beyond comparison, just too powerful. There were some standing on large black ships, some on duckweed, gazing towards this place, looking into the almost transparent foreign realm. Hong! A streak of dazzling radiance erupted, hacking over from realm sea. This was blade radiance, sweeping towards all under the sky with unmatched might. That streak of blade radiance was too long, and also too resplendent. It was boundless like an expanse of cosmos, pouring over. Hong! Following a cold shout, Anlin took action. His hands and fingers were sparkling, releasing precious radiance, cutting apart heaven and earth, stopping that blade radiance, blocking it outside this realm. Chi! A blood-colored spear appeared, just too sharp, moreover too sudden. It directly entered the foreign realm, horrifyingly thick. It shattered the heavens, stabbing inwardly. Dang! Shuchuo took action, forming a fist imprint, sending the spear point back out. Hong Long Long. Heaven fell and earth split apart. One area exploded, a passage about to form. Unmatched experts from Realm C were about to cross over, powerfully arrive and descend here. Kill! However, Realm C wasn't calm either. There were existences there that released heaven overflowing black mist, walking over from the sea, stopping those who wanted to cross realms. It's realm eradication. A foreign realm creature released a low roar. This individual was an undying king. His true body appeared, his eyes locking onto realm eradication. Then he grabbed forward. Sure how saw this. He knew that undying kings were ridiculously powerful, but he still underestimated them. Even realm eradication was ineffective and quickly found. In reality, he also expected this result. If realm eradication really was effective, it wouldn't have been left behind for him to use now. After all, undying kings were unrivaled. With them here, it was enough to protect this realm. In the end, this stick of incense had nowhere to run. It would be found and destroyed. Hong! In the end, realm eradication exploded, the last of Sure House Formation's power also disappearing alongside it. When an undying king reached over a large hand, it exploded. As luck would have it, this was the place where an emperor clan resided. Otherwise, that king wouldn't have immediately found realm eradication. When it was about to stop burning, it arrived in his territory. When this stalk of incense exploded, the effects were tremendous. With a honglong noise, it erupted with even more resplendent brilliance, burning down the sky dome, exposing this realm before Realm C. Hong! In that instant, several types of weapons descended, entering this realm, all of them attacking this side. You dare! The undying king here berated furiously, erupting with immeasurable divine might, facing them. Chi! Unfortunately, when an arrow descended, abruptly descending in the darkness, landing on the surface, he couldn't immediately block it. Hong! This great earth collapsed. This undying family's glory was immediately eradicated. Everything was destroyed. Only a child of this undying king managed to rush out alive. The other creatures were completely wiped out. Butcher, you were still alive. In the foreign realm, an ancient voice sounded. The immortal smelting pot appeared from a direction, its owner's background similarly horrifying, incredibly ancient. Ah! The undying king who had his ancestral land destroyed roared out in fury. The voice he released too horrifying. He almost rushed straight into the realm sea. This was a great disaster. The entire foreign realm entered into a great chaos. At the same time, Hao withdrew, following his original path out of this chaotic world. However, he sucked in a cold breath. That path he could take to return to the 9 heavens 10 earths was near Scarlet King Clan's ancestral land. However, that region was now surrounded by an endless great army. There were soldiers everywhere. The Time Beast clan experienced great problems. They were always seriously on guard these past few days. They were simply about to go to war. Hao wanted to go back through that path, but it was too difficult, almost impossible to complete. This path was blocked. Things were now troublesome. Hao just couldn't understand. Didn't he just chop up a pompous Time Beast? Why did this clan go crazy like this? He turned around and left, quite decisive, heading straight towards another region. He hoped that he could make it in time, that he could return to the 9 heavens 10 earths amidst the chaos. In the blink of an eye, he saw a giant city. That city had an altar that led towards the other side of Desolate Border's uninhabited region. This place definitely had guards watching it. Hao examined this place closely. He knew that there wasn't much time left, that he had to cross realms during the chaos, slaughter his way back. Oh! In the distance, undying kings roared, facing the creatures from the realm sea. It was just too terrifying. Chaotic mist surged, unrivaled magical force raging. It was rumored that an ancient existence slept within the immortal smelting pot, one who didn't belong to this great era. Now it appeared in the world, staring in realm sea's direction. It was searching for that so-called butcher. Chi! A divine arrow flew over. If it descended, it could destroy another emperor clan. It was just too terrifying. Dang! The immortal smelting pot moved, rushing into the heavens, smashing into that divine arrow, neutralizing a great disaster. You all can just fight it out on your own. I'm going back first, Hao said coldly. He turned around, entering that giant city, no longer paying the world-shocking great battle in the limits of the horizon any attention. The altar was guarded after all. This was a middle-aged man, at the very least, this was what he looked like from the outside. His hair was jet black, his figure seated on a praying mat, dressed in golden Taoist robes. There was an undying aura around him. His eyes opened and closed from time to time, guarding this formation platform, but also watching the great battle in the distance, primal chaos visible in his eyes. This was a powerful individual, a half-undying king. Hao's expression became serious. It seemed like he had to fight a great battle. Half-undying kings were definitely no joking matter. They were extremely powerful. Only Anlin's son and few others could reach this level. Creatures of this level were like those at the absolute peak of true immortals, about to approach the king realm, but still weren't there. Regarding cultivation realms, even though it looked close, sometimes, it was like a heavenly moat, impossible to cross, insurmountable, leaving one helpless. Hao's eyes were cold. His body's 5 great realms shone at the same time, his essence energy rising to the absolute peak. He didn't have time to fight a great battle at all, so whether it was victory or retreat, he had to concentrate it within 3 moves. Otherwise, he would provoke the descent of several undying kings. Fortunately, those great unrivaled experts were currently occupied, unable to come to this side. Sigh! The young truly are daring. Suddenly, this voice sounded by Sher Hao's ears. It was too sudden. He turned around, seeing an aged figure quickly approaching along the great earth. That creature was just too fast. When Sher Hao saw him, he was still extremely far away, outside the city, yet in the blink of an eye he already entered the giant city. He was extremely old and shriveled, not having much skin and flesh dried up. However, there were many time fragments released from his body just too terrifying. He seemed to have gone against time to come over, arriving while stepping on time itself. Sher Hao's eyes were ice cold. He didn't pay this person any attention, directly taking action, smashing towards the altar. He wanted to end the battle with a single move, and then return to the 9 heavens 10 earths. Hong Long. Heaven and earth exploded. Sher Hao's 5 great realms released dazzling radiance, releasing chaotic energy. He used his own ultimate technique, wishing to decide life and death in one move. Right now, all of Sher Hao's precious techniques merged together, becoming a completely unique secret technique of his own. The power extremely terrifying. He condensed a fist imprint, smashing over. This fist imprint was all-embracing, containing too many profound mysteries. There was the Kuan Peng technique, True Phoenix's undying secrets, Lightning Emperor's most tyrannical power. Sher Hao used all those different techniques as reference to derive his own great Tao method. This Tao imprint could overturn the heavens, able to sever time. Hong. His 5 great realms seemed to be burning. They were just too dazzling. Immortal Tao power erupted, smashing towards the seated person. That person suddenly opened his eyes, his hands forming magical imprints, using his most profound Tao skills, facing Sher Hao head-on. At this level, it was extremely difficult for one to die from a sudden attack. This creature was extremely vigilant. His golden Tao robes swept about, releasing undying chaotic energy. In this instant, it was as if the void figures of undying kings appeared behind him. This was the inheritor of an undying king's lineage, the only living child of a certain king. Hong. The two clashed, shocking the heavens and moving the earth. It was incredibly intense. Sher Hao was shaken. A half-undying king was powerful beyond compare after all. Qi. At the same time, when his secret technique was displayed, he continued to shine, mixing in another type of innate divine ability, the third type of supreme being bone technique. It interweaved, transformed and derived, able to support his offensive power, continuously increasing it. Pooh! At the crucial moment, when this type of transformation happened, for that half-undying king it was definitely fatal. He immediately spurted out blood from his mouth, his body also producing many cracks. Kill! Sher Hao's fist erupted, crushing down on his body, completely focused on offense. Under an expanse of blood radiance, that half-undying king exploded, blasted to pieces. If it was a normal battle, then it would definitely be an extremely intense great battle, unknown just how many exchanges there would be. However, now it was shortened to just a single move or two. For Sher Hao, the consumption was tremendous. However, he didn't stop. After erasing the final primordial spirit imprints of the half-undying being, he rushed into the passage, about to escape. In the back, the wizened elder's face became bitter. If I knew that you were this capable, I might as well not have appeared. These words were rather strange. When Sher Hao heard them, he was incredibly shocked and confused. What left him shocked was still to come. That elder followed him in, saying, "There is no need to leave in such a rush. Let's chat for a bit." At the same time, a wave of terrifying might descended. This was definitely an undying king-level existence. "Who are you?" Sher Hao stopped. He was incredibly shocked. Even this level of existence appeared, if he insisted on taking action just now, then that half-undying king most likely wouldn't die, there would still be time to save him. Sher Hao was confused. "You should know that I carry no malice. Otherwise, this passage would have been sealed up by me. No matter how great your speed is, you wouldn't be able to leave." "Who exactly are you?" Sher Hao asked. "Someone who has shouldered infamy for endless ages. Some people call me Ancestor Gu," the elder said with a sigh. Ancestor Gu? The traitor? Xianxia was immediately shocked. This was one of the leaders who defected to the other side. He really never expected Ancestor Gu to appear, moreover this close to himself. Xianxia was sure that Ancestor Gu was an immortal king, his power exceeding that of a half-immortal king. Back then, the Vicious Ten were all powerful, their potential also tremendous. That was why they had such a great reputation. The clans of the Vicious Ten were also like this, and it was precisely because of this that their numbers were extremely few, yet they were all incredibly powerful. Back then, this old Gu still wasn't an immortal king, but after cultivating for an entire great era in the foreign realm, he long successfully rose up, becoming the peak figure of a generation. Sigh. Ancestor Gu released a great sigh. When he looked at Xianxia's expression, he knew what he was thinking, unable to help but carry great sadness. This endless infamy was destined to stick to him. I wanted to help you escape. I carry no malice, Ancestor Gu said. Xianxia was skeptical. Back then, this clan's people almost tormented him to death, yet the ancestor of this clan actually had this type of attitude? It was too contradictory. In order to rely on the foreign realm, how could we convince them? In order to deceive them, we had to first deceive ourselves. Ancestor Gu said with a sigh. He told Xianxia things as they were. When the 9 heavens 10 earths showed signs of collapse, destined to perish, Gu clan received orders to defect, enter the foreign realm. Of course, all of Gu clan's people thought that this was a true defecting, only him alone knowing that it wasn't real, that there would definitely be much death along the way. It was to the extent where even the old Gu himself had hands covered in blood. For the sake of convincing the other party, he used a great method to make himself forget the truth, only remembering the matters of defecting to the foreign realm. Only after a small half of a great era passed, did Ancestor Gu's old memories slowly start to re-emerge. By now, Gu clan had long taken on a reputation of infamy. In that case, why did you stop me instead of letting me quickly leave? Xianxia said. He didn't really believe this old Gu's words, inwardly still carrying suspicion. This one is already old. After remembering the past, it feels like a knife is being twisted in my heart. Wishing to speak some words to those on that side, old Gu said. Xianxia became speechless. Did this fella really want to help him? At this critical juncture, he was still stalling him for time. Don't worry. I am from the Gu clan. Towards the so-called time-space, we have a certain amount of interference ability. Old Gu told him that he would help him erase all types of traces that were left behind. It seemed like time was being exhausted here, but they were within an expanse of time laws, not much time actually passing. He arranged time laws surrounding this place, clearing up traces for Xianxia in a calm manner, also burning away the half-undying king's blood. In the domain where Gu ancestor stood, time seemed to have stopped. No wonder he had this level of confidence, not wasting Xianxia's time. Did you end up provoking great trouble in Scarlet King's place of seclusion? Gu ancestor suddenly asked. I only chopped up a time beast, yet in the end, this clan went crazy. It really is strange, Xianxia said. When Gu ancestor heard this, he was stunned, his entire body going a bit foolish. An immortal king having this type of expression really was rarely seen. You are still confused? Do you not understand that you might have chopped up Scarlet King? Gu ancestor said, his breathing rushed. Impossible. It was so weak. Xianxia shook his head. There were already rumors outside that Scarlet King underwent rebirth, starting from the beginning again, wishing to break through the limits of an undying king. But he suddenly encountered disaster 2 days ago. Gu ancestor said. He already confirmed what really happened. Even he ended up becoming speechless, incredibly shocked. Xianxia was naturally stupefied, a bit absent-minded. He was just that close to slaughtering Scarlet King. Now, he only removed half of its body. Xianxia produced that half of the time beast's body, saying, It really was Scarlet King. I feel so much regret. Back then, I should have just chased him all the way down and completely ended him. Xianxia was going crazy, truly finding this a bit hard to accept. In the end, he stared at that half of the body angrily, saying, I'll definitely roast you and directly eat you when I go back. If someone heard this, knew what happened, they would definitely be dumbstruck. That was Scarlet King, yet it was actually going to be eaten by someone? If you dare eat it, you have to be careful. That most likely contains some of Scarlet King's vitality and Dao fruit, so watch out for issues. Ancestor Gu reminded him. If you have nothing else to say, then let's part here. Sure Hao turned around to leave. If I knew it was like this, I really shouldn't have appeared. He could actually already kill half Undying Kings. Gu Ancestor said with a light sigh, starting to clean up the traces here. Even though the two did chat, all of this actually happened in an instant. It was because everything was carried out in his time domain, time itself stopped just now. Hong. Sure Hao rushed out of the passage, returning to his own world. After Sure Hao disappeared, Ancestor Gu also cleaned up all of the traces here. His old face was thoroughly red, a bit embarrassed. The so-called traces that he erased were mostly his own. At first, he was worried that this good seed Huang would die here, but he never expected that it was a completely different matter, that the other party would be able to kill a half-undying king. It's time to go. Ancestor Gu left. Time fragments flew about. He disappeared from this place, appearing in Gu clan's ancestral land. His appearance quickly changed, skin becoming sparkling, no longer shriveled. He recovered his true appearance, his figure straight, hair flowing with light golden luster. However, this was only his external appearance. If a powerful individual was here, they would definitely shake their head, because they could sense that there were cracks in his Tao source. He likely didn't have hopes of entering the Immortal King realm. Ancestor Gu's methods were heaven-defying. This was the reason why the foreign realm's undying kings felt at ease. He grasped time and space natural laws, able to influence the years and interfere with material matter, deeply disguising himself. No one has ever been able to expose him yet. In the past, he had seen Sure Hao. This clan had tried to refine Sure Hao in a furnace, but in the end, accidentally helped Sure Hao. It was clear that this was done on purpose. Gu clan at that time already acted carefully, preserving a strand of Sure Hao's blood. That was why he could use it to derive things, moreover find him. Even though I went into hiding, how can I escape forever? Sooner or later, the day will come when I will still die miserably. Gu Ancestor said to himself, his expression extremely sentimental. He knew that he already shouldered endless infamy that was impossible to wash away in this life. Even if there were people who helped him clear things up, the people of the world still wouldn't believe him. In the past, many people had previously seen Gu clan's people's hands dyed in the blood of their own people, defecting to the other side. This clan was already doomed with a bad reputation for endless time. It is truly lamentable. I can already see the end of my life, unable to get rid of this world's bad reputation. He was extremely regretful. Then, he closed his eyes, became like a stone statue, not moving, lacking vitality. It was as if he hadn't moved for millions and millions of years. Right now, the skies gradually became quiet because the great battles were nearing an end. Realm eradication, that incense was destroyed in the end, unable to treat this world as a lighthouse. After the brilliance, everything entered darkness. At the same time, the great realm's rejection force appeared. Creatures who were too powerful and didn't belong to this world were rejected. The weapons that entered from Realm C were also forced out. A world tree appeared, releasing dazzling brilliance, protecting the foreign realm. Endless power surged, guarding this world, stabilizing it. This was precisely a complete great world. With a world tree here, it would display great effects at the crucial time. It might not be the most powerful, but it could connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth, become sturdy and imperishable. The tree and realm became one, able to preserve the interweaving of complete laws. This realm became completely quiet. However, soon afterwards, bitter fluctuations erupted again. A furnace burned heaven and earth. It was just too terrifying. In the territory where the time beasts resided, this emperor clan's ancestral land underwent shocking changes. What is that? The Scarlet King furnace has appeared. Forget about everyone else, even emperor clans were shocked. Then, The undying kings were alarmed one after another, all of them revealing different expressions. Anlin and Shuchuo even more so descended onto the time beast's ancestral land, personally examining this place. Oh! A great roar sounded. Heaven and earth collapsed. In Scarlet King Clan's land of seclusion, that ancient city exploded. That was a stone mountain. It completely shattered, the void producing endless raging flames, heaven and earth rumbling. Heavens! Scarlet King came out of seclusion. There was an ancient beast who dragged its ruined body that dripped with blood, rushing out from the underground cave. It roared angrily towards the sky. Its body was damaged. What happened? The experts of all sides were stupefied. Many people were deeply shocked, finding this inconceivable. Anlin and Shuchuo descended one after the other, releasing unmatched might, suppressing this place. Scarlet King, cease your anger, Shuchuo said. Everyone wanted to know what was happening. However, chaotic energy surged. Heaven's fate was hidden by the undying kings. However, this world didn't have walls that didn't leak wind. 2 days later, the cultivators of all clans in the foreign realm were stunned, because they heard of a rumor. Scarlet King was cut up by someone. It carried out a rebirth, its old body producing a divine core, still young, not completing its transformation, currently accumulating, yet it was cut up by someone. The entire foreign realm was shocked. Just how terrifying of a matter was this? Someone dared harm Scarlet King? This is just too much of a coincidence. Scarlet King had just completed his rebirth. Everything starting over from the beginning. Not even he himself expected someone to be this brazen, daring to harm him. This matter shocked the foreign realm, leaving the cultivators of all clans stupefied, finding this hard to believe. Dao brother, just who was the one who did this? Could it be that some immortal king made their way over? Anlin's expression was serious, remaining in the time beast's ancestral land. Scarlet King was extremely angry. He had been doing his best to neutralize a disaster for all these years, now finally breaking free, yet his Dao skills were almost crippled during this rebirth process. Sure, Hao's blade looked simple, but for a newly born creature, it was too deadly. If it wasn't for him being the Scarlet King, everyone else would have definitely been crippled. During these 2 days, Scarlet King had no choice but to merge his divine core back with his old body. Originally, he already shed away the broken and aged remains. Yet now, he had to forcefully merge it back to make up for his loss. Kill! Scarlet King only had this single word. The hatred he felt endless. He knew that he could only stop at the undying king realm in his entire life. All of his ambitions and his desire to break through, all of this didn't seem to have any hope left. What did he remain in seclusion for a whole great era for? Wasn't it all because he wanted to sever himself from the king realm, take that step? Originally, even though he didn't have much confidence, there was still hope after all. Only reality was cruel. He couldn't even see a glimmer of hope now. It wasn't an immortal king. Scarlet King shook his head. At their level, they could all derive some things. However, when it involved themselves, the mysteries of fate became chaotic, everything covered in primal chaos. In the end, Anlin and Shuchuo took action, helping him derive things. Oh! That day, the foreign realm's skies cracked apart, stars falling. That was Scarlet King's rage, full of great hatred and humiliation. His roar shook up all clans. He knew who it was that injured him. That creature was ridiculously young, someone whose name everyone in this realm knew and heard of. He was Huang, someone who was previously taken prisoner in this realm. Huang, it is precisely Huang. He came to our realm again, ended up cutting Scarlet King. When news went out, the entire world was shaken. This was simply unendurable. Huang dared brandish a blade at their undying king? This was too shocking. The truth was revealed. It really was Huang who did this. He charged into Scarlet King's land of seclusion, chopping up his reborn body. Who dared believe this? Was he trying to defy the heavens? He even did such a thing, moreover actually succeeding. The other side went crazy, leaving all clans' cultivators shaken. What a pity. So many elites in Dao Comprehension Mountain were killed by a single person, all by Huang alone. When the murderer of this great massacre was revealed, everyone felt anger and fear. All of this was done by Huang. Just how many years have passed? Huang has already grown to this extent. The other side's clans were all scared badly. Huang's growth was just too fast, daring to run into this foreign realm and unleash a slaughter, even able to harm an undying king. This really made everyone shiver all over in fear. Is there still heavenly reasoning left? Someone cried out, their face turning pale. This was especially when the body and spirit of the half-undying king who guarded this passage were erased. This was the greatest blow to them. Huang could already kill half-undying kings. The souls of everyone on this side were trembling. Even the emperor clans were stunned, not daring to believe this. All of this was just too shocking. Kill him. Slaughter our way into the 9 heavens 10 earths. These were the roaring voices of the foreign masses. When they learned that this was all done by Huang, some people couldn't take it anymore, releasing loud shouts, even undying beings included among them. In reality, this matter was far more serious than they imagined. It was because the undying kings even produced killing intent. That day, Anlin and Shuchuo took action. Kings cannot be humiliated. Anlin's golden spear was surrounded by an ancient aura. Primal chaos surged, carrying an incredibly sharp aura, simply about to wipe out the world. Chi, the golden spear was incomparable, pierced through that spatial passage. Even if he had to pay the price, suffer a backlash, they still had to teach the 9 heavens 10 earths a lesson. This was all because kings couldn't be humiliated. The instant the golden spear stabbed over, the 3,000 provinces trembled. That day, Sure Hao always sat there, personally keeping guard. This wasn't all. The restricted region lord, Crystal Skull, and others were also invited over. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Sure Hao merged with the Golden Arm Bone, Crystal Skull, and others. He brandished the everlasting sword core, wishing to stop the golden spear. However, the response of this world was even more intense than his. A terrifying creature from outside this realm wanted to enter and threaten this world, so it began to reject it, stopping it. The more powerful the creature, the greater the rejection when trying to cross realms. This was a ruined world which was recovering right now. It greatly rejected the power that was too great from entering this realm. The reason Sure Hao could return was because he merged with the Heaven's core imprint. Even though he gave it up again, he long developed a mysterious resonance with this heaven and earth. That was why he could return from that side. Hong. Anlin's spear was still moving, piercing over inch by inch. The terrifying aura became more and more powerful. Don't move. The restricted region lord stopped Sure Hao. Right now, that spear was too terrifying. Those who dared touch it might be targeted by heaven overflowing killing intent, directly exploding. Kaka. In the heavens above, a strange sound could be heard. Then, golden roots appeared one after another, taking root there, stabilizing this world's mountains and rivers. This is. Forget about the others, even Sure Hao and the restricted region lord were shocked. This world changed. In that instant, they sensed a complete Dao aura, as well as increasingly shocking natural laws interweaving here. Anlin's golden spear was forced back. World tree. This realm has produced a world tree again. What did this signify? This meant that the 9 heavens 10 earths great Dao was recovering, their laws gradually becoming complete. It devoured all living things and all clans during the cultivationless age, doing all of this in order to complete the world itself. This realm was recovering, undergoing a world-turning transformation. Hong Long Long. The golden roots became even more concentrated, thick beyond compare. They descended from above. One was vaguely able to make out a ruined ancient tree descending from the world beyond. Took root here, guarding this place. It was precisely a world tree. It was too large, towering in the cosmos, every leaf supporting a star, too shocking. Its entire body was golden, as if made from gold, too resplendent. Sure Hao Long had a certain mysterious feeling. Now that he saw it, his hunch was proven after all. This was that giant tree he saw in the past, the one that previously supported a chaotic ancient palace. Apart from this, there was a golden woman on that tree. This was originally a sun god tree that evolved towards a world tree. At first, it was in the lower realms, but it later entered the realm tomb. Now, it completed its transformation, harmonizing with this world's heaven and earth natural laws, the two joining together, protecting this world. A world tree appeared. The significance of this was too great. Golden roots took root in the void, covering desolate border. It was just too vast. This ancient tree was enormous beyond compare, towering into the cosmos. Forget about that main branch. Every single leaf even carried stars. The old tree bark split apart, releasing golden radiance and chaotic mist. The old tree bark was like scales, incredibly ancient, carrying a world-establishing aura. Normally speaking, only when the heavens were created would a world tree be produced. This world was ruined, close to being half destroyed. Meanwhile, this ancient sun god tree was also an existence naturally born from primal chaos. That was why it forcefully completed its evolution in this age. Hung Long. Anlin's spear was incredibly sharp, able to slaughter all heroes in this world. It continued to stab in this direction, carrying a world-exterminating aura. However, when this world tree descended, it changed everything. It released complete Great Tao laws, stopping it, forcing it out. Ho! In the foreign realm, a great roar sounded. Anlin's projection was unrivaled, towering in this world, his true body appearing. The long river of time was disturbed, interfering with the trajectory of heaven and earth. Forget it, don't go all out. Realm C isn't stable. Great chaos is about to begin. There is no need to pay such a price now. Someone said. This was an undying king. Right now, he was observing the Realm C. No one could overlook that place. Realm C was about to ignite history's greatest storm. If not for the foreign realm having reinforcements, they wouldn't be able to face this situation so calmly either. Kings cannot be humiliated. We must kill him in the future. Anlin's words were extremely cold. That golden spear slowly withdrew. The world-splitting, suffocating and terrifying atmosphere was removed. Just now, countless creatures' souls in the 9 heavens 10 earths were trembling. They fell weak onto the ground, unable to endure that type of formless pressure. This was precisely an undying king, able to possess this type of power even when separated by a world. If he came out, a single person would be enough to wipe out all life. The world tree moved. With a hoo noise, it flew into the sky, carrying dazzling golden light. It was quickly shrinking. It shrunk from large to small. When it was large, it could cover the entire world. When it was small, it was less than an inch in height. It rushed into outer space, everyone raising their heads and looking in that direction. How clearly saw that there was still an ancient palace on that treetop that released chaotic energy. Back then, he had seen it before. He remembered that a beast bone with an ancient scripture recorded on it fell from it. However, even after so many years, he still never found it. At the same time, he also saw that there was a golden-winged woman who stood at the palace entrance. Her golden long hair was shining, her appearance like that of a sun goddess. Even her pupils were golden, currently looking down on all things. It's her. How's pupils contracted. Back then, when the sun god tree blossomed, the golden liquid that trickled down the flower petals contained great natural luck. Meanwhile, this woman was seated in that flower back then. She had long appeared in this world. Unknown what cultivation realm she was at now. Immediately afterwards, the world tree disappeared. It quickly shrank, carrying an endless rain of light, disappearing into outer space. Heaven and earth became peaceful again, desolate border becoming silent. They originally thought that there would be a life and death bloody battle. How was already about to go for broke. Even the restricted region lord was invited out by him. Yet everything ended so peacefully. This was fine as well. If there really was a great battle, the outcome would be hard to predict. Even if the other party's true body couldn't cross over, there would still be too many variables. After all, he was an undying king, he was Anlin. You have to make preparations quickly. They won't give you too much time. the restricted region lord said. The flame in the crystal skull throbbed, right now also speaking out. You were born in the wrong age. They were sighing, inwardly thinking that Xianxia wasn't born in a good age. Lacking time. If he was given another period of time, then he wouldn't have to fear any enemies. Xianxia nodded. He had to rise vigorously, had to forcefully break through. If he continued to cultivate like everyone else, he would definitely die without a proper burial. Even if he had to go all out, he still had to try and break through. Desolate border became calm. However, Xiao's heart wasn't. He returned to Imperial Court, releasing Hualinger and that giant black wolf in the giant palace. He looked at them, inwardly feeling bitterness. Oh, that giant black wolf opened its bloody mouth, displaying divine abilities. It threw itself over to fight him to the death. Pong! Xiao sat there. With only a raise of his hand, it was suppressed, unable to move. The giant black wolf released a growl. It roared out, quickly shrinking, its mountainous body shrinking to half a foot in height, pressed to the ground by a large hand. Hualinger took action. A black flame that carried undying aura appeared. Around her body, there were immortal birds created from black fiery light that flew about, true phoenixes and vermilion birds resonating, the aura terrifying. She wasn't a match either, suppressed by Xiao. Xiao looked at them quietly. Time was ruthless, erasing too much, including past memories. This familiar yet unfamiliar woman forgot everything. Xiao twitched inwardly. This was already no longer Hualinger. Her primordial spirit was newly created. Xiao suppressed a roar that echoed through the temple. If not for this place being sealed, it would have definitely shaken the heavens. Either kill me or let me go. Hualinger looked at him, revealing a strange expression. She just couldn't understand why this man named Huang would have such a pained expression. Seeing his expression, it wasn't faked, but rather his true feelings. She began to feel doubt, becoming extremely confused. You were named Hualinger, used to be Fire Nation's princess. We first met in the 100 Shattered Mountains. Xiao's voice was hoarse. He sat there, starting to speak from when they first met. What are you saying? Hualinger's fine white complexion was full of anger, not believing any of this. Xiao didn't pay her any attention, just rambling on his own. He talked about everything in great detail, not skipping anything. I arrived in the higher realm, found you in Xin province. The day we parted, the sunset was like blood, fire mulberry trees scarlet red, flower petals filling the skies. I previously promised that I would come back one day to find you, that my feelings will never change. When Xiao spoke up to hear, his eyes became deep. Back then, they were reluctant to part. Hualinger stood by the fire mulberry trees alone, continuously waving her hands, shedding tears alone. It was as if she knew that this was going to be a parting by death. She stood there lonesomely, not willing to leave. Even when she already almost couldn't see him, she was still quietly calling out his name. However, I couldn't return, couldn't come to see you again. Xiao's eyes became sore. He looked at the black-clothed woman in front of him, almost crying. That separation was eternal. The person looked the same, but what about the soul? Where was it? Ever since he stood at the very peak, his heart became tough like iron, difficult for external matters to affect him. However, now he was filled with bitterness and pain. That year, that day, that separation left her extremely lonely and sad. She wasn't willing to see him leave into the distance. She stood there alone for who knew how long, not even wishing to turn around. Following the sunset glow and the fall of flowers, tears were shed. She was extremely lonesome. Xiao immersed himself in his own memories, slowly speaking, his voice gloomy, carrying great grief. Who would have thought that their reunion would be like this? When he spoke up to when Anlin's hand reached across the sky, when that arm crossed desolate border and seized Xin province, Xiao's breathing even became rushed. Even though that was something that happened more than 10,000 years ago, it was still clear before his eyes. His eyes were red, fists clenched tightly. However, everything was in the past, he already couldn't change much. What you have said, I don't believe any of it. Huolinger said. She stared at Hao and said, "Who can prove it? They are merely one-sided words spoken by you to incite me." Hao opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, after 10,000 years passed, the entire world became still. Among those of the same generation, just how many were left? They all died along the passage of time. After 15,000 years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. In this type of cultivationless age-ruined world, how could it compare to the foreign realm or immortal domain? This realm dried up. Hao even felt lonely when he thought about it sometimes. The previous enemies who fought with him and faced him had mostly already turned to dust. Only a small group entered immortal domain. Hao didn't say much, sealing her and the Black Wolf's magical force, and then brought them out, heading straight for the lower realms. This trip took many days. They started from Fire Nation, the place where Huolinger was born. Even though it had already changed greatly, traces of the past could still be found. It was to the extent where there were still lines recording her existence in some bone books. Then they went to the 100 Shattered Mountains. They then headed to Fire Clan Ancestral Land's Holy Emperor Palace. Every detail of the past appeared in Hao's mind. He didn't forget any of it even now. After many days passed, he brought Huolinger into the higher realm. He wanted to bring her to Xin Province, but it was no longer there. The fire mulberry trees carried a beautiful memory. Only, all of that no longer existed, it was already gone. There were still a few people from back then. The heavenly horned ant could be considered one, but he didn't recognize Huolinger at all. In the end, Hao was left disappointed and frustrated. He really didn't know how to prove himself, how to tell her. He looked at that familiar face. Her beauty exceeded the past. A black dress fluttered about, her figure graceful, complexion snow-white. Her temperament was now enchanting and grave, different from before. In the past, she was gentle, but now, she had the aura of a powerful figure. This wasn't her. Hao released a sigh, saying, "These feelings can wait until you recall your memories." Only, even though he knew that there was most likely no chance, he wasn't someone who was willing to give up. He wanted to save Huolinger. "I previously prepared an instance of natural luck for you. I don't know if your soul has truly disappeared from your body yet, or if it is still there. Even if there is only a tiny bit left, I still don't want to give up," Hao said, his expression becoming more and more firm. In reality, Huolinger was already a bit moved and confused. Hao previously brought her to the places that had been corroded by darkness. Many cultivators of this world knew about the darkness chaos. Hao seriously asked her if she had any memories of her childhood, or if there was only a gap. After Huolinger spent so much time on this great earth, saw so many darkness creatures, how could she not become doubtful? "Let's go." Hao took her with him, rising into the void, entering the depths of the cosmos. He was going to help her carry out a rebirth on an uninhabited planet. He only wished for this body to still have a tiny bit of Huolinger's primordial spirit traces. He wanted to see a miracle. "What is this?" Huolinger was shocked. She saw an egg that surged with raging flames. When Hao used immortal force, this egg released 5-colored divine light, illuminating the dark cosmos. "Phoenix egg," Hao said. Back then, he already decided to gift the flame Dao cultivation to Huolinger. Who would have thought that it would only happen after more than 10,000 years? This egg couldn't produce a true phoenix anymore. It was already half dead. However, after activating it, it could help complete another, carrying the true phoenix bloodline's most powerful rebirth power. "I am willing to help you obtain a new life," Hao said. Chi, a streak of golden light flickered about, flying across the cosmos. Hao immediately stopped his movements, not allowing Huolinger to immediately carry out a rebirth. He saw the world tree. Right now, it was still extremely tall, but it was definitely not as exaggerated as before. Now, it was only about 10,000 zhang in height. It flowed with endless brilliance, filled with primal chaos power. That was a heaven-splitting aura. At the same time, he saw that woman again. She was standing in front of the ancient palace on the treetop, looking at this place. "Let us have a chat up here." The woman spoke, inviting Xianxia to ascend the treetop, have a conversation with her. Xianxia nodded, bringing Hualinger and the Black Wolf with him. Rising up, he stepped into the chaotic energy, arriving on the treetop. This place swirled with golden radiance, sweet fragrance pouring down. This was especially the case at the very top, where there were sparkling and translucent world tree tender shoots that released powerful life energy. A temple rested on the treetop, forever not sinking. Apart from this place had a piece of world stone. This was a natural supreme treasure. Once it was refined, it could face immortal artifacts and other things, the most stunning treasure. Xianxia had seen these things before back then. He didn't expect them to all still be here. Xianxia stared at this woman. She was extraordinary after all, her body releasing immortal Tao force. Her cultivation level was definitely astonishing. In this cultivationless age, apart from him, there were still immortals after all. However, when he thought about it, he still felt relieved. This was a world tree. This woman always remained with it, so she definitely had an incredible background. I am not someone of the same generation as you. As if she knew what he was thinking, this woman spoke, her voice carrying a certain charm. This was an extremely perfect and flawless woman, her long golden hair dazzling like the sunrise multicolored brilliance. Xianxia asked which era she belonged to. The golden-haired woman released a sigh, her eyes carrying a bit of a loss and regret. It's been too long. I've already forgotten how many great eras ago it was. Xianxia was stunned. This woman's background was this great? My grandfather previously drafted Immortal Domain's cultivation method, an existence who almost broke through the Immortal King realm, but in the end still died. Before departing, he sealed me to the half-world tree. What? This time, it was Xianxia who couldn't sit still anymore, truly shocked. To be more precise, Immortal Domain's method was created by a group of people. He was merely a member, one of the prides of heaven of that generation, also one of the most powerful individuals across many great eras. The woman said. She was extremely frank, telling him her background. Even someone that powerful died? Xianxia's eyes were brilliant. These were heavenly mysteries he wasn't familiar with himself, so he naturally wanted to ask about it in detail. Those who could create cultivation systems, even if they were just a member that succeeded through group strength, being able to almost break through the Immortal King realm in the end was still already shocking enough. He was seriously injured in the Realm Sea, in the end dying in Guidance Ancient Palace. When he heard these words, Xianxia's eyes released great radiance, the light burning like a torch, releasing great Tao symbols that interweaved together, splitting the void. He thought of something. In the past, when he was in Burial Earth, he saw Chao Yuxing's future body. Back then, Chao Yuxing frantically told him that he had to be careful. Palace. At the time, he didn't have any way of really hearing everything, only seizing the word palace. After so many years, he had always been pondering over this on his own, thinking over many things. Guidance Ancient Palace, this wasn't the first time he heard about this. It was because during the struggle between the 3,000 provinces' geniuses, he already saw one in Immortal Ancient Remains. At that time, the palace drew in a primordial spirit from an unknown place. This is precisely the Guidance Ancient Palace. The woman pointed at the chaotic ancient palace on the treetop. Why is it here? Xianxia was bewildered. My grandfather previously slaughtered his way over, seizing it and suppressing it here. The golden-haired woman said. Why are you telling me these things? Xianxia asked. Because I just happened to see that you wanted to save this woman. Is there any connection between these two things? Xianxia asked for guidance. Guidance Ancient Palace is related to the Darkness Prison. Only through Guidance Ancient Palace can one be connected there. The golden-haired girl said. Darkness Prison? Darkness Prison, the place where primordial spirits are locked up one after another. That place is an endless void, a boundless dark territory, a place we cannot step foot in. When he heard everything up to here, Xianxia's mind was surging crazily. He knew what kind of place that was. It was the same as what he suspected. In the past, he had previously gone there. When he was cultivating his second strand of immortal energy, he almost died there. His primordial spirit left his body, mysteriously entering darkness prison. Locked up there for a long time. That prison rose and fell along the long river of time, like a land of reincarnation. It imprisoned many creatures. Some of them were powerful beyond imagination, imperishable since ancient times. Do you know where the darkness matter originates from? The golden-haired woman asked. Could it be? It comes precisely from behind darkness prison. She said it like this. Sherhao's mind was in complete chaos. He actually learned about this mystery. Everything was because this woman's grandfather was too powerful back then. He was someone who had hopes of breaking through the immortal king realm, one of the most powerful individuals in this world. This was why she was able to tell him so much. The darkness corrosion will bring away those creatures' primordial spirits, nurture their flesh, and produce new primordial spirits. That is why there is no need for doubt. This woman's newly produced primordial spirit is still hers, not another creature coming in and occupying her. It is just that she no longer has her past memories, becoming different from before. Sherhao was stunned. It was actually like this. Quolinger's primordial spirit still existed. It entered the land of darkness. Locked up in that prison? Just what kind of place exactly was that? She still exists, but the new primordial spirit still isn't the one I know. Sherhao said. He felt both happiness and sorrow. What made him happy was that Hualinger still existed in that land of darkness. There was hope. He could still find her. What kind of nonsense are you all talking about? Hualinger didn't believe any of this. You don't need to look at it anymore. It has already been destroyed by my grandfather, suppressed. The connection to that place has already been severed. The woman shook her head. Then, she told him that there was more than one guidance ancient palace. Instead, there were many of them. All of them were located in the void. When you cross the void, the blood-dyed ancient ship, immortal ascension light, and chaotic ancient palaces. These things that people are most scared of encountering, they are all related to each other. The woman said. She told him that the chaotic ancient palaces that were visible in the void were just like the one here, belonging to Guidance Ancient Palace. As for the blood-soaked ancient ship, Sherhao knew that it originated from the realm sea. He saw more than one rising and falling in that ocean. What kind of connection do they all have? Could it be that there is more than one way, that we don't have to borrow the Guidance Ancient Palace? Sherhao asked. There is another way to enter the land of darkness. An easier way to explore the ultimate mysteries of the darkness, as well as the path many people are taking. This is precisely crossing the realm sea. The woman said. Sherhao didn't say anything, his eyes becoming more and more brilliant. That day he learned of too many mysteries. He was digesting it all, thinking to himself, great waves surging within him. There were some things not even the restricted region lord knew about because he was already ruined, only some remnant were left behind. The past memories had already been hacked away. When crossing the void, if you can see ascension light, occasionally, one can see it tear open a crack and enter the land of darkness through there. However, the creatures who entered have never come back out alive. It was actually like this. Sherhao nodded. Guidance Ancient Palace could bring one to darkness prison. At the limits of the realm sea laid the greatest mysteries behind the darkness land. Those who wished to surpass immortal king realm all went to take the realm sea path. It is because back then, there was a pair of shallow footprints that led there. These traces not something an immortal king could leave behind. The golden-haired woman said. Sherhao remained silent for a long time, giving her a bow of respect, deeply expressing his thanks. Otherwise, even if he used the true phoenix egg to help Hualinger carry out a rebirth, he still wouldn't be able to bring back that person from before. Turns out she was in the land of darkness. After 10,000 years passed, just how much did she suffer? She was trapped there all alone. The corrosion of darkness sometimes cannot bring away all of one's soul. There would still be a bit left over. The woman said, understanding a lot about the truth. Sherhao nodded. He thought back to Meng Tianjing. If not for him having a ruined spirit, why would he help him out, kill those true immortals? As long as their primordial spirits still existed, still alive, then there was still hope. He definitely had to save them. However, A shadow covered Shao's mind, recalling his past experience. When he entered mysteriously, if not for him being extraordinary, he would have died in the prison back then. The darkness will erase normal bodies. The prison isn't something anyone can use. Only those who have the privilege of achieving immortality, becoming undying existences, will have their primordial spirits preserved. The golden-haired woman said. Shao was stunned. This woman's grandfather was heaven-defying after all. Even this type of secret could be investigated. No wonder he passed away in the end. He definitely came into contact with too much, involved too deeply, killed by the darkness as a result. Then, he thought to himself again and again, feeling his entire body turning cold. It really was horrifying. That cage selectively preserved primordial spirits. In the end, all those who were left behind were the most powerful, storing their primordial spirits. Just what was it trying to do? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt it was. This world's creatures are all trying to make it through. The golden-haired woman sighed. During this process, Hualinger's expression was complicated. The two of them didn't discuss this behind her back, making her mind produce great waves. Even though she didn't believe any of this, not willing to accept it, she was still a bit shaken. What kind of method does that bone record refer to? Shao consulted her. He looked towards that chaotic ancient palace, which was also a guidance ancient palace. Back then, he discovered a rough bone there. The recordings on it saying that there was a method in this world that was world-shocking and incomparable. Something that not even a heavenly emperor obtained before. That bone is something my grandfather's generation left behind, using the great Tao characters of different ages to inform those of later generations. According to my speculations, it should be the lower piece of the true primordial record. The lower piece of the true primordial record? This news was extremely shocking. It was rumored that the true primordial record had 3 pieces in total: the upper piece divine guidance, middle piece transcendence, and the lower piece whose situation was not known by anyone. You have to be careful. My grandfather's group also wished to establish an immortal court. Those individuals considered themselves emperors, but in the end still couldn't break through the immortal king realm, unable to receive that type of blessing. In the end, they all collapsed one after the next, even their clansmen pretty much eradicated. I was sealed, and a butcher fled to another ancient realm, rumored to have ultimately headed into the realm sea as well. When Shao heard these things, he was extremely shaken and stupefied. There was actually this much to consider? No wonder that Bone wrote that it was a natural luck not even heavenly emperors could obtain. Ever since the ancient times, there were still a few who dared claim to be emperors in the immortal Tao domain, but none of them were able to break through the immortal king realm, ultimately dying extremely miserably. The golden-haired woman told him. Shao nodded. He established the imperial court, the mortal world already calling him a heavenly emperor. But this was only in a ruined world's cultivationless age. This wasn't immortal domain, nor was it the other side. He felt like this title wasn't worth much. It was just a title. What was so special about that? Shao. In the end, the world tree turned into a streak of light, carrying that woman away, disappearing without a trace. Shao brought Hualinger back to imperial court. The latter's expression complicated. Unknown what she was thinking about, sneaking a look at him from time to time. This is the phoenix's immortal egg. Hold on to it carefully. In the future, it will be extremely useful to you. Shao said, giving Hualinger the true phoenix egg. I don't want it. Hualinger backed up. The years continued, 100 years passing in a flash. Shao completely calmed down, entering seclusion, cultivating bitterly. It was because he knew that if he wanted to enter the land of darkness, with his current cultivation, it still wasn't enough. He had to rise up to immortal king realm. However, would others give him that chance? 100 years later, Shao came out of seclusion. He prepared to face danger, wishing to brave death to attack at the immortal king realm. Right now, he could challenge half immortal kings and could even kill all opponents under the immortal king level. However, if he truly faced immortal kings, he would definitely seem extremely sorry. That was why he felt anxious inside, feeling that he had to risk it all. He didn't have time to continue accumulating right now. The peace was going to be shattered soon. It was because a heaven-shocking battle happened by the realm sea, long having creatures who have reached the shore, already fighting it out over there. The experts there were all unimaginable, all of them heaven-warping figures that had survived by fighting the long river of history. The appearance of any one of them would be heaven-shocking. It could be said that the creatures of Realm C were the main characters of different ages, those at the peak who truly faced the storm from the front. Otherwise, why would those immortal kings and undying kings feel like they were facing a great enemy? These people's return signified great chaos. Some creatures were still themselves, some of them long losing themselves, their true selves no longer existing, becoming someone else. Invite them here. After Xianxia came out of seclusion, he ordered the attendants to summon the Crimson Dragon, Mu Qing, Heavenly Horned Ant and the others. In this world, the ones he was close to were just these. Among them, only the Lightning Spirit, Emperor Butterfly, Heavenly Horned Ant. These few became extreme Tao experts who were at the peak of Supreme Being Realm. Many others already became old under the passage of time. The past 800 disciples no longer existed. What replaced them were their descendants. Xianxia looked into the mountains behind Imperial Court. There were too many graves there. Resting within them were some of the powerful individuals who had followed him for many, many years, but still weren't a match against time. Mu Qing and Zhu Lin came. The Heavenly Horned Ant, Lightning Spirit, Emperor Butterfly, Diving Striking Stone and others also all appeared. These people previously belonged to the same generation. They were the last of the creatures who were still alive from those times. Huolinger was also here. During these years, she was forbidden from leaving Imperial Court, but she didn't try to escape. At her feet was a half-foot-long little wolf. They knew that something was definitely about to happen. "Master, what happened?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "I miss everyone," Xianxia said. He thought for a bit. He had everyone head to Imperial Court's rear mountains where he once established a great grave. There was a special valley there that buried two creatures. This was a mysterious burial cave, originally not belonging to this place. It was moved here from a different place. When the burial cave was opened up, cries sounded from within, sounding like the howls of a wolf. "Wretched, we've encountered tomb raiders. You all actually dare raid your ancestor's body? Do you not want to continue living anymore?" That was Chao Yuxing's voice, flustered and exasperated. "Bark, bark." Then, dog barking noises sounded. "Who dares plunder my tomb? Bark." Imperial Court's divine generals were all speechless. Why were these two still alive? At first, they were given a fright, but upon closer inspection, they noticed that the man and dog weren't dead. "We are Imperial Court's divine generals," one of them hurriedly explained. He was a descendant of those 800 disciples. "Kacha!" A clear sound rang out. An old Taoist priest was dressed in precious clothes, shattering the divine origin stone crystals as he came out. This was Chao Yuxing, extremely fat, but also quite old, his hair white. On the other side was a small dog the size of a palm, its hair all red, incredibly old. It was the dog without end Immortal King raised, but its Tao skills had already been crippled. Back then, this man and dog weren't able to reach the peak of extreme Tao, so they were sealed in divine origin liquid, buried here. "What? Did Huang order you all to dig up the tomb?" Chao Yuxing muttered. Even though he was discontent, he had no choice but to appear in the world now. However, he wasn't worried either. Xianxia was still here, so he could quickly refine divine origin liquid, seal them up again. It's been 7,000 to 8,000 years already. When he entered the central heavenly temple, Chao Yuxing released a sigh, feeling a bit sentimental. There weren't many left from the people in the past. He knew that they had all passed away. Then, the restricted region lord, Crystal Skull, and other old freaks were also invited over. Everyone knew that something major was definitely happening, or else why would Xianxia make such a huge move, call all of them over? "I am preparing to risk it all and attack at the Immortal King realm. I wanted to have a small gathering with everyone today." Xianxia was extremely direct, telling them this. Apart from the restricted region lord and a few other old freaks, the others were all stupefied. Sure Hao ordered someone to prepare a great cauldron. Then, he personally produced an ancient beast's body, producing only half of its body here, flowing with mysterious precious light. What species is this? Zhu Lin asked. Time beast, Scarlet King. Sure Hao replied. A Guangdong noise sounded. Chao Yuxing's wine cup fell to the ground, releasing a pung noise. The little dog knocked over a jade table, just too shocked. Scarlet King, what kind of existence was this? In the past, he fought with the immortal kings of the 9 heavens 10 earths, moreover powerfully refined and unmatched immortal king. It was actually chopped up. It was just a coincidence. Sure Hao chuckled, explaining things to them. This really feels good. You hacked it up well. Chao Yuxing cried out, the little dog also barking out. Back then, Scarlet King was someone who was extremely vicious, making immortal ancients' generations' faces all change upon hearing its name. This was a reborn body, not the completely reborn Scarlet King. Sure Hao didn't know how much essence was in this type of transforming flesh. He never touched it all this time, but invited everyone out today. Then he produced a precious tree, releasing it into this giant central palace. It was precisely the Tao Comprehension tea tree, on it 2,800 or so leaves that shone brilliantly. Tao Comprehension tea. The restricted region lord was shocked, turning into a white-clothed man, sitting here. This was definitely good stuff, able to help one comprehend the Tao, consolidate one's cultivation, break through their current cultivation realm. This is what you need the most when breaking through. You don't need to worry about us. The heavenly horned ant said. It's fine. When breaking into the immortal king level, these things most likely won't be very useful. Sure Hao shook his head. Soon afterwards, meat fragrance wafted through this place. The soup being simmered in the cauldron flowed with 7-colored brilliance, auspicious energy surging, the fragrance extremely alluring. If Scarlet King knew about this, he would definitely be angered to death. These people chewed on large pieces of Scarlet King's meat. This won't do, the essence within this stuff is too strange. Even though it won't make me explode, I feel a bit uncomfortable, unable to continue enjoying it. Chao Yuxing was the first one to cry out. Then the others also sensed something, stopping after eating a portion. As for the restricted region lord, he only sipped on tea, not eating the time beast's flesh. Sure Hao didn't mind carefully tasting this meat. He was searching, seeing if there were any Tao fruit fragments of that undying king, but he didn't find anything. Huolinger was also here. Sure Hao brought a plate of tender meat over to her. In the end, most of the large cauldron of meat was finished by Sure Hao. A larger half of Scarlet King's reborn body was eaten by Sure Hao. Then they began to enjoy the tea and discuss the Tao. After not meeting for many years now, they were the only ones left, so they were naturally deeply moved, having many things they wanted to say. Wang! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. Sure Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes releasing shocking beams of light, gazing into the sky dome. He knew that something was wrong. There was a great realm gate that was opened. It was this type of powerful fluctuation. In the sky dome, there was a gate that was opened. Immortal light was released, auspicious multicolored light shining endlessly. A great golden path appeared, bringing some people out. Then that gate closed again, thus disappearing. Huang, are you still in this world? If you are still alive, quickly come and receive this decree. Someone shouted, the voice shaking the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was a true immortal, right now looking down on this world, coldly examining it. The world immediately became quiet, only his voice echoing about. The cultivators of all clans were completely silent, no one replying. Inside the central heavenly temple, Sure Hao released a light sigh, saying, I thought it would be an undying king who would act against me first. Who would have thought that the immortal kings would make their move first? He sat there without moving, continuing to sip on Tao Comprehension tea. Master! Sure Hao! The Crimson Dragon, Heavenly Horned Ant and others all revealed worried expressions. Why did Immortal Domain's people come again? This time, they clearly came with bad intentions. The waves of aura released were too strong. Brazen! Since the fake imperial court still exists, Why is no one replying? Even if Huang dies, you all have to receive the decree in his place. That true immortal shouted. He called the imperial court fake imperial court, carrying cold intent. You've judged that I was dead just like that? Sure Hao appeared, bringing the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing and the others, as well as a group of divine generals out, facing the heavens, his expression cold. Which random shameful true immortal came down? The divine striking stone shouted. So you really were still alive? This true immortal's pupils contracted. In the past, Immortal domains sent out geniuses under the escort of immortal Dao experts to seize this realm's heaven's core imprint. But in the end, they were all killed by Huang, even true immortals falling. He naturally became a bit tense, fearing that sure Hao would act out. Huang, you should come and respectfully accept this decree, this true immortal said. He raised his hand, a golden decree appearing, and then he began to read it. Meanwhile, there was a group of people behind him, among them some true immortals, and then one creature with a terrifying aura, its magical force vigorous. It was actually a half-immortal king. This made sure Hao frown. Immortal domain could actually send a half-immortal king into the lower realm. Their methods were shocking. Which immortal king's decree? Sure Hao asked. That true immortal sneered, holding that decree in hand as he said, Huang, aren't you regarding yourself too highly? Sure Hao's eyes were icy cold, penetrating beyond compare, like lightning. This immediately made this true immortal break out into a cold shiver, unable to help but take 2 steps back. This is Duo Mu half-immortal king's decree. Why aren't you respectfully kneeling to receive the decree yet? He berated. Then, he looked towards the people behind him, bowing extremely respectfully to the half-immortal king at the center. This was clearly that Duo Mu half-immortal king. Imperial Court's people were all furious. Immortal Domain's visitors were just too overbearing, immediately demanding the master of Imperial Court to receive a decree, extremely domineering. Do you want to die? Sure Hao only had these words, looking towards the true immortal who held the decree. Read it for him to hear. At this time, that Duo Mu half-immortal king spoke, having this true immortal read the decree. Huang, establishing a fake imperial court on his own initiative, going against immortal Dao. That true immortal read it loudly, berating Sure Hao, his tone harsh, passing judgment on his sins. According to the decree, they were going to escort Sure Hao to immortal domain to carry out a trial and punishment. Huang, you still aren't receiving this decree? This true immortal shouted. This time, even though he didn't have Sure Hao kneel, his attitude wasn't changed at all. He was still extremely domineering and arrogant. It was because he had a half-immortal king behind him, had this type of great figure overseeing this place. He believed that this time Huang was finished, that he was going to be suppressed and killed. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after thousands of years passed, Huang made great progress, achieving immortality. He even headed to the other side and killed half-undying kings. If he knew this, he would definitely break out into shivers, not daring to speak. Everything was because Sure Hao's cultivation speed was too fast, far exceeding these people's expectations. After all, it was just a few thousand years. Courting death. Sure Hao only had these 2 words. Then, he brandished a fist imprint, smashing forward with a hong noise. Pooh! That giant fist was like a small mountain, smashing into the void. That true immortal wanted to escape, but he was surrounded by natural laws, unable to struggle free, exploding on the spot, crushed into a blast of bloody mist. It was just a single fist, yet a true immortal already died. You dare! Duo Mu half-immortal king was furious. He actually dared kill before his face. You are nothing more than a half-immortal king. What qualifications do you have to act so arrogant? Try me, make me receive your decree. Sure Hao's voice was cold. What was the most upsetting was that Duo Mu was right there. He could have just personally spoken, yet he actually had someone read a decree, putting on this type of arrogant appearance, as if it was beneath him to speak. I am a half-immortal king, yet you are not accepting this decree. Do you wish to go against immortal domain's will? Duo Mu asked with a sunken expression. Half-immortal kings aren't worth anything. It's not like I haven't killed them before. Xianxia shouted, directly taking action, rushing forward fiercely. At the same time, he displayed a great divine ability, wrapping around this area, moving to the depths of the cosmos to avoid damaging the mountains and rivers below. Duomu was shocked. A single moment of absent-mindedness and he was brought away. This was a bit shameful. The other 3 true immortals and some others that followed them were also brought over, all of them horrified at this time. Kill! Xianxia roared. Something that left all of them shocked happened. An intense battle directly erupted, the battle terrifying. Xianxia killed half-immortal King Duomu, a fist smashing through his skull, crushing his primordial spirit, ending his life. Pooh! Half-immortal King Duomu's body exploded, his body and spirit dying. The remaining people were absolutely terrified. Did this Huang want to defy the heavens? Just how old was he? He could even kill half-immortal kings. Duomu, a half-immortal king, was killed. The scene of heaven's tears and other irregular scenes appeared. It was because he was absorbed by this world. This the case for all of the undying beings and true immortals who died in this realm. This ruined world was being restored, devouring all living things in reverse. Whenever a powerful being died, the powerful essence energy would be absorbed by heaven and earth, their divine ability laws merging into the great Tao. The others began to panic. Just now, they were full of confidence. Some of these followers weren't even true immortals, yet they were arrogant and bossy, looking down on the residents of this world. Yet now it was a completely different story. The half-immortal king they looked up to was killed just like that. What were they supposed to do now? In that instant, the faces of the people here turned pale, inwardly panicking, not knowing what to do. This was completely different from what they predicted. In their opinion, when a half-immortal king entered the lower realms to subdue some enemies, what Huang, what imperial court? They were nothing more than chickens, unable to take a single blow. Those followers came to get in on a share of natural luck. No matter how impoverished the lower realm was, there were definitely still some heavenly materials left. This time, a half-immortal king descended, so they were sure that imperial court would be gone. Once their treasuries were searched, there would definitely be great returns. Unfortunately, everything was different from what they imagined. Even those true immortals' expressions were ugly, inwardly shaken, feeling great regret. They really shouldn't have joined in on the action this time. Why did they have to covet the lower realm's treasures? Huang, you are a bit too domineering. If there is something to discuss, why is there a need to kill our cultivators? A true immortal braced himself and said. He had no choice but to speak up because Huang's current expression was extremely unkind. Already staring at them, strand after strand of killing intent released. All of you already came down here to kill me, attaching crimes to my name, wishing to destroy my imperial court. Could it be that I still really have to kneel down and accept this decree? Xianxia asked coldly. Huang, this matter can be properly discussed. We were also left with no choice. You should know that heavens will cannot be defied. A true immortal's eyes flickered with golden light, wishing to calm down Xianxia. Heavens will cannot be defied? Which heavens will? Xianxia asked. Ouching Immortal King, Taisher Immortal King, and Yuanchu Immortal King. Right at this time, a comparatively young true immortal said. He became a true immortal not too long ago, carrying a sense of deeply rooted pride. When he saw Xianxia act this powerfully, he found it unsightly, thus stating that 3 immortal kings wanted to suppress him. When the other 2 true immortals heard this, their expressions immediately changed, inwardly thinking that things were bad. Back then, Immortal Domain's people already heard of Huang's power. Ouching Immortal King and Taisher Immortal King's direct descendants were all killed by Huang. They dared face him for the Heaven's Core imprint, ultimately ending up being directly cut down. Now, they were still trying to use the Immortal King's names to intimidate him. With his nature, it would definitely be ineffective, only making things more dangerous for all of them. Ouching, Taisher, Yuanchu? Humph, merely immortal kings. Yet they dare wantonly call it heaven's will. What qualifications do they have to convict me of crimes? Shao's face sunk. That comparatively younger true immortal's expression changed. He had cultivated in seclusion for many years, only recently achieving true immortal status. Even though he didn't understand Huang too well, he could also see how tough the other party was. Cough, Ouching, Taisher, and Yuan Chu. The three immortal kings aren't necessarily convicting you of crimes, only wishing to question you. Since you don't believe us, then that's fine, we'll go back and tell them. An aged true immortal spoke, really wishing to immediately leave. Those three old things are absolutely disgraceful, Shao said with a cold voice. He loathed Ouching and Taisher greatly. When he entered immortal domain back then, those two already took action, almost ending his life. If not for the restricted region lord asking Pan King for help, he would have most likely died there. You are completely unbridled. You dare disrespect an immortal king? That young true immortal shouted. This was speaking blasphemy against immortal kings. He felt like he had to speak up right now, and only then could he explain himself properly when he went back to immortal domain. He wanted to be on good terms with these three great immortal king families. Right now, he didn't need to make a move. He only needed to slightly speak for righteousness. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Shao. He only just came out of seclusion, not familiar with Shao's nature. At the very least, the other two old fellas were extremely quiet, not daring to speak too much. Hong. Sure enough, this young true immortal paid the price for his righteousness. A fist crushed the starry sky, surrounding the sky dome, slamming at him murderously. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but rather the enemy was too sinister. His Dao law force like a waterfall, crashing down from above, drowning him where he was, almost imprisoning him. He released a loud shout, doing everything he could to resist with full force. He released a palm, immortal Dao symbols filling the skies. However, he couldn't stop it at all. Pooh! This person exploded, his body and spirit erased. Do you all still want me to take action? Shao asked, looking towards the others. We don't dare. The two true immortals gave in. Shao wasn't polite at all, suppressing them, adding seals to all of them. Then, he handed them over to the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing and the others. Search their immortal Dao symbols for opportunities of achieving immortality. The two true immortals' faces immediately became green. They were glorious true immortals. Being captured by Huang was one thing, but they even had to let mortal Dao cultivators randomly search them. They were inwardly unwilling, but they didn't dare rebel. All of their Dao skills were sealed. Do you think your actions here will bring great trouble in the future? Chao Yuxing asked quietly. After all, this was detaining immortal domain's creatures. A single mishap and tremendous trouble would be provoked. Shao sighed. Would bowing down allow them to avoid a death disaster? This was completely impossible. The killing intent of immortal kings couldn't be erased. Instead of this, he might as well just do what he wished, kill if he had to. The three immortal kings could continue to send people down to try and capture him, but he definitely won't kneel and receive their decree. He could die, but he couldn't be humiliated. Furthermore, it wasn't like he only killed one or two of Ouching and Taisher's descendants. This time, even a half-immortal king was killed. No idea what clan he was from. When there were too many bugs, would one still be scared of being bitten? Duomu didn't return for a long time. Some immortal domain powers sensed that there might be issues, this leaving them shocked. The lower realm wasn't some den of tigers or pool of dragons. Could there still be something unexpected that happened? Several days later, several more people from immortal domain descended into the 3,000 provinces, searching for Duomu and the others' traces. Imperial court captured them? They simply didn't dare to believe this. As a result, they directly paid them a visit. However, these people didn't dare act wantonly, only asking Imperial court to release the prisoners. However, in the end, they were refused. Coming and going as you wish. What kind of place are you treating my Imperial court as? You all wanted to capture me, but after being captured instead, you still want us to let you all go. These people left in a dejected manner, reporting to Immortal Domain's authoritative figures. This triggered a great uproar. Several days later, two more half-immortal kings entered the lower realm. bringing a powerful weapon with them to kill Hao. That weapon was too terrifying. Endless immortal radiance was released from it, simply about to destroy this realm. However, this was also their limit. They could only send 2 half-immortal kings, even this already triggering a powerful rejection from this world. Moreover, that weapon had a large amount of its power sealed, or else it couldn't be brought down. Some old fellas sleeping in restricted regions were alarmed. Immortal King Artifact. Taisher Immortal King has been angered. Someone said with a low voice. That was a sealed Immortal King artifact. The 9 heavens 10 earths were greatly shaken. Hao remained fearless. When he was disturbed while in seclusion, he directly faced them while holding the everlasting sword core. Since the other side wanted his life, then who cares if you are an Immortal King expert or what other background they had? He would just kill them all the same. You have defied the will of heaven. Today, your head will be removed. The 2 half-immortal kings took action together, supporting that Immortal King magical artifact together. Even Taisher, Ouching, and Yuanchu dare to claim to be heaven's will? Die! Hao released a great roar, facing them in the starry sky. This battle continued until the sun and moon lost brilliance, mountains and rivers lost color, stars collapsing. The everlasting sword core was the same as always, never weaker than another, becoming stronger the more powerful the opponent it faced was. Could actually stop this half-sealed Immortal King artifact, erupting with blazing radiance. Pooh! Blood radiance flickered. Once the great battle reached 1,000 moves, Hao's sword removed a head. That primordial spirit wanted to flee, but it was crushed by a streak of sword radiance. A half-immortal king lost his life. He assimilated with the Tao, a sea of essence energy absorbed by this universe. After his body exploded, he turned into natural law and order, merging into the great Tao. The other individual was horrified. Even though he wielded an Immortal King magical artifact, chills still ran down his back. He hacked open the void, wishing to flee through Immortal Domain's gate, not wanting to fight anymore. Only he wasn't able to escape. While running and fighting at the same time, his chest was hacked open by Hao's sword, blood gushing out. Then, the sword pierced through his forehead, ending his life in the starry sky. Unfortunately, the Immortal King magical artifact couldn't be kept. It turned into a streak of light, rushing towards that gate, returning to Immortal Domain. The great restricted region's experts couldn't help but be moved. Huang's growth was ferocious after all, leaving them deeply shocked. Some of their eyes were deep, primal chaos appearing, unknown what they were thinking. In Immortal Domain, the ancient cosmos Taisher Immortal King ruled over. A cold and ruthless snort sounded. The stars in the heavens all shook, making some true immortals' bodies turn cold, become rigid. Taisher Immortal King was angered. Tao brother, Realm C is currently unstable. Do not head into the lower realm now. Paying the price to kill him now isn't worth it. Ouching spoke from millions and millions of li away. If an Immortal King wanted to go down, it wasn't that there wasn't a way, but they had to pay the price. Their realm was originally of the same origin as the 9 heavens 10 earths. If they charged in injuring that realm's great Tao foundation, there would be much karma involved. Yuanchu sat in the primal chaos, his eyes closed, also speaking up at this time. I can see that the lower realm's natural laws are gradually becoming complete, its great Tao reviving. The entire world is recovering. Once that realm is powerful enough, it will no longer reject us. We can enter then. Immortal Domain and the Foreign Realm, these 2 places had complete natural laws, the great Tao powerful enough, which was why they didn't reject experts at the Immortal King level, allowing for travel in between them. The 9 heaven 10 earths were beaten into ruin, trying to restore itself all this time. Time flowed on. After several decades, desolate borders' uninhabited region displayed irregular changes. There were extremely powerful experts who slaughtered their way over, actually half undying kings. 2 great experts appeared, one of them holding a golden spear, precisely Anlin's weapon. It carried endless power, wishing to pierce through this realm. There was another expert who held Anlin's shield. It was like an armor that released dazzling radiance, the aura terrifying. In the past Great War, Anlin wielded a golden spear in one hand and a shield in the other, unstoppable. These two were the weapons he became a king with. Now, there were people who wielded them, slaughtering their way over to kill Shi Hao, not even give him a chance. Hong. Even though Shi Hao was in seclusion, how could this type of thing not startle him? He immediately rushed over, facing these great enemies. The everlasting sword core shone, the scene horrifying. Not only was there immortal ascension light, there was also the terrifying scene of blood flooding a grave, leaving the other side's two great experts shocked. They fought intensely, fighting a miserable great battle. In the end, Shi Hao hacked one of them in half, making the golden spear in that person's hand tremble continuously, wishing to undo all of its seals. However, it didn't succeed. Pooh! The other person was hacked in the waist, and then his primordial spirit was erased. After this life and death battle, this place became quiet. The two weapons both returned to the other side. The Undying King's weapons couldn't be made to remain. Thus, the world became peaceful. The restricted region's creatures were sure that Huang was already unmatched under the Immortal King level. There was no way they could kill him. This might be the start of an age or perhaps the end of an age. They were all waiting for shocking changes to happen. It was because they all sensed something. Shi Hao was also waiting. In recent years, he abandoned all methods and all precious techniques, only cultivating his own great Tao, establishing his own path. Perhaps it could be said that he completely digested the Kuan Peng, Willow Deity, True Phoenix, Lightning Emperor and other unmatched experts' precious techniques, turning them into nourishment for his own great Tao. He broke down the imperishable scripture, true primordial record, 6 Tao reincarnations and other heavenly arts, merging them into his own system. He assimilated everything, truly walking on his own path, already difficult to see the shadows of others. He was preparing, wishing to take that step. Even though he knew that this was extremely difficult, even more terrifying than 9 deaths 1 life, he already didn't have a choice. He was forced into this critical situation. The other side's Anlin and Scarlet King wanting him dead was one thing, but even Immortal Domain's Ouching, Taisher and Yuanchu wanted his life. This posed a great threat to him, the pressure making it hard for him to even breathe. During these years, Immortal Domain still occasionally sent down people to scout things out, but they didn't dare take action, really scared badly. Meanwhile, the Immortal Kings couldn't be bothered with this side right now. As for the foreign realm, after 2 half-undying kings died miserably, there was a huge commotion raised. The warlike individuals here were all worked up and incredibly resentful, but there was still nothing they could do. Unless an undying king took action, everyone else would die. Hong. That day, the 9 heavens 10 earths trembled. Everyone vaguely saw a large hand that almost tore open the realm walls, extremely blurry as it reached over. It was pitch black like ink, just a finger alone much larger than a star. The realm wall displayed cracks. When some experts saw this, they all sucked in cold breaths of air. A creature from Realm C. There were sighs that sounded from the restricted regions. This day finally arrived. The experts of the Realm C have appeared. A creature was about to descend into this realm. Chi! An arrow flew out. With a pew noise, it landed on that large hand. The blood that splashed out was black-colored, terrifying beyond compare, surging like waves. One had to understand that this blood, compared to that large black hand, there was just a tiny bit. However, when it fell through the realm wall crack, it turned into a black flood. A miserable cry transmitted from that region. All creatures' lives erased. However, that large hand also withdrew, searching for the one who released that arrow, releasing a low roar from its mouth. The great chaos was about to begin. Time flowed on, another few decades passing. Shi Hao confirmed that the 5 secret realms were perfect, that he was only a bit away from the ultimate step. He wanted to undergo a transformation. During these years, on his great Tao path, there was already no one else's figure that could be seen, only his own path. Everything was merged, many schools of thought merged into his own great Tao. Ever since that day, Shi Hao no longer cultivated. instead starting to adjust his own condition, approaching a transcendent state without joys or worries. He traveled to random places under the sky. Honglong. Realm C's great waves rushed into the skies, a single wave, a ruined world. Creatures appeared in the sea one after another, moving across the ocean waves, getting closer and closer to shore. In reality, many years ago, there were already people ashore, fighting a great battle there. Chi, a scarlet-red war spear that was massive beyond compare, who knew how many tens of thousands of li in length, pierced through this world. It released endless murderous light, its killing intent heaven overflowing. There was a creature that was already on the shore. He was like a demonic mountain, majestic and too high to reach. It was currently him who was taking action. Wherever the spear moved past, it would stab towards a creature in the sea. This was an extremely great battle. There were some creatures watching, others fighting in other places. Pooh! In the end, the scarlet spear killed an ancient existence in the sea, blood filling the skies, scattering across the sea. During this process, they didn't even speak a single word, directly taking action just like that. It was because they were old enemies, already acquainted many great eras ago. Honglong. In the sea, a great golden imprint flew out, covering heaven and earth, releasing a world-shocking aura, suppressing the world, killing all living things. With a pong noise, that golden great imprint smashed into a demonic godlike creature, making his entire body crack apart, his mouth releasing blood. He was trying to withstand it, but couldn't stop it, his body's weapons and armor all exploding to pieces. Pooh! In the end, that creature on the shore exploded, smashed into a bloody mist by that great imprint. Honglonglong. In the realm sea, waves rushed into the heavens, simply about to engulf all realms in the heavens. There was a figure standing on an island. He looked extremely blurry, but he held a shining long blade that illuminated the endless sea area in his hands. I've already waited for you for a long time. When this creature said this, a streak of blade radiance hacked out with a schwa noise. It was terrifying beyond compare, enough to sever the cosmos, destroy a world. Dang! In the sea, there was a green pagoda that appeared, simple and ancient, floating above someone's head. It directly scattered the blade radiance. The two erupted with endless symbols, great Tao laws interweaving, clashing fiercely. This world became chaotic, all of this because of the realm sea. Meanwhile, a group of experts ascended to the shore, about to wreak havoc in the heavens, carry out the most terrifying great confrontation. A single accident and even the heavens would collapse. Chi. That day, a rainbow cut across the realm wall, producing a terrifying crack in the 9 heavens, produced by an immortal sword. It was purple and sparkling, its killing intent rushing into the heavens. There was a creature that wanted to cross over from the realm sea, but a giant wolf teeth club appeared behind him, smashing into the sword. This was a barbarian dressed in beast clothes, right now attacking the owner of the immortal sword. Many experts saw this scene. This wasn't the first time the 9 heavens 10 earths encountered an attack. There were countless experts who returned from the realm sea, wishing to descend into this realm, their purpose unknown. They were just too powerful, terrifying beyond comparison. They weren't scared of being affected by great karma, directly trying to forcefully break in. However, these individuals had too many old enemies, being attacked along the way, left with no choice but to fight a battle to the death. Wang. That day, in the 9 heavens, there were several ancient restricted lands that shone. These were life-restricted regions. At this time, they activated unmatched formations to protect themselves. A few people set their resolution not to be affected by karma, not wishing to participate in this round of great darkness chaos. In Imperial Court, everyone's expressions became serious. A great calamity had begun, no cultivator would be able to escape from it. However, those creatures were just too strong. Honglong. Right at this time, outside desolate border, a world-shocking voice sounded. It was as if a sea was roaring, as if the cosmos was breaking apart. The fluctuations were intense, vast and boundless. The other side's creatures are about to descend? The heavenly horned ant's expression was cold, asking like this. No, it is burial earth. Back then, when the other side's passage was sealed, even burial region was sealed up. Now, that place has opened up. This wasn't some good news. The world was becoming chaotic, yet burial earth made a reappearance in this world. It was impossible to tell whether they were friend or foe. What one couldn't be sure of was dangerous. How got up. He really didn't have time now. After this battle, what will even be left of this world? I reckon there will only be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood left. How said. Once an immortal king-level battle began, the entire world would break apart, be crushed to pieces. Even the world tree wouldn't be safe, unable to protect this universe. You all should go and bring the people away. This can also be considered establishing a great karma. How ordered. Ordered Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, Lighting Spirit, Emperor Butterfly and others to use their great magical force and bring away the cultivators of all clans, bringing them to places of life. At the same time, he dispatched Imperial Court's divine generals to carry out similar work. There are so many creatures under the heavens. We won't be able to save them all, the heavenly horned ant said. Just save as many as you can. Send them into the copper coffin pulled by those 9 dragons. How said. Inside the coffin was a world that was extremely vast. How prepared to carry out a great shifting of the world, to bring away the living creatures of this realm, protect them. Immortal light surged. With a raise of Hao's hands, 9 sets of dragon bones appeared in his palm, pulling a bronze coffin behind them. It was less than 3 inches long, extremely short. Only when he reached his current cultivation realm could he refine this coffin. He handed this treasure over to the restricted region lord. If there is great danger, I must ask Senior to take it with you and hide in a safer place. Hao said. He trusted the restricted region lord's methods. At the very least, they could head into Immortal Domain to seek Pan King's protection. He warned Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon and others, telling them that when the time came, they had to follow the restricted region lord, that they couldn't leave on their own. Are you trying to make arrangements for the future? The flame in the crystal skull's eye sockets burned intensely. The old freaks could all see through Hao's intention. This was his fight to win or die. If he succeeded, he would rise up above, turn into an immortal king, his strength powerful beyond compare. But if he lost, then it meant death. Only by making some plans can I continue without worry. Hao's voice was calm. Several years later, in the 9 heavens 10 earths, many famous mountains and rivers disappeared. They were removed by the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing and others one after another, brought into the bronze coffin world. Some clans completely vanished, heading into the bronze coffin world. However, there were some clans who weren't willing to leave, insisting on staying behind. Pong! The realm walls cracked again. Someone saw a black vicious bird that was like a black sun. It released dark light, a sharp claw almost tearing open this realm. There's no more time. It will be today, right now, that I will try to break through, Hao said. During these years, he had always been adjusting his own condition. No time left for him to slowly accumulate cultivation. He had to start, or else the immortal kings were going to descend. Hong! That day, in an uninhabited star in outer space, Hao suddenly roared towards the heavens. All of his black hair stood on end, fluttering about chaotically. At the same time, his body's 5 secret realms shone at the same time. Within his body, countless symbols shone, gates opening one after another. Body as a seed, 5 great secret realms shone. His body's treasury was opened, releasing his potential. Hao went for broke. He roared towards the heavens, using all of his strength to try and carry out this final leap. He wanted to break through, to transform and become an immortal king. The world's great chaos was descending. He needed that type of strength. He had to immediately rise up. Otherwise, in the end, he would always be like ants in the eyes of others, easily killed at any time. Hao's body released thunderous noise, heaven-shaking sounds ringing outwards. Gates were opened one after another, his 5 great realms all shining. The sea of reincarnation in his belly displayed yin-yang changes, his entire body becoming dazzling, as if immortal flames rushed into the heavens. Sure how released a great roar, his voice shaking up the stars and the cosmos. However, this instead wasn't enough to suppress the scripture sounds released by the Tao palaces. Others couldn't hear it, but they could feel that grand aura. He was breaking through, the 5 great secret realms all undergoing shocking transformations. However, his body suffered damage, cracking. Even his own powerful self who cultivated the imperishable scripture, this technique now completely assimilated into a portion of his own Tao laws, still suffered damage. Blood trickled down. Shao's body was covered in a bloody spiderweb. These were cracks. While attacking at the immortal king realm, the pressure he suffered was too terrifying. In the depths of the cosmos, endless immortal radiance surged, a sea of stars trembling. All of the creatures in this world were shocked, raising their heads towards the sky. Heavens! Just what kind of shockwaves are these? I can't endure it. I'm about to fall down. Even an extremely powerful cultivator was already like this, let alone the others. Right now, Shao couldn't control his own power. He was attacking at the immortal king realm level with all his strength, about to carry out the final leap, become an unrivaled immortal king. He actually reached this step, about to achieve the immortal king status. In the restricted regions, someone said with a sigh. Even they couldn't help but feel admiration. There was an ancient expert who opened his eyes inside fallen immortal ridge among them. His gaze cold, staring into outer space at this time. Ancient ancestor, are we going to take action? Someone asked. I share some karma with that pagoda. Even though it entered the primordial gate, if this fella truly can rush into the heavens, perhaps there will be some karma attached. In fallen immortal ridge, within the central undying land, even cultivators who didn't achieve immortality could live for a long time. It was turned into a great pure land by this immortal king-level existence. This place was about the same as immortal domain. Go and light that lamp. We can inform immortal domain about the situation here. They will naturally send people to take action. This type of cold voice sounded from the undying land. After fallen immortal ridge's master said this, he closed his cold eyes, becoming completely silent and motionless once more. A faint lantern was lit, the frame made of bones, base made of bronze. It released a green light, flickering about continuously. This type of ancient lamp was lit in the undying land, communicating with a certain mystical place in immortal domain. The ancient lamp was placed on an altar. Soon afterwards, that place became blurry, forming an expanse of void cracks. There was no way for creatures to go through, but messages could be sent. Huang is about to face immortal king tribulation. It was just this line. It was extremely simple and spoken extremely calmly. There was nothing else. Then this lamp went out. The creatures in the restricted region backed away, leaving this place. Immortal domain could not remain calm anymore. This piece of information was sent into some ancient families with great authority and influence. Naturally, there was no lack of immortal king inheritances among them. Interesting. He is attacking at the immortal king level at such a young age. Should I say that he has confidence or that he is courting death? He hasn't accumulated enough at all, someone said with a laugh. This was a half-immortal king. Many people knew that Huang was doing this because he was under the pressure of time constraints. He had no choice but to make this kind of choice. Perhaps there is a chance for him to succeed, another person said. The effects of this matter were extremely great. Older generation figures were discussing it among themselves, while Immortal Domain's younger generation all stared at each other blankly, unable to speak from shock. This was especially true for Aogon, Pani, Hun Tian, and others who had faced Shao before. They were all stunned. Back then, they were still his opponent, but what about now? Huang was too ferocious, actually attacking at the Immortal King realm at his age. Just how terrifying was this? Meanwhile, they still hadn't achieved immortality. Exiled Immortal, dual pupils Shi, Great Su Tua, Princess Yao Yu, Qing Yi and the others were all stunned when they heard this as well. endlessly shaken and shocked. Just how many years had passed? Yet How actually reached this level. They entered immortal domain precisely to search for opportunities. The chances of achieving immortality in this realm were higher. However, who would have thought that the one who remained in the lower realm alone actually went far ahead of them? The disturbance this produced was just too great. Right now, immortal domain's experts were all paying close attention to this. Perhaps he really has a chance of achieving the immortal king status. This was what an immortal king said to himself. This was the first time someone of this level came to a conclusion. Inside Ouching Immortal King Manor, there was a blurry figure seated on a praying mat. There was chaotic energy all around him. It was as if he had existed since the beginning of time, never moved from this place. Dong! Suddenly, he raised his hand, a palm entering the boundless starry sky. Everyone saw a large hand covering this cosmos immortal gate. Ah! Ouching Immortal King is making an appearance. He is going to open the immortal gate. Could it be that he is going to head into the lower realm? Cries of alarm sounded. The entire world was shaken. All those who were true experts and all those who achieved immortality sensed something. Then, all sides trembled. Everyone under the sky shocked. At the same time, inside another Immortal King Manor, Taisher Immortal King suddenly opened his eyes. In the dusky stone room, it was as if two streaks of lightning tore through the night sky. He also reached out a large hand, reaching into the boundless cosmos, covering another immortal gate. Taisher Immortal King has also moved. Huang is finished. Two great immortal kings wish to stop him from achieving immortal king status. Everyone in immortal domain knew what happened. Two great immortal kings were about to make their move, not giving that lower realm youngster a chance at all, about to personally end his life. Hong! In the depths of the cosmos, Hao's entire body was covered in blood, but his aura was instead becoming stronger, Dao skills improving. There were gates that were opened in his body one after another. His body's treasuries were opened. All types of divine abilities and endless symbol profound mysteries were engraved in his blood, carved on his bones. It was too dazzling, endless great Dao symbols running through him. He forged ahead towards Immortal King Realm, wishing to break through these shackles, reach a higher level. Hao endured the tremendous suffering. He was doing this too early after all, not accumulating enough. Right now, forcefully attacking at the barrier made his entire body feel like it was going to break apart. Even his imperishable body was cracking, blood falling, flowing with faint golden luster. His hair flew about chaotically. How could he accept defeat? Right now, even his long hair was shining, as if they were cast from gold. I cannot accept this. Hao roared out, doing everything he could, wishing he could make it through. He wanted to achieve Immortal King status. Once he took this step, a wide world would stretch out before him, free for him to explore. However, if he failed, then it was an endless hell, body and Dao perishing like an extinguished light. Hong! Endless great Dao symbols crushed over from all directions. There were many symbols that entered from the world beyond, added to his body. Once one reached the Immortal King realm, everything was inconceivable. What appeared in the past and the present, everything had appeared before. All types of natural laws, heaven and earth order, all of this would crush down on him, judge him. It was truly hard to make it through this. This was especially the case in this world that was experiencing a cultivationless age, triggering even greater karma. The punishment that descended was the most powerful, easily resulting in the death of body and spirit at any time. Hong! Part of Hao's body exploded, turning into blasts of bloody mist. He cultivated the imperishable scripture, but his body that was known to be sturdy and unbreaking still couldn't resist this type of pressure. However, Hao was still Hao, going against the heavens. He released a low roar, the radiance around him unending. This was the benefit of merging countless methods, creating his own cultivation system. Immediately afterwards, in the inextinguishable divine radiance, he reforged his body, gathering all of the bloody mist, recreating his body. Moreover, primal chaos surged like a furnace, tempering his body. He really isn't simple. Might very well have a chance of succeeding. In the restricted region, an ancient creature released an exclaim of admiration. They shockingly discovered that Shao's body was too powerful, able to endure the battering. Each time it was crushed, it would be restored again. The profound mysteries of the heavens, the past, the present, all of the great Tao symbols appeared. Even after being smashed to pieces, he could still reconstruct his body. This was destruction, but if he didn't die, it would instead become a type of tempering. Shao's body was being refined endlessly by primal chaos, becoming more and more powerful. He succeeded, his body has passed, able to endure the judgment and trials. However, the key is still the primordial spirit. That trial is impossible to pass. From the past until now, some exceptionally fierce individuals all failed here. There were some exceptional experts in the restricted regions who said this quietly. If one wanted to achieve immortal king status, the key rested in the baptism of the primordial spirit. Only then could one truly rise into the heavens, achieve immortal king Tao fruit. Shao's body was innately powerful, now successfully withstanding the test. However, if the primordial spirit was killed in the end, it would still be all for naught. He's already quite formidable. If he wasn't pressured to break through now, just simply bearing this opportunity, after refining his primordial spirit some more, he could then already be considered one of the vicious 10. Even then, it'll still be hard. He won't succeed. Someone shook their head. Hong. There was endless great Tao between heaven and earth, appearing streak after streak. There were some that were produced in this realm, some entering through the realm wall. All of it then rushed towards Shao's head. Shao was shocked. Achieving immortal king status was actually this difficult? He finally understood how crazy he was, how much of a risk he was taking. He really was gambling with his life. He might really die here today. Some of the great Tao turned into streaks of light, covering the crown of his head, blasting him until his entire body trembled, blood flowing from his 7 apertures. There was actually no way to avoid this. He could only face them head-on. Hong hong hong. In that instant, Shao endured dozens of instances of great Tao bombardment. His skull cracked. Even his primordial spirit was about to scatter. He suffered unimaginably serious injuries. He really is quite strong. Being able to endure so many attacks at this age is already something to be proud of. However, if he continues like this, an immortal king might be hard to say, but he might really become a vicious 10-like existence. Someone said, Wang. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook intensely. This wasn't caused by those streaks of great Tao radiance, but rather came from another region. A gate appeared there, an earthen yellow hand reaching out. This large hand was massive beyond comparison, slowly pressing towards Shao. Hong. In that instant, something unimaginable happened. In that expanse of starry domain, it was unknown how many stars there were. When this palm approached, everything exploded. The expanse of starry skies instantly turned into a land of ruin. The countless stars all exploded, cosmos dust everywhere. What kind of power was this? The entire world was shocked. If not for Shao having just tempered his body, successfully passing through the trial, his flesh already becoming sturdy and imperishable, that palm would have blasted him to pieces, perishing here. This palm looked extremely slow, but it was too fierce, its power endless. Despite this being the case, Shao still immediately flew out, his entire body covered in blood. There were cracks all over his body and spirit almost erased by this immortal king's slow palm. His primordial spirit was unstable, almost exploding. However, he was attacking at the limit, couldn't afford to be distracted. Even though he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Oh! Shao released a great roar like that of a wounded beast, screaming into the heavens. He reached the critical point, yet someone actually acted against him. An immortal king came. Everyone came to this conclusion. Only an immortal king could have this type of power. Interesting, if I was a step late, then you would have become a vicious 10-like existence. A cold voice sounded from behind that immortal gate. Ouching! Shao roared furiously, hair disheveled, blood dyeing the starry sky. Everyone was shocked. It was actually Ouching Immortal King who took action, stopping Xianxia from achieving Immortal King status. Immediately afterwards, Ouching took action again. That large hand slowly descended, crushing towards Xianxia, wishing to completely destroy him this time. Immortal King, what is the meaning of this? Right at this time, an expanse of resplendent golden light appeared. A heaven-reaching giant tree descended here, a massive tree trunk filling the sky, blocking that earthen yellow large hand. The world tree appeared. That woman with the golden wings stood at the very top, facing the large hand. Out of respect for the butcher, you should just back off. I won't bicker with you. Ouching Immortal King spoke. Even though he didn't come, only a large hand crossing over, he could still sense everything. Immortal King, please withdraw from this realm. Stopping someone's advance like this harms heavenly harmony. Are you not scared of provoking great karma? The golden-haired woman said with a serious voice. Karma? This king is great karma myself. If I want to take his life, who can stop me? Ouching Immortal King was incredibly domineering, his voice ringing through the cosmos. In this instant, all the clans were shaken, all life feeling incredible fear. The golden-haired woman insisted on stopping that great hand. However, that large hand shook lightly. When it crushed downwards, a pung noise sounded. The world tree shook, endless leaves withering, branches snapping. The entire tree flew out. That golden-haired woman released a muffled groan, unable to stop that blow. Her arms hung powerlessly, golden blood flowing from her mouth and nose, flying out with the world tree, disappearing into the limits of the cosmos. When the great hand descended again, Xianxia released a sigh. He knew that this life reached its limit. No hope left. However, even if he was going to die, even if it was the last moment, he still resisted those great Tao symbols, tempering his primordial spirit. He really wanted to succeed in the transformation, even more so wanted to kill Ouching. Tao friend, you go too far. The restricted region lord appeared. Apart from this, there was the crystal skull, golden arm bone, and bleeding eyeball, all of them stopping that large hand. Xianxia felt helpless, full of bitterness. He knew that even if they took action, it still wasn't enough. These weren't their true bodies, merely ruined parts of their bodies. What could he do? He felt a wave of powerlessness. Time didn't wait for him. Xianxia's body was weary. He was trying to withstand his own disaster, attack at the Immortal King realm, a chance that he might die at any time. Yet the one on the other side was Ouching Immortal King, looking at him, wishing to end his life. How was he supposed to deal with this? It was too difficult. In this life, even though he had respected teachers, even though he had powerful friends, compared to an undying king, they really weren't enough. Even if he had heaven-shocking methods, there was still no way of breaking out of this situation. Right now, everything else was pointless. Before an immortal king, what plans, what methods? All of it was not enough. A single palm could smash all of it to pieces, end all of their lives. The difference was too great. At that level, no matter how many tricks you had, how many methods, a fist could destroy everything. No arrangements could do anything. Seniors, you all should just withdraw, Xianxia said. He knew that the restricted region lord was going to go all out for the sake of helping him, wishing to buy him some time. However, it wouldn't even be close to enough. He had just begun to face this great calamity. How could this Immortal King trial be that easily completed? It was to the extent where even if no one came to interfere, if he was given abundant time, he might not necessarily succeed. It was too hard. Xianxia thought about many things. In this life, this world, he had always been struggling. It really had been quite difficult. Others couldn't help him much. He had to face everything alone. Xianxia roared out. He truly was unwilling, really filled with anger. He was previously extremely confident, feeling that if he was given a peaceful world, allowing him to grow, he would become unrivaled under the heavens. At that time, he would rule over things, kill until no one dared claim to be the most powerful, destroy all enemies. However, in the end, this type of environment still didn't exist. The restricted region lord didn't back off, instead becoming a white-clothed man, complexion like fine jade, exceptional and aloof. He stood there in front of the earthen yellow large hand. At the same time, the golden arm bone became larger, also coming here. It released endless divine might, its aura terrifying, cutting off the path ahead. As for the crystal skull and the bleeding eyeball, they similarly rose into the sky, preparing to battle. It's you all? I didn't see you back then. If your bodies were still complete, stopping me here wouldn't be too surprising. But now, is there any meaning? Ouching said. That voice was cold, ruthless and cruel, lacking the slightest trace of warmth, as if it froze the entire cosmos. Since there is no choice, then we'll just release a final bit of brilliance. Even though the restricted region lord looked extremely refined, his nature was unyielding. Despite knowing that there wouldn't be a good conclusion, he still wanted to fight. He himself had already died. Now nothing more than half a skull plus some remnant will. So what if it completely disappeared? He didn't feel the slightest bit of reluctance. When the final disciple he nurtured was being attacked, how could he be willing to just watch it happen? Heh! Ha ha ha! Ouching laughed loudly. This entire world was trembling, about to collapse at any time. In the end, his laughter turned into unmatched killing intent, about to take action. Dao friend, why is there a need to be so cold? Your killing intent is too strong. Suddenly, an immortal gate opened. Pan King's voice sounded. Even though the past favor had already been returned, when he saw that the restricted region lord was about to completely disappear, he still released a sigh, unable to hold himself back from taking action. Pan King, please just watch from the side, Ouching said. What if I refuse? Pan King asked. Dao friend, I must ask you to go around against me, someone said. Yuanchu Immortal King appeared, bringing along a chessboard, arriving at Pan King Manor, stopping there. He sat down, not letting Pan King take action. Facing him. Good, good, good. Pan King's cold voice sounded. He wanted to take action, yet in the end, Taisher Immortal King also came, standing in front of his manor. Then, a hand reached towards the immortal gate. Dao friends, since you are acquainted with Pan King, then how about you come here for a chat? Taisher Immortal King also took action, transmitting sound to the restricted region lord and others. A large hand covered in chaotic energy appeared in the 9 heavens 10 earths, entering the cosmos, stopping the restricted region lord, crystal skull, golden arm bone and bleeding eyeball. The old freaks all felt helpless. Even if they wanted to go all out, they couldn't change much. Right now, it wasn't just a single immortal king who wanted to take action, truly leaving them helpless. Now, it should be the time to kill you. Ouching Immortal King spoke, his voice becoming increasingly cold. Ouching, you old thing, just come. Today, I am going to fight you to the end. Shurhao screamed, carrying endless rage, as well as an unyielding fighting spirit. He went mad. Since he already sensed that he might die, then he was just going to completely go for broke. Right now, Shurhao's situation was extremely difficult. He was facing the endless great Tao that poured down while facing Ouching. If I let you make it through this, even if you don't become an immortal king, instead something similar to the Vicious 10, you would still be able to challenge me. However, right now, do you even have the ability to do anything? Ouching said coldly. Hong. A large hand descended, striking down, wishing to kill Shurhao with a single palm. Did you really think that I don't have the slightest bit of power to retaliate? Shurhao was seething with anger, his long black hair like a burning flame, great Tao symbols interweaved, raging flames surging. He endured the pain while attacking at the Immortal King realm, releasing a fist outwards. His body was fine reaching this level. Only, his Tao skills still weren't enough, his primordial spirits tempering not complete. Pong! Ouching Immortal King's eyes were horrifyingly deep. Not only did he use Immortal King flesh, he also used unrivaled Tao skills to crush Shurhao. Dang! At this time, a bell noise sounded, shaking the 9 heavens 10 earths. A streak of resplendent radiance flew out, facing that large hand, slaughtering its way towards ouching Immortal King together with Shi Hao. As for the other side, the restricted region lord also panicked. He went all out against Taisher Immortal King, wishing to head over, save his disciple from danger. And, at this moment, many people were shocked. Even ouching Immortal King frowned, looking forward. Hong! That place erupted with resplendent radiance. His hand wasn't able to kill Shi Hao. It was because Shi Hao went crazy, going all out. His flesh already reached this level. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, there was still no way he would die that easily. At the same time, there was that sphere of light that displayed the greatest use. There was a woman who appeared, good looks outstanding, white clothes purer than snow. There was an imprint flickering by her forehead. In front of her a sphere of light that released endless bell sounds. Xianxia. It was actually her that appeared here. This was outside of everyone's predictions. Even Shi Hao's eyes flickering with radiance. In the end, he released a light sigh, saying, "You should leave, you shouldn't get involved in this." He knew that no matter who it was he knew that came, they still couldn't do anything before the killing intent of an immortal king. Amusing. Without end Immortal King's weapon soul is on you. Meanwhile, you are a completely formless mass, hazy and indistinct, not belonging to this world, shouldn't belong to this age. Ouching Immortal King said. This made Shi Hao's brows jump. He stared at Xianxia. Xianxia released a sigh. She looked at Shi Hao and said, "I want to see your footprints, witness your miracle. Just that I came too early. Still have to leave in the end. Who exactly are you? Where did you come from?" Shi Hao's expression was serious. "I do not belong to your age. I wish to see some of the things that have happened to you. For my age's people, this is extremely important. However, I will not be able to witness it." Xianxia was full of regret. Those who get involved with the chaotic years don't have good ends, unable to change much. In the end, you will also perish. Ouching Immortal King said coldly. You? Shi Hao looked at Xianxia with shock. It's not that serious. I am merely an imprint, a will. Even if I scatter, so what? There's nothing to be scared of. Xianxia was smiling, her smile a bit dazzling, but there were also tears on her face. She truly wished to see everything about Huang, but she wasn't able to wait until that day. Time didn't allow her to. She had already stopped here for too long. She wasn't someone from this age, shouldn't have appeared in this world. All those who stand in my way, regardless of where you come from, regardless of who you are, shall die. Ouching Immortal King said, about to take action. Immortal King, please leave this to me. Without end Immortal King's weapon soul shares karma with me. With a dang sound, a great bell noise sounded. This came from a restricted region in the 9 heavens. A terrifying expert was displaying his methods. A large bell appearing, floating in the sky. It was rumbling, moreover releasing dazzling immortal Tao light, wishing to take away the artifact spirit in Xianxia's hands. That large bell was without end Immortal King's weapon to begin with, now lacking an artifact spirit, becoming a bell corpse, ending up within a certain life-restricted region. Hong! It was a sky-shocking battle. The restricted region lord, Crystal Skull and the others fought against Taisher Immortal King's large hand, releasing fierce radiance, almost tearing apart that place. Meanwhile, on this side, that expert from a certain life-restricted region controlled a great bell, also taking action, seizing the artifact spirit. At the same time, Ouching Immortal King also took action, directly striking towards Shi Hao, wishing to completely end his life. This place became chaotic, just too terrifying. Embodiment transformation. Shi Hao roared, his eyes turning red. He no longer paid any attention to the breakthrough tribulation, allowing the streaks of natural light laws to hack at him. Meanwhile, he fought bloodily, wishing to take down his opponent with him. It was because he saw that the restricted region lord was suppressed until he turned into a half-snow-white skull, full of cracks, about to shatter. He also saw the golden arm bones joints break, unable to hold on anymore. As for the bleeding eyeball and crystal skull, the former's blood was about to dry up and the latter's skull had holes, about to completely vanish. Ah! Sure Hao released a great roar. He displayed power at the level of the Vicious 10. At the same time, he carried out a transformation here, creating figures that embodied the Willow Deity, Kuan-Pong, Lightning Emperor, and the True Phoenix. Then all of these figures became one, entering his body. He roared out, eyes scarlet red, slaughtering his way towards Ouching Immortal King, rushing at Taisher Immortal King. Embodiment transformation great method was a miraculous technique, able to create the magical projections of another. However, in the end, Sure Hao was still in an impasse. While facing the Immortal King calamity, he still had to fight Ouching Immortal King. The situation really was beyond him. Even if he truly created these figures, he still wouldn't be a match. He has joined the ranks of the Vicious 10. The technique he just displayed is quite strange. Fortunately, his current situation isn't great, or else it really would be troublesome. Inside Fallen Immortal Ridge, a creature spoke. Dang! A drawn-out bell sound rang out. Xianxia released a sigh, her body becoming faint. It was because the so-called artifact spirit was seized by another, entering that large bell. What she relied on was this immortal Tao divine form, without end Immortal King's weapon soul. However, it was now sucked away. All those who stand in my path, die. Ouching Immortal King's large hand reached across the air, easily penetrating Xianxia's body. She immediately scattered into a rain of light. Oh, no! Sure Hao roared out. There is no need to feel grief or sadness. I should have disappeared a long time ago. This isn't my true body, just a bit of my will. I am in the future. Perhaps one day we can still meet again. Xianxia's voice transmitted over, carrying regret, loss, and other emotions. She disappeared just like that. Kacha! Suddenly, at Sure Hao's side, a ring exploded. This was something Great Elder gave him before. Hong! A figure rushed out from within, extremely withered up, its entire body golden. However, it carried a vigorous energy, on its back a pair of golden wings. This was a humanoid creature, his wings able to cover the skies. He stopped Ouching Immortal King, his voice hoarse and overcast. Killing an Immortal King sapling of the 9 heavens of similar origin to the ancient realm, you actually really are doing this? This was an unforeseen change. Everyone was shocked. Who was this? Only Sure Hao knew that back then, when he walked the body as a seed path, Great Elder brought him to many places of natural luck in search of opportunities. This creature was dug out from a pile of bones within a certain ancient cave, not belonging to this great era. However, Sure Hao didn't know this person's background either. He knew that this shriveled man still had a breath of air, still alive, but he didn't prepare to have him take action. It was because if an Immortal King wanted to kill, no one could stop him. It was just like how he didn't wish for the restricted region lord and others to go all out. He didn't want this person to stay here, worried that he would be throwing away his life for no reason. The Kuan-Pong King from 2 great eras ago? Ouching Immortal King's eyes became cold and deep. Even he was deeply shocked. When Sure Hao heard this, he was greatly shocked. This shriveled golden figure actually had such a great background, even more powerful than the Vicious 10's Kuan-Pong? Ouching! You have crossed the line, the Kuan-Pong King said. Heh! If this king wants to take action, who can stop me? Who can say that I have gone too far? Not to mention that you are already a dead person. Even if you are still alive, you still cannot stop me. Ouching Immortal King sneered, saying this domineeringly. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. The Kuan-Pong King suffered a disaster? However, the legends did state that he was dead. Kuan-Pong King released a sigh. He didn't hide anything. He was only a remnant will, his flesh also covered in wounds, long broken apart, merely forcefully pieced together. The so-called remnant will are scattered imprints, but forever unable to truly revive, unable to return to his peak. All those who stand in my path will be killed without exception. Ouching Immortal King shouted, fiercely taking action, domineering beyond compare. There was no one who could stop him, it was just like he said. Even if the Kuan-Pong King at his peak came, it would be hard to say if he could stop him. Pong! Kunpeng King's body broke apart. Those were his past injuries, unable to form a complete true body. At the same time, the restricted region lord, Golden Armbone, and others were going all out. However, in the end, they released crisp noises, shattering, dying there. No! Shurhao roared out, his eyes becoming scarlet red. Pong! Similarly, the crystal skull also shattered. Meanwhile, that bleeding eyeball dried up. No one could stop Ouching Immortal King and Taishur Immortal King. There was no way to win. Shurhao released a great roar. He watched as Kunpeng King's body broke apart, as the restricted region lord shattered, as Xianxia turned into a rain of light. He was like a wounded beast, roaring, feeling endless resentment. He was already beyond angry. He felt a wave of power surging within his body, erupting, about to explode, pushing him towards a higher level evolution. Stop him. This really is a bit interesting. Able to erupt even in this type of critical state, is he going to successfully break through? Taishur Immortal King said. At this moment, Ouching Immortal King's large hand struck down. Taishur Immortal King's fist imprint also smashing over. This wasn't all. Another wave of Immortal King force spread. Yuanchu Immortal King also attacked, his finger like a sword, hacking down, immortal radiance erupting endlessly. In Fallen Immortal Ridge, the clan master watched everything coldly. Then he came out, in his hands was a ruined pagoda. Since there is karma, I will just completely resolve it today. He also took action, not wishing for sure how to succeed, wanting him dead. Dong! He produced a ruined pagoda, suppressing towards Shurhao. It was spotlessly white like jade, the material extremely similar to the little pagoda of the past. In reality, this was a part of that little pagoda. Hong! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Shurhao attacked, facing them, going all out. However, there was a limit to one's power. While facing the breakthrough tribulation, he was powerless to reverse the heavens. After all, he wasn't an immortal king. He was attacked by Ouching, Taishur, and Yuanchu, three great immortal kings. Now, even the master of Fallen Immortal Ridge took action. How could he stop them? One could see Shurhao rush out alone, his entire body covered in blood, rushing into the 9 firmaments, heading down into the cosmos depths, fighting intensely, the skies all covered in his blood. Unfortunately, he couldn't struggle free. The 3 immortal kings' great hands followed him, smashing over from time to time, striking his primordial spirit until it was about to leave his body. He couldn't stop them. There was also the ruined pagoda that suppressed over, sending Shurhao tumbling out several times, continuously coughing out blood. Shurhao was like a bird with its wings snapped. He released a cry, struggling alone in this world. However, in the end, he still exhausted everything, struck by those 3 great immortal kings, struck by that ruined pagoda. In the end, his primordial spirit was smashed out. His body was strong, not weaker than an immortal king, not being destroyed, but his primordial spirit was different. Pooh! The 3 great immortal kings took action at the same time. That ruined pagoda also descending, suppressing and killing the primordial spirit that rushed out from Shurhao's body. Pooh! That day, blood scattered across the world, a rain of blood pouring down. This was heaven's tears, the great Tao's grief, the irregular scene of a generation's pride of heaven falling. In the end, Shurhao still couldn't make it past this disaster. The world wept, a rain of blood pouring down. There was a scarlet-red expanse between heaven and earth, the entire universe becoming a scarlet-red color, hazy and faint. This was the wailing of the great Tao, carrying great sadness. It was because Shurhao had previously obtained the heaven's core imprint, acknowledged by this world. Even though he gave it up in the end, he had still resonated with this world, already having a different type of close relationship and meaning. Now he was killed, his primordial spirit erased, becoming a rain of light and scattering into this world. The entire starry domain shook, making the 9 heavens 10 earths rumble with noise. No! Someone from Imperial Court screamed, his eye sockets feeling as if they were going to split apart. They saw the battle in the depths of the cosmos through a formation, The result actually this bleak and tragic. Sure Hao was killed. The restricted region lord, Golden Arm Bone and others all broke apart, smashed apart in the starry sky. This scene was too miserable. Oh, in the cosmos stellar streams, chilly winds swept about, the noises like whimpering. There had never been any winds in the starry sky, yet today, there were these irregular scenes. Sure Hao died, triggering too many irregular scenes. Oh, in the void, blood lotuses appeared one after another, taking root in the cosmos. Every single one of them released large amounts of bloody rain, the sight extremely dismal. Then, black lightning appeared streak after streak, clouds of blood spreading. Sinister, irregular scenes appeared everywhere in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Imperial court was in great grief. The worst times had arrived. Sure Hao met an untimely death, this signifying the collapse of the imperial court. Even the restricted region lord who was originally supposed to bring all of the divine generals perished. His skull turned into fragments. Now, these dragons didn't have a leader. Great sobbing sounds rang through the world. Many of Imperial Court's divine generals came from Stone Village, the descendants of the past 800 soldiers. Now, they felt great sadness. Ah! The heavenly horned ant roared in anger, his eyes completely red, voice hoarse. Master! The scales on the crimson dragon's entire body opened and closed, the defying scale even about to fall over. It was full of sadness and anger, really wishing to go mad. They were now separated by life and death forever, just like that. Mu Qing, Divine Striking Stone, Emperor Butterfly, Zhu Lin and the others' eyes all beam red, carrying tears, clenching their fists, teeth clenched tightly, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. Heh! A cold and disdainful sound rang through the world. This was Ouching Immortal King. I am precisely heaven's will. This one is the greatest karma. Who dares strive against me? All of you are too laughable. The one who was killed was merely an ant, not worth any attention. Taisher Immortal King said, the first to withdraw. Yuan Chu Immortal King carried a cold expression, looking at the lower realm through the immortal gate. He only revealed a faint smile, not saying anything, and then turned around to leave. Hong! Ouching Immortal King's great earthen yellow hand that reached out grabbed towards the depths of the dark and ruined cosmos. There was a corpse there that was covered in blood. Ouching, that's enough. You even want to destroy his corpse? This doesn't match your identity at all. Inside the immortal gate, an immortal peach branch reached out, strong like a horned dragon, stopping Ouching Immortal King's large hand. Pan King took action, his voice extremely cold. He originally wanted to take action, but Taisher Immortal King and Yuan Chu Immortal King, those two great experts, stopped in front of his dwelling, facing him, preventing him from doing as he wished. Whatever, Ouching Immortal King said. Despite this being the case, his powerful divine will still descended, immediately sweeping through the starry sky, reaching every corner of this world. Even though he was an immortal king, he was a cautious individual. Only after confirming that there wasn't the slightest bit of Huang's primordial spirit left, that there was indeed nothing left, did he leave. As an immortal king, a single will could sever the cosmos, having the power to know all under heaven. Forget about the scene before his eyes, even the creatures that were hidden millions and millions of years ago. If he really wanted to find them, he could uncover them. Ouching also left. He didn't want to have a true falling out with Pan King. After all, they were the ones who completely destroyed his old friend, the restricted region lord. If he continued to act forcefully, Pan King might go crazy, go all out against him in immortal domain. In the skies, a ruined pagoda that was snow-white like jade rose and fell, moving past Sure Hao's body. Fallen Immortal Ridge's master was clearly also investigating. Pan King released a cold killing intent, pervading outwards. I've offended Dao friend. Inside Fallen Immortal Ridge, a voice sounded from within. This clan lord displayed magical force, bringing the ruined pagoda away. He confirmed that Sure Hao indeed died, his primordial spirit killed. In reality, there was no need to think too much about it. Forget about Huang. Even if it was a true immortal king who faced Ouching, Taisher, and Yuan Chu's joint attacks, suffering the suppression of fallen Immortal Ridge's clan lord, it would still be difficult for them to escape disaster. When four extreme experts took action, who could face them? Inside Imperial Court, the ghost immortals revealed a strange expression. Huang already died, meaning that the Imperial Court reached its end. Was it going to collapse here, or was someone else going to step up, take his place? That day, the ghost immortals left. The same day, hazy mist surrounded Imperial Court, all of the divine generals completely disappearing. No traces left to be found at all. This news entered Immortal Domain, triggering quite the commotion. A genius who was attacking at the Immortal King realm was killed halfway in achieving Immortal King status. The true immortals were shocked, especially those who reached half Immortal King level, waves of coldness running down their backs. They realized that if one wanted to achieve Immortal King level, they still needed to care about their relations with others. If they tried to attack at this level alone, someone might just plot against them. There were others that laughed loudly. Aogon and the others who previously had conflict with Shurhao, and even the long-life families had people who clapped their hands, feeling happy. As for Taishur Immortal King and Yuanchu Immortal King's families, there was even less of a need to talk about them. These clans always had an arrogant attitude, looking down on all sides, stating directly that what could killing Huang be counted as? He didn't know the immensity of the world. Should have been killed. Even someone like Huang wants to become an immortal king? Keep dreaming, he can forever forget about it. Even someone like him vainly wishes to be equal to my clan's ancient ancestor, Ouching Immortal King. Ao clan's people sneered. Him? It's already not bad for him to be able to achieve true immortal level. He truly was carried away by his delusions. How can he compare to an immortal king? Taishur Immortal King's clan also had people who spoke like this. Shurhao was killed in battle, producing a wave of noise in Immortal Domain. Ever since ancient times, the victors were the ones who were right. This was now displayed to the greatest extent here. Many people knew that Ouching, Taishur and Yuanchu didn't act in an upright manner, actually not hesitating to pay the price to go down to the lower realm despite being immortal kings. All of this to kill a younger generation. It really was going too far. However, no one dared say too much. Who dared challenge the prestige of immortal kings? Huang didn't even take the initiative to provoke the three great immortal kings, yet he was still killed. There were some people who were sentimental. In Immortal Domain, the youngsters from the 9 heavens 10 earths all sighed. This really was heaven being jealous of heroic geniuses. It truly is a pity with Huang. He had immortal king aptitude. Attacking at that level at such an age is unprecedented. Shocking the whole word, but in the end fell so miserably. Originally, he should have been able to rush straight into the heavens, overlooking past and present, but in the end, he was killed by the immortal kings just like that. These old friends were his past rivals. However, later on, when they saw him rise up and continuously break through, they long changed their mindset. Now, Shurhao's death made them feel regret, feel sorry, sighing for him. Whoa, you died just like that. Didn't you say you were going to look down on all experts from past until present, that one day, you will become so strong no one else will dare claim to be sovereign? In Immortal Domain, on a star, the lunar jade rabbit wept, eyes extremely red, full of emotions. Back 10, she was brought into Immortal Domain. Even so, her appearance hadn't changed, silver hair shining and brilliant, large eyes like rubies, as if in her teens. In another star domain, Qianhao knelt down on the ground, his eyes scarlet red, tears tumbling down. His hands were tightly clenched, blood even trickling out. Big brother, I can't accept this. How can you die? You were attacking at the Immortal King realm, yet were actually killed. Those old things deserve to die. Despite the things that happened when they were young, now that this day came, he still felt incomparable pain. His older brother that was too high to reach, towering above him like an undying divine mountain, actually died today. This was hard for him to accept. Shurhao. In another starry sky, Qingyi muttered, her eyes growing dim, tears continuously shed, losing their past brilliant splendor. She felt intense pain inside, blood flowing out from the corners of her lips. I regret so much. I shouldn't have left the lower realm before, shouldn't have entered immortal domain. I also regret that I missed you again the last time we reunited here. Qingyi wept. She had never felt this pained in her life. Compared to her usual aloof and moving temperament, she was completely different. If you can appear in this world again, I will immediately appear at your side, never leave you again. Qingyi shed tears, her icy jade-like body full of secular world emotions. She really wanted to go back, return to the past. The 3,000 provinces, imperial court's dynasty collapsed. This left the people deeply moved, also making them regretful. This was a heaven-warping heroic talent who rose up in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Someone who should have been high up above, comparable to an immortal king. Yet in the end, he fell to such a lamentable state. Even the imperial court he founded immediately collapsed in a single night because the divine generals no longer existed. Those who died died, those who disappeared disappeared. What a pity, we should have taken it over. There was so much will force. How beneficial would it be towards cultivation? The ghost immortals were still there. They were regretful, vicious light flashing past their eyes. We can establish it again, a ghost immortal said, but didn't have much confidence. They were scared of incurring the dislike of immortal domain's experts and afraid of ending up being killed. Even though the ghost immortals were strong, they weren't Huang. They didn't have his boldness. As long as someone brought over an immortal Dao decree, they would definitely immediately bow down. We joined imperial court, yet in the end didn't obtain anything. We might as well head to his grave and raid it. His body is definitely not simple. One of the ghost immortals' eyes revealed vicious radiance, staring at imperial court's remains. That place was in ruins, broken walls everywhere, becoming an expanse of ruins. In the mountain behind these ruins was a new grave. Buried within it was Huang. Forget it, it's best if we don't act too rashly. Pan King established a steal, even ouching Immortal King giving him face, not touching the corpse. It's best if we don't incur karma. Right, we should just go and find a chance to enter immortal domain. We haven't really suffered losses these years in imperial court either. After all, we obtained true immortal Dao scriptures. In the recent few years, on imperial court's ruins, there were people who came to pay homage from time to time. This was the end of an era. Huang's life ended. He still couldn't defy the heavens in the end. In the rear mountain was an earth tomb, around it quite a few fresh flowers. Some people sighed, others shed tears. These were some elders from imperial court, the cultivators within the temple scattered about the land. When they heard that the central temple already collapsed, they found it hard to accept, unable to believe it. They hurriedly rushed here, carrying a sacrifice, paying homage, all of them carrying great emotions. During these years, imperial court became more prosperous with each passing day, long becoming the #1 inheritance in the 9 heavens 10 earths, surpassing all others. It was to the extent where Huang even dared face immortal domain's experts, slaughter more than one of their true immortals. How glorious was this! However, in the end, Hao died and imperial court collapsed. With this, everything collapsed, this inheritance finished. Woo-woo. There were some young ladies who were sobbing. Hateful. Why is it like this? Ouching, Taisher, you all are immoral kings. Yet you treat someone below you like this. Are you scared that Huang will surprise you one day? An elder was furious, cursing the heavens here. Who is crying? Right at this time, a great grave cracked apart, releasing this type of puzzled voice. In the rear mountain region was a mountain valley, waves of smoke rising. A great grave cracked apart, a voice sounding from within. This left everyone horrified. Many people backed up, staring in that direction in shock. Bark. A dog barked. Then, everyone saw a fat Taoist and a dog crawl out from that grave. Chao Yuxing appeared. He had always been buried in the same tomb with the little dog. A wondrous earth and a burial cave that seized the natural luck of heaven and earth were brought over from a different place. Several years earlier, during Imperial Court's gathering, when Hao made the decision to attack at the Immortal King realm, he had summoned him and the little dog, digging up their tomb. However, later on, they returned, using the divine origin liquid Xianxia gave them to seal themselves in a special great tomb. During these years, they had always been sleeping. That's Taoist priest Chao. Someone cried out. There were others that recognized him. When they calculated the total time, Chao Yuxing was sealed at around 7 to 8,000 years ago, hidden within divine source. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to last until today. Chao Yuxing was shocked. When he learned about what happened, he felt as if the heaven and earth were flipped, almost falling to the ground. Sure how? He screamed, rushing towards the new grave. That little dog was also shocked. It rushed out, scratching at the grave's earth, wishing to dig up this grave. What are you all trying to do? Some people from Imperial Court became angry. Even though they knew that his background wasn't small, they still wanted to go all out against him. However, soon afterwards, everyone stopped. Wu, Chao Yuxing wept. He dug out Xiao's body, kneeling on the ground, hugging it. The heroic and straight body that was dug out was covered in blood, covered in cracks. One could see just how miserable that battle was. Brother, Chao Yuxing screamed. His hair had long become covered in white hair, his body aged and declining in his later years. Cold tears flew about, sobbing with grief. The body he carried was already cold and hard, but it was still heroic and straight. One could see how unyielding and unresigned he was when he was still alive, fighting until the final moment before withering in this world. Has all of his essence blood flowed out? The little dog's voice was overcast. Sure how achieved immortality. How could his blood be something ordinary people could touch? However, his body was bright red, covered in injuries. Yet Chao Yuxing could directly bring him out. It could only be said that this battle was too great. He might have used up all of his body's vitality. Or, Ouching, Taisher and Yuanchu were excessively fierce, using a method to completely annihilate his Tao foundation, destroying his everything. Too hateful. The little dog released a low roar. They were all moved, especially when they saw the white-haired Chao Yuxing who was already in his later years, yet was still sobbing in such a broken-hearted manner, all of them feeling uncomfortable. Go, let's leave this place. Leaving Huang buried here is too unsafe. There will definitely be people who will scheme against his body, the little dog said quietly. Chao Yuxing wiped away his old tears, nodding. They arranged a formation, sealing the mysteries of heaven. This was what they were best at. That day, Xiao's corpse disappeared. It was brought away. Imperial Court's new tomb in the rear mountain was empty. This became a mystery. After that day, no one knew where Xiao's corpse disappeared to. So what? He is already dead, primordial spirit killed. Does he still want to stir up any waves? What a joke! In fallen Immortal Ridge, the clan master said this coldly. Then, he directly went into seclusion, not paying this any more attention. He sealed up the connection between the restricted region and the outside world, becoming its own world once again. In this world, many people felt regret in Huang's place. He was originally about to defy the heavens, achieve immortal king status in this cultivationless age, but his fate was full of misfortune, dying an untimely death. Burial land, there were people discussing quietly. What a pity. Such a good sapling, yet he was killed just like that. This was a large cave dwelling, different from what outsiders imagined. The essence energy surged, primal chaos pervading the air, accompanied by auspicious multicolored light. Even the earth was shining. This was all life earth. In that place, there were immortal medicines swaying about, fragrance assailing the nostrils. This was a burial king dwelling. It wasn't gloomy, instead brighter than many immortal family holy lands, extremely suitable for cultivation of the Tao. Sir, please help me with this matter. I wish to bring him back, settle that great karma. A youngster spoke, hair dazzling golden like a sun god. In reality, he was a golden burial knight named Sanzang, Xiao's old friend. Sir, please help. On the side, a pretty and flirtatious woman spoke. Her appearance was perfect without faults, carrying a natural charm. Her head hair of fiery red hair hung down. She was the golden undead knight Shenming. These two had previously traveled with Shi Hao, all of them on rather good terms. Later on, they headed into Immortal Domain, headed to Dam World, so they could be considered to be friends in times of tribulations. The most important thing was that they shared an instance of karma between them. Shi Hao previously obtained a stock of 3 life medicine. For others, it wasn't that useful. But for undead knights, it was an unmatched treasure, one that could assist in their evolution into becoming burial kings. Back then, Shi Hao gifted the 3 life medicine to these two, exchanging it for the void immortal gold steel. It could be said that the 3 life medicine, this great karma that could turn them into burial kings, regardless of whether it was out of friendship or kindness, they never forgot about it. Even back then, when they separated, the two had vowed that if the day came when something happened to Shi Hao, dying as a result, as long as he still had a part of his flesh left, a part of his corpse, they would definitely fetch him, allow him to become an undead knight. At the time, Shi Hao directly scowled at them, not wishing to gain sentience after dying at all, instead wishing to always continue living until the day that he could overlook all came. Who would have thought that this day really did come? Chao Yuxing and the little dog carried Shi Hao's body, the two walking together. They were worried that the creatures of the restricted regions would come for Shi Hao's corpse. Since fallen immortal ridges people took action, even daring to kill Shi Hao together with Ouching, Taisher and the others, what didn't they dare do? Apart from this, a restricted region creature also took action, grasping without end Immortal King's great bell. Moreover, seizing Yi Qingxian's immortal bell weapon soul. The little dog gnashed its teeth in anger. If not for its cultivation level being too low, it would have definitely slaughtered its way over. They had to be on guard against those 2 restricted regions. What else can we do? How can we save you? Chao Yuxing was grieved. In the past, he was a happy-go-lucky person, this fatty always having a smile on his face. However, today he was old and gray-haired, figure-haggard, incredibly dispirited. He really wanted to save Shi Hao. My master was known to be number 1 in divination in Immortal Ancient. He saw someone who could dictate endless time. Was it not you? Could it be that I was wrong? Chao Yuxing wept. Even though his master was number 1 under heaven, he still didn't see who the one in the prophecy was clearly, only vaguely knowing that this individual existed. By appearing in the world like this now, we don't have many years left to live. Our lifespans are already near their end. The little dog sighed. It wasn't large, but just like Chao Yuxing, it was in its later years, already incredibly old. Huang, my brother, I really hope you can live. I want to see you become an immortal king, and then destroy Ouching, Taisher, and Yuan Chu. Even beat down all of Immortal Domain and the Foreign Realm. Chao Yuxing shed tears. He already reached his later years, now reminiscing even more about the past, cherishing their friendship, full of reluctance. However, he was now in complete despair. He carried Shi Hao's body, running away, yet didn't know where he could go to revive him. Chao Yuxing's body was already stooped. When he was young, the little dog's fur was dark black, but now it was a bit light red, about to become bald. Suddenly, Chao Yuxing stopped. His face revealed a complicated expression, and then said with extreme decisiveness, I know what to do. Let's go to Burial Land. This might be the only place where he can be saved. He thought about the words Shi Hao said to him. In reality, Shi Hao had spoken about those experiences to all of the people at his side, telling them that he had friends among undead knights, that they might necessarily become enemies. As of Burial Earth many years ago, they already undid their seal, reappearing, no longer isolated from desolate borders Imperial Pass. Last time, when the ghost immortals gathered in Imperial Court, they had personally confirmed this, bringing over this information. When they entered desolate border again, Chao Yuxing crossed Imperial Pass. His status was now extremely great, no one stopping him, allowing him to pass. Outside desolate border, they saw a man and woman, 2 youngsters with extraordinary styles. They were currently coming from Burial Land. They were precisely Sanzang and Shenming. Huang. He is here? Sanzang immediately sensed something. He was a golden undead knight, extremely sensitive towards corpses, especially when he sensed Shi Hao's aura right now. You two, Are Sanzang and Xinming? Chao Yuxing's cold tears flew about, already completely different from his younger, fatty temperament. He was no longer high-spirited, right now having a type of powerless feeling like his life was dark. It is us. Sanzang immediately rushed over. Chao Yuxing no longer hid anything, bringing out Shihao's body, letting them look at it. His lips were shaking. Please save him. Come with me, Sanzang said, personally carrying Shihao, and then took large steps towards burial region. They directly headed towards a burial king dwelling. The ground surface even erupted with 5-colored divine radiance. This was the burial earth with the most astonishing value. Undying immortal medicines not even willing to leave this place, instead preferring to take root in this type of unrivaled earth. This place actually had more than a single stalk of immortal medicine. 2 stalks were moving back and forth here, worthy of being the genius of an age, already reaching the ranks of the vicious 10 at this age. What a pity. Ouching is too fierce, erasing all of his primordial spirit, completely scattering it. This burial king said with a sigh. His entire body was surrounded by a wave of mysterious mist, mysterious and profound. He sat over there, revealing this truth. No way. No way. I believe that he is definitely still alive. Chao Yuxing screamed out. Burial king, please take action. Help him summon his soul and see if there is still any hope. Xinming pleaded. It was clear that this burial king attached great importance to Xinming and Sanzang, doting on them greatly. If it was anyone else who dared speak to him casually like this, raise this type of request. Hong. In the end, the burial king personally displayed a method in this dwelling. He searched the entire 9 heavens 10 earths for a hint of primordial spirit fragment. However, he was disappointed. Even if his body and spirit were erased, there should be a bit of traces. Ouching, Taisher and Yuanchu are too fierce. They really completely erased everything. The burial king frowned. He began to suspect something, but then shook his head, releasing a light sigh. Let's have him become an undead knight. When these words were spoken, it was undoubtedly declaring that Shihao really completely died, that there wasn't the slightest bit of hope. No! Chao Yuxing screamed out. Once he became an undead knight, would he still be Huang? Xinming walked over, caressing Shihao's cheek. Just peacefully become an undead knight. The primordial spirit your body produces might become astonishing enough. Get revenge for your previous self. Forget about Chao Yuxing. Even the little dog was startled, unable to agree to this. Do you two have a better method? Sanzang asked. Chao Yuxing and the little dog opened their mouths, in incredible pain. This choice was too difficult. The real Shihao died, what else could they do? My brother, how many years will it take before he can produce a new primordial spirit? Chao Yuxing asked with a bitter voice. With his vicious 10-level body, a few 100,000 to 1,000,000 years should be enough. He will exceed other undead knights from past to present. The burial king said. Hundreds of thousands to 1,000,000 years. What great era will it be then? The great showdown will have already ended. When can he find Ouching, Taisher, and Yuanchu? Get his revenge. He couldn't accept this. Who said this great era is short? Who can say that the great showdown will end? This is history's most strange and terrifying great era. What you see or hear about in the future might not necessarily be true. Only by personally experiencing this great era will you be able to understand. We are calling this great era, chaotic ancient great era. The burial king's expression was incredibly serious. Saying this seriously. Shihao was buried in all life earth. On his grave, an undying immortal medicine took root, seizing heaven and earth natural luck. This place became quiet. Only Chao Yuxing and the little puppy were left. After filling in the grave, they also had to leave. However, Chao Yuxing's fine hairs stood on end. He seemed to have heard a certain voice. He then opened his eyes wide in shock, saying, Do you hear this? I seem to have heard Shihao speak. He wants to come back, wants to turn into an unmatched immortal king, and slaughter his way into a mortal domain, subdue all enemies. The little dog's fur had also long stood on end. I seem to have heard it as well. However, there is no reaction anymore now. Burial Earth was quiet and secluded, normally lacking much activity. It was because normally, the lives of undead knights were too simple, spending most of their time asleep. Regardless of whether it was seclusion or other types of cultivation, it was always carried out like this. They obtained eternal life through sleeping, growth through hibernation, breathing the essence of the underground world. The years passed in a long and drawn-out manner, 10,000 years passing in a flash. Floods reached into the heavens in the outside world. Great battles world-shocking, yet Burial Region was still calm like a desolate land of death. Chao Yuxing studied burial techniques, using his still-living self to comprehend this clan's great methods. He wanted to comprehend things by analogy, not choosing to seal himself up, but rather choosing to live in this place for 10,000 years, wishing to break through and achieve immortality. It was because Burial Region had undying matter, had rich heaven and earth essence. Of course, there was burial energy and death aura as well. He was like a golden undead knight in Burial Earth, taking in life energy to nurture himself. He wanted to achieve immortality in this life, wished to get revenge with Sure how when he revived, join the battle together with him. Only, in the end, he still entered his later years, exhausted his lifespan in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Even though there was undying substance here, it still couldn't ensure that he could continue living forever. The little dog was also struggling to continue, his hair about to all fall off, but it still held on. It wanted to see this great world for itself, witness the results of the great showdown. It was unwilling. There was an existence in a restricted region who actually seized without end Immortal King's weapon. This was related to hope for without end Immortal King to ultimately reappear in this world. He wanted to watch Huang wake up, flatten the restricted region, help it seize back that immortal bell. In the end, Sanzang and Xinming took action, gifting them some burial medicines. These were specially prepared for golden undead knights, refined from undead immortal medicines. Burial Region was a mysterious land. Many people thought of it as a type of underworld, but there was actually unmatched divine earth that could nurture all things here, drawing in immortal medicines. That was why there were some places here that were incredibly divine. Meanwhile, there were quite a few immortal medicines here as well, not inferior to immortal domain in any way. The immortal medicines would mature once every so often. There were some who picked them, but some that were ignored as well. Sanzang and Xinming were golden undead knights, so they weren't that different from ordinary humans. This was why they could ingest this type of great medicine, obtain great benefits from it. I've finally been reborn. I have another life's time to cultivate. Huang, my brother, I am waiting for you to return, Chao Yuxing said. Then, he began to cultivate frantically. The little dog did so as well. It had previously achieved immortality, now trying to restore its Dao skills. The years went on. In a flash, more than 100,000 years passed. Outside, even underworld Earth was affected, the great battles in the outside world continuing endlessly. There were terrifying existences fighting everywhere under the heavens. Unfortunately, Chao Yuxing's constitution was precisely like his master said, outstanding, but achieving immortality was still difficult. He was more suited to transformations from one life to another. His master had an ancient technique that was passed down to him a long time ago. Huang, brother, I am already old. Even though this burial region is rich with undying matter, there is also a sea of death energy. It is far from the purity of the past 9 heavens 10 earths. I am not an undead knight. My lifespan is already about to reach its limit after another 10 or 20,000 years, Chao Yuxing said with a sigh. The little dog was also vexed. This past immortal Dao foundation had already been ruined. Recovering was even more difficult than just cultivating again from the beginning. I am going to modify the undead knight's great methods. Perhaps I'll end up neither man nor ghost, but it will allow me to continue living. This is just for the sake of waiting until you return, brother, Chao Yuxing said. The little dog and himself ultimately chose this path, going into hibernation, comprehending the great Tao through slumber, cultivating the unmatched secret techniques undead knights didn't release to the outside world. Sanzang and Xinming treated them extremely well, passing on their techniques to these two. After this man and dog disappeared, Burial Land became even more peaceful, not displaying any activity for many tens of thousands of years. It became increasingly deathly still. Hong. One day, this peace was shattered. A glistening yellow gourd took in and sent out primal chaos. It descended from above, suppressing Burial Land. There was someone who was taking action against Burial Region, causing a part of this place to collapse. Who dares? Burial Kings were alarmed, angrily making an appearance to face the intruders. The great showdown descended. There were no pure lands left in this world. Regardless of where it was caught up in the chaos. There were just too many battles, the calamity too terrifying. Even Burial Region, this most mysterious, incomparably terrifying place, had individuals who dared challenge it, slaughtering their way up to their gates. These were taboo-level powerful existences. This was the first time Burial Region suffered an attack in 200,000 years. Hong Long Long. A sky-shocking battle erupted, terrifying beyond comparison. Even desolate border was beaten into ruin, turning into chunks of continents before rushing into outer space, entering the cosmos. If not for this region having a multitude of formations and countless formation cores protecting it, it would have definitely shattered as well. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely miserable. Meanwhile, Imperial Pass not too far out had long faded from existence. In reality, it had already been flattened many tens of thousands of years ago, turning into ruins. The people and cities of the past had long become a part of endless history. During these years, Burial Land was quiet, but the outside world was definitely not like this, entering the most terrifying times. No, Burial Region was also finally affected. Hong. Heaven and earth collapsed, starry rivers swept in reverse. The cosmos released a mournful cry, the great Tao rumbling. This world was covered in gloomy clouds, the most terrifying great chaos of this world affecting the heavens. The years were ruthless, able to cut down even the most powerful pride of heaven, able to erase taboo existences. There weren't many creatures that could continue living without perishing. Regardless of whether it was unexpected or if it was because of karma, as the long stream of time flowed past, the bones of heroes were buried, heaven's prides fell, all of them dying. As time went by, it had already been 500,000 years since Shi Hao's death. Everything had changed, the world was already completely different. What about the past 9 heavens 10 earths? It was already extremely difficult to find any traces of it. As for Burial Land, it was split to pieces, floating in various places, becoming increasingly quiet, death aura pervading the air. This was a continent that wasn't all that large. It floated in the cosmos similar to a star. It was unknown just how many ancient lands similar to this one floated in the cosmos emptiness. It was because the greatest battles erupted, darkness corroded the world. History's most terrifying great showdown erupted in this world. The heavens were all trembling. Many places were beaten into ruin. Some divine earths, small worlds, and uninhabited restricted regions, after being attacked, split apart. The damaged parts flew into the depths of the cosmos. This chunk of land was precisely one of these areas. Who am I? On this desolate land, the cold and hard earth already split apart. A disheveled young man struggled out from an area of all life earth. The underground was sparkling and flickering with radiance. This material was a rare burial earth. Every granule was sparkling, carrying rich life energy, able to nurture all living things. It was a material even immortal kings desired. In the past, the white tortoise carrying immortal stock of medicine previously said that immortal kings entered Burial Land precisely in search of this type of place to nurture their bodies. This was what burial kings used to cultivate to begin with. It was rumored that those who were seriously injured or dying could treat their injuries in all life earth. Even if the dead were buried here, they could develop a consciousness again in the future. Their true bodies would then reappear in the world. Where is this? The youngster got up. He shook off the all-life earth around his body, moving aside the long black hair covering his face, revealing a delicate and handsome face. His eyes were bright and pure like a pure spring. This place was incredibly desolate, resembling a massive ancient land. Apart from him, there were no other creatures, the entire place lifeless. He frowned, starting to think to himself. However, he felt like his head was in great pain, his consciousness momentarily empty, unable to remember anything. His body was slender and strong, swirling with sparkling luster. He wore blood-soaked, damaged clothes. Someone sought out the damaged armor and refined it together for him again, helping him wear it. This was only out of hope that when he woke up one day, he could still remember the final battle. The battle armor was his, the blood also came from him. However, now he was lost, his brain having some things, yet he couldn't remember. Where exactly is this place? He moved fast like a demon, swift like a streak of lightning. After a single step, he appeared at the other end of this great continent. At the same time, there were 10 imprints on his body that were currently shining. Originally, most of them were on his hand, but they now scattered uniformly across his body. They were like diamonds restraining his body. He raised his head towards the skies, seeing star remains all around him. This expanse of cosmos was extremely overgrown, lacking all life force. On this continent, he paced back and forth alone, walking through every inch of this place, but didn't find anything. With a raise of his foot, he entered the starry sky. He was a bit confused. Originally, he didn't know how to fly, but now he did it naturally, able to move through the starry sky. There seemed to be something in his head, like a fine stream that continuously appeared, allowing him to understand how to move through the void. Hong! A streak of golden light appeared beneath his feet, directly reaching the other shore of the starry sky. It was like a bridge that stretched across the cosmos. He then began to take steps. This scene was extremely shocking. He went from one end of the cosmos to the other. At the same time, in the cosmos, the stars all trembled, stellar splendor gathering, pouring towards him like a sea, absorbed by his body. This wasn't what he was doing deliberately, but rather his body's natural response. The stellar splendor baptism made his flesh increasingly dazzling, but he didn't need this type of power. He opened his mouth, taking in a breath. A large black crack appeared, primal chaos surging. He began to absorb primal chaos essence. After a long time passed, only when his pores all began to release chaotic energy did he stop, feeling like he didn't need any more. Why do I need to do this? He looked at his hands, and then raised his head towards the cosmos depths. He arrived at the other end of the starry sky, feeling like his instincts were spurring him here, telling him to descend here. He saw some ruined continents that were massive beyond comparison, stretching out before him. This place experienced a great battle, smashed until it collapsed and fell apart. Now, the damage was extremely serious. At the same time, the 10 Dao imprints on his body shone, as if there was something that wanted to rush out. It made him seem increasingly intimidating, but everything calmed down again in the end. What is this place? He landed on a continent. This was an expanse of scorched earth, crimson land stretching out for hundreds to over 1,000,000 li. No sign of life visible, no creatures could be seen. He got up, leaving this continent. He took a step out, arriving at the neighboring boundless land. He finally saw a living being there. This ancient land had many primitive forests, even more so countless craters, abysses, and others. Upon closer inspection, these were created by sword energy and divine arrows. There were also many star remains. The scene was extremely shocking. In the past, a great battle erupted here. But as time went on, the ruined world was covered by plants once more, obtaining life force. There were some tribes that lived in the mountain range, as well as some dynasties built on the plains. The youngster who walked alone encountered the first inhabited area. Who are you? Where is this place? He saw the first other living individual. This was a youngster, extremely tender, but his constitution wasn't bad. I am named Zhang Byron. This is an abandoned land left behind after the Great Battle. You came from outer space. The youngster's eyes were burning brightly. He wore beast skin clothes, full of a hopeful expression as he looked at him.